Well, hello and welcome to our pool fans joining us from across the globe. Welcome to day 6 of the Epbf Predator European Championships 2025. We're bringing you these live matches today from the beautiful city of Tallinn. And our match today is the winners qualification of the men's 8-ball discipline. And we have got a corker for you today between Tobias Pongers and Mario Hay of Austria. And joining me today in the commentating booth is my dear friend Graham Hickman. Welcome, Graham. Are you excited for this one?
I am. This is going to be a really interesting one, as you called it. Tobias has already had one game under his belt in the round 1 of yesterday, playing very tough opponent Daniel Maciol. Commentated on that one. It went all the way to Hill and Tobias just pipped him 8-7, so quite incredible. However, Mario has had a walkover the first round, so this is his first real game in the 8-ball, so it'll be interesting to see how it fares. But yes, very, very interesting to see how this goes.
Yes, and as you said, we haven't had a chance to see Mario play yet. I was having a sneak preview of him warming up on the table. He seems to be looking rather comfortable. But yeah, a good point. Tobias is a bit more seasoned, and after his straight performance, he must certainly have a feel for these tables.
Yeah, he's on good form. Very good form at the moment, and this is could be a close affair, this one, with obviously Mario is well known around the world in his accolades on all different disciplines, so Tobias will have a match on his hands. But I'll tell you one thing, he will definitely be confident in it, given his gold in the straight pool. It didn't go all the way in the 10-ball, but did a good showing, I think last 16 or something it was around that end. So yeah, straight off the mark here, I can see Mario's got a nice layout on these stripes. It's just about playing.
He seems to have taken the stripe at the other end of the table, so now he has made his job easier down at this end. He doesn't need to move the cue ball too much. Is the one hampering the 8 for the easy stop shot finish?
No, I think he's okay. I think you just roll this through, maybe just ever so slightly, leave an angle. Oh, he's playing the other one first. He had a bit of angle, so he's taking that one at the bottom first and leaving the 15 there to get up for the black. I think it goes in the side, the 8-ball. I might even squeeze past the one like you were talking. I'm not sure. You would have to make a choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to point out early on to our fans at home that they are playing under a shot clock with 1 extension allowed per player per rack. So you just need to be a bit conscious of that on the TV table.
Yes, and it's alternate break, which is good, so every player does feel like they have a chance to hold their serve.
And it has delivered us some hill thrillers as well, the alternate break. I do think that's had a bit of responsibility for it. He's played that well, Graham, to come this side of the black.
Yeah, he has. I think this is what you'll see. A lot of the top European players are very accustomed to 8-ball. Little tap on the table from Tobias there. Nice little sportsmanship, just showing how much respect is there for the players. It was a nice clean run out, I would say. Didn't have to do too much bumping balls and solve problems. But yesterday, when I watched Tobias play against Maciol, he was also extremely high tariff player in 8-ball. He took problems very well.
Yeah, I remember you picking out Maciol as one of your favourites for the tournament, and I remember seeing him back in Ostend, I believe, make the final. And he's a really strong player. He seems to be delivering at every European event he attends, just like Tobias is doing, in fairness. I've been very impressed with his performance throughout the whole tournament so far, and it's not over yet. We're technically halfway, I guess.
Yeah, you said it. Halfway is the way. We still have, obviously, the conclusion of the 8-ball. We have teams still to come. We have 9-ball as well. So still plenty of pool action for more medals. But yeah, Martial, to be honest, you called it earlier. You said a lot of hill matches. Well, the breaks, there was break and runs, there was reverse dishes, clearances. I don't think the ball was really missed in that match from memory. It was phenomenal level. So if anybody wants to watch that back, go on to YouTube and watch it from yesterday. It was a very entertaining match. Tim and myself enjoyed that one. Tim DeRouter was in the box with me. It was very good.
Let's see how Tobias handles his first break. Well, he made the 6 in the corner, so he's still at the table. He's got a good spread. I wouldn't say as nice a spread as Mario had off of his break.
Yeah, it's not too bad though. I'm wondering, I don't know if that 9-ball stripe goes, just in terms of all the balls being potable. Looks pretty tight. First glance, I would say solids could be an option, but he does have a lot of stripes that can help each other if you need to make any bumps or nudges. So this will be personal preference. Possibly will go solids, I think, just because of all them being so open.
Yeah, absolutely. That 10 doesn't look like it's causing as much trouble as it should be where it's positioned there. Oh, that's through the eye of the needle, Graham.
Yeah, he's played that well. I think he was trying to get on the 3-ball just so he can try and get rid of that now, because it is a little bit tricky, only because if you do pot it from the left side of the table, you might bump into the 9. So see what he plays. You might want to come down for the 2-ball here. I'm not sure, depending on how his angle is. Now he's trying to get rid of this 3 maybe. So it'll be interesting to see if he can avoid the 9. I don't think he can, so he might have to play a little rub off the 9 to get the cue ball back out. Yeah,
there's always a little bit left to chance when you're contacting other balls. So he's had a look at where if the 7 passes to the corner down by the 14. But I think that 2 easily passes the 10 there.
Yeah, I was thinking he could play the running side shot there. He executed that very well, and he looks to be quite good on this too. I wonder if he can just draw the cue ball straight back and leave a nice angle on that solid right next to it, next to the 10 ball, and an angle to come down table for his final solid. So already got himself in a good position here. No, he couldn't, so he's decided to go forward to guarantee that angle. And this is what Tobias was doing against Martial. His shot selection was so clinical. Now he's just going to run all the way through.
Very good pace. Promising signs right from the get-go from both players here.
Yeah, he's a little bit straight, I think, so it does go in the side. I can see from that angle. Looks like it does. He can choose to... He might even draw this off the long rail with some reverse side, potentially, and play the 8 in the same pocket, unless he can go forward. Yeah, he might be trying the slow reverse side. Lots of bottom right. Just spin that cue ball up the left side of the reel. So, oh, he's going all the way across. Wow. Flirting with danger a little bit there, but a little bit hampered.
Yeah, certainly flirted with danger. However, feeling confident with his cue ball control, and he's done extremely well there to navigate through. And we're keeping it tight, 1 apiece. It's going with the break at the moment, and I believe the tables are tapped, so we do not have the need for a magic rack. However, it at this stage is still players racking their own, and it's, as we've alluded to, alternate break. So up to the players who are breaking to ensure that that rack is as perfect as they want it, and it seems to be paying dividends for both players so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a great format we have here. Obviously players breaking from outside the break box. This is the format just to make it a little bit more difficult in terms of breaking. Ooh. Oh, we've got 2 balls in the top.
He nearly even threatened a third in that corner pocket.
Yeah, it's a pretty good break. Both players getting balls off the break. That's what we like to see. Generally, if players are making balls on the break, you will see quite a high volume of table runouts. These stripes are looking very good for me. Spot's also quite nice, but stripes look favourable.
Yeah, he's Mario's just taken a step around the other side of the table just to collect his options. But I think I have to agree with you here, Graham. I do like the stripes. He's probably just having a think about that 15 lonely down there, but where the black is, going for stripes, he's not going to be presented with too many problems.
No, I don't think at all. And even that lonely stripe you mentioned down there, he's got 2 nice balls to get down there. I think he probably might even think about getting rid of it sooner rather than later. I think it's that, maybe the 14 in the centre of the table there. That's probably the one that's a little bit more, needs a bit more care, because it only goes in the bottom right. So you might want to try and get that one as soon as possible as well.
I have to say, this is the joy of commentating the 8-ball discipline. There are so many options for the players on the table. It gives us a lot of different options to consider and talk about. I was enjoying that yesterday, coming from the back of the 10-ball. You do have a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, there's just a lot more different options and a lot more different, well, personal preferences, because a lot of players have their own way, and as a commentator that can be quite difficult. Some shots are pretty straightforward and obvious, but some players just have their own vision, and once they've made their mind up, they go that way. So we try to see as best as we can. Big stretch here though.
It is a big stretch, and you're right there, Graham. I mean, as commentators we always would like to be right, but players do have their own preferences and they play to their strengths.
That's a good shot.
It is indeed. He had a second look at that just to make sure this is the route he wanted to take. Is he deciding which one of these stripes to take first of the 2 in the centre?
Yeah, I think he's just drifting around a couple of rails. He's been trying to get on this one. Yeah, he's still not. I think he wanted to try and get on the one just next to the 4-ball solid. I think that's a 14 in the middle of the table. He was trying to get on that one last shot. That's why he had to play such a thin 10. It's just a little bit, not in no man's land, but you have to land quite nice on it to pot it. He could even play for it now if he wanted to in the top left pocket. He decided to come back, which is a bit risky for me. I'm surprised he went that way because of that exact reason.
Yeah, he came up short before and he's come up short a second time, and a little look to the heavens from Mario, but he certainly can pot this. I guess it's more a case of what's that cue ball going to do, and whether he can get down for the 15 or not.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit self-inflicted there. He could have rolled in the stripe and played it up table. He's one for a bit of luck here. Oh,
how is it?
I think, I tell you what, he might have got it. Oh my gosh, Tobias, he's laughing. That's quite incredible.
Yeah, the camera angle is also incredible. I love the fact that they picked up Tobias's reaction there, because that was a how is your luck, and I think pretty much every ball bar the black moved there.
Yeah, that's cool for you. But yeah, he had no choice. He had to kind of play into them and push the white ball down and try and hope for a bit of fortune, because there was no way he could have worked that out.
It might put a little bit of a pep in his step, Graham. Coming out with a bit of luck on the end of shots like that just give you a little bit of a boost, and I don't think it would worry Tobias one bit, but his little wry smile was awesome.
Yeah, a little chat between the players there, in between the rack. Nice to see games played in good spirit, and look, they both know at this level that shot wasn't what he played, but he had no choice. And we've seen some crazy stuff. We've seen some crazy flukes, lucky shots in 8-ball yesterday as well, so happens.
Oh, absolutely it does. And I'm sure these boys have come up against each other in the past on numerous occasions, so it's really nice to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship that these guys demonstrate. So 3 break and runs, Graham. Commentator's curse?
Yeah, could be. But I'm confident he's been breaking well. 10-ball on the side. Is he going to get a bump on this 3? Oh, you've jinxed him, getting. You've jinxed him.
Well, yeah, poor cue ball is not left with many options, but Tobias has been potting strong.
Yeah.
He might.
Not sure what he's looking at here. Maybe he's trying to think of. Yeah, I don't know. He was lining something up. Surely not looking at that 3 cut in the corner. Wow, he might be.
He is.
Goodness me, that's thin. Well, from that angle, that angle looks not too bad. I say not too bad. It looks more potable than the front angle, so the cue ball will be travelling a little bit here.
And in fairness, there's no real problem on the solids, so he could be opening up a good opportunity here. It's risky though, Graham.
I just don't like the angle that the cue ball is going down the table. He might have no choice, in fairness.
Just picking a bit of dust that may have landed on the table there.
I'm wondering if he's trying to play this slow with some left-hand side to come back to the middle of the table, like where the 1-ball and 6-ball is. He's playing running side, I think. Yeah, he's playing running side. What a great shot. Oh, wow, this is going to drift past the 6.
Oh,
gosh. What a shot that is. That's absolutely incredible. What a great shot that was. Judged to perfection.
Yeah, he avoided all the traffic and the 6, which could have upset that shot, but he's given himself every opportunity here. He will have a nice big breath. Yeah, that's not bad at all, Graham. That's exactly on the money.
And now he's in prime position here. Probably the only thing that needs a little bit of attention is maybe the black. So I think if the black goes down in the bottom right corner pocket, he could leave that 5-ball towards the end. Alternatively, if he goes black in the top left pocket, he will have to remove that 5-ball sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, and I don't know if the 9-ball would be hampering it to be potted. It looks like it's hampering it to be potted in the centre, so it will be a question of if it passes the 13 or not.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it does pass the 13, just because obviously you can take a little bit of the rail on the pot as well, Geth, so I think it can probably sneak it in, but ideally you don't want to risk that if not needed, so he might even play for the 5 here then, and then come around for the 6 for his last ball. Let's see what he plays.
Yeah, the position he's played the cue ball here, he's opened up all options for himself, so it's really now down to his preference. Yeah, you're right, Graham. He came down for the 5 there.
Yeah, but this is still a key shot. He's got to... Actually, well, he's okay here, because even if he lands a little bit short, ideally somewhere on the middle of the table will be fine. But he's probably going to play this. Maybe 2 reels. It's just stretching a bit, but yeah, give it a bit of left-hand spin, 2 reels, swing it around, back to the middle of the table. See what kind of angle he can land on here. Yeah, I thought if he was a bit short on the angle, he's going to probably two choices again. Same shot, Gethin. He can play it in the bottom right if he wants to just roll it in, or he can go 2 rails and come all the way around the black. The black in the same pocket as the 5 just a moment ago.
I think I like coming around it to open up a bigger angle for himself, but he's played that really well. It clearly passes.
Yeah, and he's landed ball in hand, Gethin, absolutely inch perfect. This is what he was doing yesterday as well, so he's breaking well, and I have to say his positional play and pattern selection is up there with the best I've seen at the moment. Phenomenal.
No, absolutely. And for our eagle-eyed viewers at home, Graham mentioned that he might need to just nibble a little bit of the cushion there, and he did exactly that. I don't know if you picked up on that, Graham, but it seems that you're still on form as of yesterday.
Commentate as I, Gethin. Commentate as I. But yeah, I think those kind of... But also he wants to avoid going anywhere near that stripe as well. So that's the... So we have a women's match also on table 1. Let's a quick look at Pia there on table 1. Playing her match, Gethin.
Pia has been so strong. I really fancy her for everything this tournament. I've been so impressed with her demeanour around the table, her choice of shots. Yeah, we've been gifted 2 beautiful matches for our free live stream TV tables from probilliards.com. So everyone's a bit spoiled today, and we're only at the first one of the day.
I think I would have to say everyone's spoiled every day. We have matches on all streams throughout this whole 11-day event. For the pool enthusiast, pool junkies, this is the week to be taking off work, or to be watching at work, or wherever you are, to be tuning in.
Yeah, they call this work, but this is far too enjoyable.
Yeah, there's definitely worse places to be, I'm sure of that. Let's have a look at this.
I do like this camera angle, Graham. It's showing that 9 looks rather uncomfortable to this corner pocket, so it may force Mario to consider solids, and that brings a tricky 1 into play.
It also brings a tricky 4 and 2 into play, but if he gets on that 2 in the side, doesn't want to push.
How'd you like that?
That'll work. I think the 1 ball Gethin goes in the top left pocket past the 10 ball, so his plan here is to probably, he might even choose to play the 4.
Yep.
And bump into the 9, I'm not sure. No, it's too thin, the white ball would run away, so that's not going to work. So he needs to find a shot here.
Oh, I see what you were saying. You were thinking he may be able to hold for the 2 by bumping into the 9 there, yeah?
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit too thin, so the cue ball will drift away. He can still take it, and that will open the pocket for the 2 ball if he chooses to leave that till later. So that's why he's opting to not take either. I think he's going to take the long shot and try and draw it back to the middle of the table for this 3 ball, potentially. Needs it to keep running. That's a pretty good shot. He's got 2 choices now, Gethin. Does he play the really slow drag hold? Because I don't think he can pot the 4 ball, not sure. Little tap on the leg by Tobias there, nice, just to say that was a good shot. He might play into the stripe here and open the 1 ball. A little bit left hand side if he can't hold it.
Wow.
What a shot.
Yeah, another tap from Tobias. Mario's moving balls for fun here. It's as if he's picking them up with his hands, and so I'd actually like it here, so.
Yeah, exactly. But I think he can... This still requires a bit of work, so I'm not sure he'll try to come down for the 2. He needs to find the 4 ball here. If he can draw in between both of them, that would be great. Now he's trying to go down below the 4.
He's played it delicately with a lot of running side.
So it comes back to that shot a moment ago, Gethin, where he wants to play into the 9. This is the 1, so you'll just bump into the 9 and leave a very nice angle to go for the black in the side. Wow.
Very nice.
I have to say that was this has been a really, really top draw run out from where the balls were. I think we're in for a bit of a anything you can do, I can do match.
Absolutely. This is one that I would really like to watch back because he had a few problems there, and even his opening shot to break open the 9 cluster there, he was really meaning business. Great stuff. And we are 3-2, Mario Hay, still going with break, if I believe correctly.
I think you are correct. And long may it continue, and that could make for a very exciting climax to this match. And with Mario winning the lag, I spoke about this with Tim yesterday as well, and when players are finding a break and the balls are quite generous and they can run out, the lag becomes so important for obvious reasons. If you can get to the table before your opponent, it can be a big advantage.
Yeah, and when you start getting down to the finer details like that, it just goes to show the level and quality of these professionals. It's kill or be kill stage, and it's great because it brings their game really out of its shell. So Tobias is going to want to be continuing this form that they're both showing. Let's see how he gets on.
They've both found a break, Ethan. This could be turning out to be an incredible match. They've both seem to have the cue ball and the rack at their mercy.
Absolutely. A little nod from Tobias. He's just I think he's found one problem with the ones he would like to go with, and he's sort of nodding in a of course that would be happening right now sort of statement. So it'll be interesting to see if is that going to stop him from going for the oh no, he's got to go stripes. Yeah,
I think he can get the 10 ball. Oh, looks that way. Nice play the combo onto the 10, so that's still fine. He can do that. And now you already tried to come down the table to your point before, just try and solve those stripes. You'd have liked to be a little bit straighter. Not sure if he might leave this for the moment then, unless he can see a shot. Looks a little bit touchy, stretching as well. The ball over the pocket could be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. The stretching is going to increase the difficulty here, and I like your statement of should he avoid these for now and maybe get a better angle, but maybe he's conscious of where the 8 ball is and wants to leave one of them 2 strikes at the top of the table as his key ball, so he's maybe pushing himself into this shot. See how he feels.
You're 100% correct, Ethan, and that's why I've taken this now. You're totally right. Oh, he could just get round the back, so still needs another shot. I wonder if he can just screw away from the 5 ball here and come off the 2 rails. And to your point, very well thought out there, Gethin. There's 2 balls at the top of the table are perfect for the black, so one good shot here, 2 rails. I think they both also pot into the top right corner, so this is the shot really. Yeah, he could just, he played it in the far right corner of the pocket, if you notice, to make sure he avoided hitting that 5 ball too full, but now he's back in good position.
Yeah, and even though he knew he was going to get a little bit of the 5, he's played at perfect pace. It's really good signs for both players, and for us. Yeah, he's sliding past balls. Him and Mario are trading blows at the moment, it feels like.
Again, I have to say, shot selection from Tobias has been phenomenal, and I think Tim said it as well. He said, sometimes players can make it look so easy, but the reason why they make it look easy is because of their cue ball control and position and shot selection. If runouts are looking difficult, then it's generally down to shot choice or cue ball control. Maybe a cliche, but it's true. If you're picking the right patterns, the game looks a lot easier. Yeah,
and as you look round the Kalevi Hall there, Graham, it is literally and metaphorically star-studded. It looks beautiful there.
Yeah, this arena is fantastic. Really, really beautiful setup. Players are experiencing a very premium experience in this arena. And
on the other TV table there, we just caught a little glimpse of Pierre Filler versus Gradisnik. Excuse me. And Graham.
First try break.
Yeah.
Look at the spread though, the balls are spread absolutely beautiful. A lot of space between all the balls. No real major things stand out. Maybe the stripe next to the 4 ball potentially. Down next to the 8 ball, that could be a little bit of a process, but there is a ball next to it, so that helps in terms of options. Yeah, I'm wondering if solids could be the one maybe get in here. That 4 ball is a bit actually, yeah. If that stripe goes past the 8 ball, yeah, you could already solve that problem now. Just bump it in. Just give it a nudge. Yeah, he's bumped it down perfectly.
You call that perfect, Graham. He's a little bit on the wrong side of this stripe. I'm not too sure if he can screw or if he has to follow through, but I feel like if he tries screwing, you might catch a little bit of the 8. I guess it doesn't really matter with where the 14 is right now.
Yeah, you might even be able to go forward, you know, get in and just avoid the 4. Yeah, he could just...
Oh, still threading it, sliding it past balls.
Yeah, you'd have to... I mean, within a one shot, I mean, obviously the break where the cue ball landed, it obviously invited that nudge on the 8 straight away and just went straight for it to open the balls up. So now it's just shot selection. The 11 on the side needs a little bit of care. Half wondering if you might try to get that out the way now. Screw across.
Yeah, he's listening to you, Graham. You can see he's been around there twice now to look at the shape he wants to get on that 11 red stripe ball.
Just think he's got a good chance with the backup balls up at the top of the table. He's changed his mind. He's going to get it later. Maybe take this 9 out. He was torn between because the 9 is obviously still fine, but if you land a bit strange on that, maybe he might be a bit awkward on his run out. So he's choosing to go this way.
Yeah, is he looking at a stop shot here? He was looking at playing the 13 down into the 7 ball corner pocket. No, he was not. I think he's finished perfect there if he wants to take the 11 now, Graham.
Yeah, I think he's going to play this 11, then the 10, and then leave that 1 over the side just because it gives a really nice angle to get on the black. So I'd be surprised if he went a different way here. Take the 11, just come back out to kind of the middle of the table area. Yeah, he's even held it a bit better so he could leave an angle. Just come 1 rail back out and try and leave it pretty straight. Kind of where it is now wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, if he can get a stop shot. If he can leave himself with a stop shot here, he will be delighted. And I think he's nigh on, ball in hand, perfect there.
Yeah, but even that, for the fine details, you kind of see players might only use 1 rail, but the fact that he used 2 rails meant that when he potted the ball off the 2nd rail, he was coming into the line of the potting angle of the stripe. So even those kind of finer details to make his work easier, he's thinking all the time, making all the right choices to maximize the percentage of success. I would say really, really good stuff from Tobias.
Indeed, I have to agree with you. And how important do you think this is, Graham, taking 1 against Mario's break? Is this going to be the turning point of the match, or do you think there's a few more twists and turns still to come?
Well, as we all know, can always be twists and turns. The pool world is very unpredictable. But what is for sure Tobias and Mario was hoping for was a dry break from their opponent, and then be able to punish them. So that's what he's done. Mario will be hoping Tobias will give him the favour back with a dry break or even a scratch of some kind, but this will be a great chance for Tobias to get a 2-frame lead if he can get a ball in and run out again.
Tobias is looking really relaxed today. He seems very well seasoned, like he's got his grip on the venue, he's got his routine, and he can just settle down and focus on the pool. It's been great to watch him the last few days.
Yeah, I think it's always nice when you have a medal in the first couple of days of the event. That must settle you down a lot in terms of confidence, for sure. Everything else is a bonus.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it, you know. And
there you go.
More importantly,
I thought you would drop in. Dry break. Sorry, Gethin. Yeah, was
no.
What's the centre pocket? So yeah,
it did look forever and a day that it was going to drop, but it hung there, and Mario will be jumping out of his seat at this. They're all getting good spreads on these breaks, so it makes the opportunity to break back off a dry break much more often.
Yeah, but this is an interesting one because the balls have opened very nice, but the first shot for Mario is not so straightforward. I don't think he has a simple stripe. Just want to play that 9 in the side. That's a bit tricky. He doesn't have another long solid to go at. He could play the 10 ball, but that also requires a bit of a shot for next shot.
Would the 3 onto the 4 be a shot?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's so close to the pocket, you would think if he played it, it would drop.
If he could do that and leave, like there for the 2, which I think is probably the most difficult of the solids, it might. As well, it depends how you are with the 3 after it's contacted the 4, but he's looking at it. I know he's looking at it, Graham.
Yeah, it's so easy to miss it, but I think he's got to try and catch the 4 just a little bit on the thin side. Yeah, I think it was just so deep in the pocket, Gethin, that if you just had to touch it, it would fall. It was that far in the shelf.
Well, it just goes to show how close Tobias was to retaining his visit at the table.
Yeah, but I think you just bump this 9 ball and leave a bit of a longer shot on the... Oh, he could even avoid it. He hit the other stripe though. That wasn't intentional. So that's why he's ran a little bit strange. But he can play the 3 in the top rather than the middle. Could even take the 6 ball if he wanted. I think I like the 3 ball though. Maybe he might roll this through. He's taking the 6.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I fancied him leaving these 2 till last, so he's clearly keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, I just felt he was running up a little bit into risky territory, but he's managed it well. He's probably going to take the 3 maybe here. He could even take the 5 and go for the 1. Again, it's all personal preference, but if he takes the 3, then he's going to hold probably for the 6 in the side. Just a little screw up of the 10.
Yeah,
he's got 5's also a possibility. So when you've got balls in old pockets, it's kind of how you lie. And maybe he might play a little bit of a stop shot here. But he just needs to be conscious of bridging over those stripes if he does play the 5 in the bottom. Oh, he's got angle. He's going down.
Yeah, great view from the overhead there. Really helps you pick out the shots. Bit straight, Graham, would you say, if you wanted to be a little critical?
Yeah, a little bit straight, but if he has to draw it back, he can use the black as a target. He's bridging a little bit, but so long as he brings it back in a straight line, it's all about the pace. He wants to make sure he's got a little bit of angle on the 5. He needs to slow down. Doesn't want top of it. How is he? He's okay. He could still roll it through. He's got a thinner 8, but he did overhit that a little bit, Gethin, just by a ball, I think, ball or so.
Yeah, just making a little bit of extra work at the business end of the rack can just encourage a mistake, so wants to play this tight. Oh, is able to miss the 10 with follow through. He's done very well there. I thought he was going into it, Graham.
Yeah, it looked like it, didn't it? But he managed it well, and I think he's returned the favour from a dry break. I think in terms of kind of clean runouts, I think Tobias seems to be a little bit more clinical. Mario's having to pull a few little twists and turns in his runouts at the moment, but he's still getting the job done, and that's all that counts. It doesn't have to always be perfect and pretty. As long as you're there or there, and the 8-ball disappears in your favour, you will take it.
Indeed, I think that's a very accurate reflection of the game so far. And today's race is to 8, so we're halfway. It's a race to 4 now. And are we allowed to talk about hills, or I just want to check the lay of the land?
Yeah, why not? I think an 8-ball, it does tend to, you can tell by the start of a match if players have found a break. There's a few break and runs. There is a bit of a feeling that it could go that way. If the breaks aren't working, then maybe not so much, but let's see if Mario can get the 10-ball or the 5-ball in the side. Maybe a ball around the 4 rails in the bottom left corner pockets, bottom left and right corner pockets. Let's see. He's got the 5-ball.
Yep, the 4.
And
the
7. So that's what you call a pretty good break. Nothing, no issues, no traffic. Everything kind of. Also, what I like about this break as well, Gethin, they've kind of moved a little bit away from the centre of the table, so they're kind of more closer towards the pockets, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, exactly. It starts to turn more into a drill in that respect. He's elected solids, Graham.
Yeah, I think you could have taken any colours, but solids, a few less balls to pot, might as well try and get your work done quicker.
Exactly.
Still needs a bit of a control shot here.
Yeah, he's just leaning very deep onto this 1 ball. Wants to be careful he doesn't contact any other balls and commit a foul.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
The 3-ball, I think, and probably come back up for the 2 in the side. Because the 8-ball does go down in the bottom left corner past that little collection of stripes there. And if he does land, he could even opt to play the 2 in the top left corner if he wanted to, but looking at this angle, it's probably 1 reel straight back up, just above where his hand is now. A little bit short, but he can still play off 1 rail at the top and come back down for the black.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Graham, that the black ball passes the 15, so that gives him a nice position to aim for on this 8. But yeah, it's all about pace, I guess, if you're coming in and out of bulk. Elected for the middle bag. How far is it going to go?
Really surprised he went that way, to be honest. Just risking so much more. But I think he was maybe conscious of the stripe. Look, if again, or some players prefer to put a bit of a stroke on shots, but nonetheless, it was all good. And all of a sudden, gets a lead.
Yeah. Back to business. And we just look over at the other TV table now. Pia Filler taking on a shot. I will just have a quick check in a moment for the scoreline over there. And a quick mention to all of our viewers, if you're enjoying this stream, please like, subscribe and share to as many pool fans as you know. And the day will be continuing with a lot more 8-ball action. So we hope you're enjoying it so far. Tobias, keen to hold his break here, I'm sure, Graham.
Yeah, he'll be looking to get one of those balls in the side pocket if possible. The 1 or the 9, just to keep at the table. One ball flying in, so he does have a... And the 9, so he has that break kind of dialed in, I think.
I do indeed.
Stripes, first glance, look pretty okay, especially where the black ball is. And he can't really make a solid, so if he can make that 10 ball, which he's hoping, if he can't, that's quite incredible.
That stripe near the middle pocket. These are tight pockets on these Predator arc tables.
I don't know if he can, get in. Sorry, I think he's wired on that ball. Don't know.
He just had another look. He didn't really make any... he didn't give anything away. He's still going for this 10, so...
Oh, he's okay. No, he's fine. That could have been such a crazy moment from the break. Just looking at that 12 ball by the middle, by the side pocket. Not sure if it goes in the side. If it doesn't go in the side, that's a problem. But from that angle, yeah, maybe it might just drop in. So he'd be hoping to keep that ball in the middle of the table as kind of a helping ball once he drops this 12 into the side, assuming that's what he plays.
Yeah, I think that's a good call there, Graham.
Play for it now, I think, Ethan. If that was me, get rid of it now. That's what he's tried.
He needs to put this on a sixpence.
It's not too bad, because the way this will work out for him, if that 12 does go in the side, just roll this in just with a little bit. He's looking a bit anxious there, but roll it in. Oh, I think because he's perfectly straight, he would have loved a little bit of angle. That's incredible. That was so tight. The reason why he pushed it like that a little bit was because, well, one, it was tight, but he really wanted to be straight on that stripe in the side so he could roll through and, yeah, land quite nice to finish off with them 2 stripes in the 8 ball. But that's the first miss, and it could be a big one. Wow, has he just dropped his chalk on the ball?
Yeah. Oh no, the pair of them. What are we going to do here?
Oh my God, Mario. I can't believe what I've just seen. First miss of the game, and Mario drops his chalk on the 6 ball. Oh,
Mario wasn't happy with seeing the first mistake, so he had to make a quick one to even it out. Oh,
goodness
at least
me!
they're finding it.
Yeah, but I know we're laughing and they're laughing, but to be honest, that was a huge moment in this match because that would have gave him a chance to take a 2-frame lead at such an important time. Glad that you can laugh about it, but inside he'll not be laughing.
No, I agree. It would be hard to imagine that a careless mistake like that could be the difference in this match, but however, these guys have been keeping it so tight and so strong with their breaks that it might come down to something like that, and that would be a bit of a shame. But again, they've laughed about it. We'll move on. Good cueing here needed. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I'm sure Mario won't look forward to seeing that in the highlight reel. However, Tobias brings it back to 5-5. It's not over yet. We're on a race to 8. And it seems that every time we switch to the other TV table, we see Pierre at the table. So that looks good for her, but I'll have a little look at the scoreline for that, and next time we bring you in, I will bring you the score. Now, can Mario shrug off that little episode we had in the last frame? He'll be looking to break and run here and keep asking questions of Tobias. However, this is the business end of the match and fireworks can happen, so let's see how we get on. I think, oh, there's definitely one or two gone in now, so a great spread, Graham.
Wow, another phenomenal break, and this will hurt, well, not hurt, but just goes to show if he had have ran out that last rack to make himself 6-4 up and then had a break like this, he could have been on the hill. So anyway, that's the past. The past is the past, getting. You can't change it. He just needs to focus on running this out. And again, like you said, very good break with options. Both balls are workable. It's just down to preference.
Yeah, I don't think that the 13 is going to pass the 5, or maybe it does from that camera angle. If it passes the 5, that might make his decision to go stripes a little easier. I think that's what he is electing to do.
Yeah, he could also them 4 stripes are all pretty close proximity to that side pocket, so his work and travel could be a lot easier if on the stripes, like you say. So a couple of stop shots maybe here. I think he could leave that one you just mentioned down the table to the end, just because the black ball is near the side, unless he has a perfect angle to take it.
No, I think you've got that right. In fact, I see a really nice pattern for him just to roll through to leave straight on that 13 into the, as we're looking at the overhead, the top right pocket there. And as you say, the 8 is perfectly on the right side of the table.
Yeah, he's played that interesting. He drew it back. I thought he could have played just a nice stop shot and played the 11 in the bottom. Might have to put a little bit of a draw on this one. He's going to play another. He loves the bumps. There's Mario, just nudging balls, which can help you, but also make things. Maybe it didn't go, Gethin. Maybe it didn't go. It does now, but maybe it didn't go.
He's really pushed the difficulty level up here, though, on himself, Graham.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think he's just asking the cameraman to move, I think, so he could have a look if this. It's the 15 ball. Does it go past? He might have to roll this 10 in the top left corner. This might be the shot.
Yeah, I think this could be a key shot of the match. Maybe of the match so far.
Wow, he's digging down as well, so I'm not sure if he's cutting it in, but he might be playing it in the top. Missed it. Missed it by some way, I have to say.
Yeah.
So
I think
Tobias.
I think Mario had a few head games going on there after the position of the white. And Tobias, looking down the barrel of stealing one against the break at a critical time in this match. So what do you think about that 6, Graham? Sat next to the 15 there.
Yeah, if it doesn't go in the bottom corner, then definitely goes in the side. Looks like it goes in the bottom corner, to be honest.
Oh, it does, yes, from here. Yeah, it does indeed.
So he's got options here. I mean, if he can get rid of that 7 at the top of the table and work his way down, would be handy. Not sure if he can just hold this. Might be a little bit too much angle. Yeah, he's played for it now, I think. So you will have to play that 7 ball, most likely, the way the balls are lying at the end. You play the 7 now, then the 4, then the 5, and come back for the 7 potentially, just because of how they're all lying.
Yeah, he's going around to have a... Sorry, Graham, he was just walking round to have a look at the 7 there to check on his line, so I think he's going to follow your lead.
just think the way the balls were, it made sense to take them all close proximity to each other rather than trying to go back up and then back down. So he's finished quite nice on this, so he can just draw this back off one rail. Probably a little bit of spin. You play this like a slow draw just to let the spin take, maybe. Yeah, nice.
Again, that's ball in hand position, Graham.
Yeah, he's a bit straight, so he might have to roll it forward, but that should be no problem. You can play the 8 ball in the bottom right corner rather than risking drawing back down the table somewhere for the side. I think he's even got a little bit of angle, getting just to pop it over. Yeah, he has.
Yep. Well, 2 rare mistakes from Mario Hay, and Tobias is looking at staring down a 6-5 lead with his break to come, Graham. It's not over, but this is a great opportunity for Tobias.
Yeah, there's been a few swings in this match already. A couple of dry breaks where they punished each other. A couple of crazy moments where Tobias missed and then Mario decided to try and move one of the balls with his chalk just for some fun, and that cost him that rack, and then and then a missed ball by Mario. So kind of a 3-frame bit of madness, but Tobias comes out on top with a chance to go on the hill on his own break, and if he keeps breaking like he has been getting, I mean, this could be 7-5 all day, and I'd love to go back on the stats, but he's only had 1 dry break, so if he's on 6, then he's run 5 of his own, I think, right? I would say.
I would definitely say that.
Something like that.
And another note for the stat book, I don't believe I've seen 1 safety shot. I'm trying to reflect back. The one obvious safety was right early in the stage where Tobias was caught down on the bulk end behind the 4 and he cut it in the corner bag anyway, so he's got one, Graham.
Yeah.
These Aramith balls are spreading beautifully. Well, there's a route for the 7 in the corner here if he wants to go solid, and it would get that difficult 7 out of the way. But Graham, he could go either way here, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way the balls are kind of sitting here, he's got a couple of balls down table he can work with. Probably run this through, maybe off 2 rails potentially, just to leave a nice relatively straight angle on the 3. I mean, if he can leave an angle to go straight over to the 5, that would be ideal. But if not, he still has the 2 and the 4 ball to help him get rid of that 5.
Yeah, I agree. That 5's limited up that end of the table, and he would be. Ooh.
No, maybe not. He might even have a nice angle to run off the long rail. But he's looking at the 4 and the 2, so he's come a little bit straight, but he will, what he'll try to do here, Gethin, is just leave it in between the path of the 8 ball and that stripe, just next to his 3 ball, just to leave a nice angle to get on the 5.
Nice. I think he just has it. Ooh.
He's a bit straight for me, so now he has to get it right this time. I don't think he can punch it over. He just ran it a little bit too far, so this is an important one. Stun run through maybe, just to leave an angle on the 2. Oh, he could punch it over. What a great shot. He just had enough angle. Punched it in.
Yeah. I looked forever and a day on the overhead there that he didn't have that option available. Well, that's saved him having to do something clever for the 5. Yeah, you just leave a little angle on this 2 and he can screw over towards the left hand rail. Good signs here, Graham.
very, very solid stuff, have to say. Been so impressed. And if Pongers is breaking and playing like this for the remainder of this event, let's assuming that he wins, or it's his winner qualification, so it's still double elimination. He's going to be very extremely hard to beat.
Yes, he is indeed. And he is the first player in the match to reach the hill, and Mario will be fully aware of that. Maybe reflecting back on the two rare mistakes in this match. However, he's got a chance now, our Austrian, to pull one back and start to ask questions of Tobias, but it begins now with a very strong break, Graham.
Yeah, it's a big break now, this.
Very few uses of the extension and no respite, so we're straight in. Ooh. Oh,
that's cool. He lost the cue ball there. That's why the balls didn't break in the kind of standard format, if you like. But he did get a ball. But there's a bit of work here.
Yeah, there is. And Mario looked like he just gave out a little phew. I think he was a bit worried the way the break went off there. But a ball did creep in the corner bag, and well, I would say solids, but there's a green striped ball that is threatening all of that.
I think stripes are good. I think he had a first shot there which gave him the opportunity to get rid of that problem, so all of a sudden stripes have become pretty nice. Like you say, that solid at the bottom of the table is not ideal, so being able to take stripes is good.
Yeah, and that first shot really opened it up. So, Mario being taking a bit of caution, understandable now. We are at the critical stage of this match. He's just had a look over.
Yeah, I think he's a bit straight on this, so he might have to... No, he's got a little bit of angle, but he could draw it. Choice, he could probably punch it up if he wants.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, he needs to find a good shot here just to get up the table. He's got one on the side there, so from this angle I'm not sure. He could kind of come back for this one on the rail if he wanted to, but I think he might try to get up the table somehow. Now he's going to try and come from this one, so yeah, it's a good shot. It leaves a nice angle to come over kind of on the long rail way standing right now and send the cue ball into that space.
And then would he be looking to put the 8 ball in the same pocket as where the pink stripe is going to go?
Yeah, I think that's his preferred option. He's just lined that up. All depends exactly how he lands on the last stripe ball, but if he can just draw this back, even if he lands perfectly straight. Yeah, he's just lining it there. He'd like to go one rail, but even if he does overrun it a little bit, he can still draw back from the left long rail and get back on the 8 that way. So this is... I don't see any problems for Mario here.
No, neither do I. And Tobias won't be too daunted because he gets the break in the next rack if Mario were to win this.
Yeah. I wonder if he's just landing just off straight, which is a bit more problematic, maybe. Yeah, he needs to come back off the long rail, pinch and pocket a little bit. No, he had enough just to punch it.
Yeah, nice. That's a nice looking shot.
Bit of a thinner 8 ball though, Gethin. This is not saying he's going to miss it, but he would have liked to have been a little bit straighter. So there's pressure on this at 7-5 down. Yeah, he played it went into the far rail, so any harder he could have missed that. But I think the good thing there was with the 2 balls over the centre pockets, I mean, there was no scratch on either, so...
No, but you were right, that was a critical shot, and his body language just after he played it gave me a little thought that that might not be going. And the camera moved. That was a little bit, but yeah, it dropped and brings Mario back to 7-6, and he will have to break Tobias's break here. It's a must as Tobias is on the hill, so Tobias looking for another strong break, as they've both been breaking strong today. And could this be his moment, Graham?
Yeah, well, he's hoping just to repeat what he's been doing for most of this match, I would say. Get those 2 balls or 1 ball in the side pockets, keep that cue ball pretty much in the middle of the table, and then run out. That's what he's been doing, and that's what he wants to do here. Take this match out now. Destiny in his own hands, that's what he wants.
Exactly.
Lost the cue ball a little bit, but he got the sides again, and 3 rail, 4 railer as well, so wow, what a break. So chance to win the match for Tobias. Yeah, the balls look pretty open. Does that ball go past that stripe? I don't think it does.
Oh, that's a great angle, and I don't think it does, Graham. That might make his...
Might go on the left side though, I think. So it does go in the left pocket, just not the bottom right if he chooses to go solids. Stripes could also be an option, just judging where. Yeah, it's an interesting one because he's going to take the rest. He's going to take solids. He's going to try and draw over and get this one off the rail first. Smart choice. Just needs to be careful.
Oh,
it's very close to that 4 ball. Goodness.
Wait, jeepers. I'd put it on the other side. Oh, heart in mouth stuff for us commentators, Graham.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of angle. Might choose to go forward for the 2 in the side here potentially. Maybe this 2 might present itself with a nice angle to get rid of that 6 just below the black. So all of a sudden, in 2 shots, he might have a chance to really see the finish line. That's what he's probably going to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's landed. Oh, he's landed perfect. So this is just pace control, and the good thing as well, Gethin, is just in case he is a little bit short, the 1 ball is there, which can give him another option, but I fancy him to get this perfect. Just roll it down.
Yeah, just float it down for the 6.
Absolutely flawless. Well, I have to say, if there was a rating in terms of performance, this is a 10 out of 10 for me. For Tobias Pongers, I'm very impressed with his 8-ball play.
Yeah. He has got a very good chance of climbing the bookies' favourite ranks. And I know from meeting Tobias here in the Netherlands in the past, he has a nice, strong collective of friends and fans. And I'm sure there'll be a few egging him on right now.
Yeah, he's just going to roll this through. He's probably going to leave the 4 ball till the end, potentially, depending on how he lands on this 5. I had a little bit too much angle, but that's fine. He's come the other side, so I think if he just rolls this through, rolls the 5 ball through, and leave a 1 rail to come onto the 8, that might be the preferred option. Just wants to make sure he's not. He could even leave it a bit straight, to be honest, and just draw it back even, looking from this angle. Yeah,
I think he's done just that, Graham. He must be picking up on your comms.
Well, he's making it look so easy, so we just making our work a little bit easy as well, Gethin. Just a slight drawback here, centre of the table, and I think, thank you very much. shake hands, and maybe we look back on that 6-ball chalk moment, and yeah, did it play a pivotal moment? I don't know.
Well, this has been very impressive by both players, but Tobias Pongers has bested Mario Hay. He's won this match 8-6 and progresses through to the last 64. Mario has a second bite of the cherry. Is that right? Correct? Is that correct, Graham?
That is correct. This was winner's qualification match, so he will have another turn later on until we get to the single elimination stage of the last 64.
And we have more matches coming up for you today, so please stay peeled, monitor the YouTube feed, and if you can, please like and subscribe. Thank you ever so much for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you again real soon.
shock, fell down and I swear.
No way.
5-4. Do you have video? They have video, but you can't see it in the way. But still.
hello and welcome, pool fans, joining us today from across the globe. And welcome to day 6 of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Pool Championships. We are bringing you these live matches today from the European capital of sport, Tallinn. The match being brought to you right now is 8-ball winners qualification. And we've just seen the lag, and joining me in the comms box and introducing our players today is my dear friend Pascal de Smit. Welcome, Pascal.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Gethin. Always a pleasure to meet you here in the booth. And we're looking at Ivo Arts versus Sanjin Pelevinovic. Yeah, that's correct, right? Sorry for that.
Perfect.
And both like super talented players. I think Sanjin is probably the more well-known of the two, but do not be mistaken by this Ivo Arts we're looking at right now. The pleasure of seeing him play many times because we live in the same country. Commentated on a lot of matches he played. I can tell you something. They call him the Buchten Butcher. They don't call him a butcher because he does something with meat. Just slaughters his opponents. So very dangerous. So
Yeah, you're right.
What's your take on this?
Well, I think you've just alluded to Evo there. Evo can pot for fun and make the game look very simple, and as we find out, or rather we found out from our earlier match, it will come down to the break and maintaining the break, and Evo has made an unfortunate miss on the 5-ball there, Pascal, and this is exactly what Sanjin wanted to come into after losing the lag. But yeah, I think you're completely right. Sanjin is probably the better known player. I've certainly seen a lot of him in action on the YouTube channel, and well, it'll be interesting to see how Evo comes out the blocks. It's not a good sign from what we've just seen, so let's see what Sanjin elects to do here.
Maybe just a little bit of early jibbers, maybe. Oh! Elected to go for the stripes there, probably because of the 7 and the 2 blocking the 11, well, and the 13, I think.
I mean, for his first shot of the day, Pascal, that was a very difficult shot he took on there. I'm sure he could have found an easier starter, but he clearly felt that was his path to success. Evo probably wouldn't have expected to back himself back. So he needs to stamp his authority right here, I believe. One thing we have noticed, and it's useful to point out now, is its alternate break, and that has led gratefully for us in the commentating booth to some absolutely corking matches, and I have no fear that this one is going to be similar.
Yeah, you could see both players all feeling the importance of this match. Winner's qualification. They both know the other is very, very capable of clearing every table. But Evo landing a little bit too straight here. So I see playing position for the side here. Just accepting a little bit more difficult shot on the 8-ball.
I think it looked like from the overhead it would pass the 9, but yeah, he fell a bit straight and had to take on this tricky 8 to the center. And he made it.
This for me, Gethin, is what 8-ball is all about. You can't play that perfect position all the time. Sometimes you have to just accept that you have to play position for a difficult shot, and have to, you know, accept what the table gives you. A lot of creativity needed sometimes, also some more tactical play, and there are a lot of more options than, for example, with rotation with 9 ball and 10 ball. It's just easy. You go from 1 to 2, very like a you can focus 100% on making the shot, just leaving the correct angle. But with 8 ball you also have to consider, yeah, which balls to take, which order to take. It's a lot more tactics, which is nice to commentate on.
Well, Pascal, I believe it's Sanjin's break here. He's just taking the seat. Small pause in the game, and you brought up a good point there. I've just had the pleasure of commentating on the previous match here on Table 2 between Mario Hay and Tobias Pongers, and their breaks were so strong, and it just came down to two mistakes, and that was it. The guys played so strong. Their breaks were with the difference, and I'm hoping that that's going to be the case with this game. Holding their break, running out, not giving any chances to their opponents is really the key for today. And as I alluded to earlier, I know Ivo can pot for fun and Sanjin can pot for fun, so it will come down to their choice of patterns and how they do face the difficult situations that they're left with after the break.
Yeah, it's funny, I commentated on a Dutch championships with Ivo playing 8 ball, I think in the final or the semi-final against Mark Bijsterbosch. And well, he actually played really good, but after I spoke to him after, and he said like, yeah, you know, this isn't the tactical part. I don't like the going safety or, you know, looking for this precise stuff. He just wants to he likes rotation more actually, so it's really interesting to see how he's gonna manage here in 8 ball, because he maybe doesn't really like the game, but it's not like he can't play the game. Know what I mean?
No, I agree. And you mentioned Ivo coming from the Netherlands. We don't have the pleasure to be here right now in the Kalevi Hall, the star-studded Kalevi Hall. If you can look at the background there, it looks beautiful there in Tallinn. And Pascal and I are bringing you our commentating from the Netherlands. So you may think that there is some bias within us. However, I guarantee you there is not. And it's going to... Yeah, the pause, it looks like the referee was just having a comfort break, and Sanjin, having sat in his chair for a little bit now, has to compose himself and give Ivo a little rattle with his break. So let's see how he fares here, Pascal.
Yeah, we talked a bit about Ivo there, but let's talk about this young man. 23 years of old, if I'm not mistaken, and already such a big name. Made a name for himself by just practicing hard, knocking on the door for big tournaments for a long time already.
Ooh. Did you see that little scratch on the back of his head there, Pascal? I think he's just overrun for the 4 here.
Sorry, he already got 1 European 10-ball championship title. So, this young man...
At 23.
Yeah, he really can play, and on paper should be slight favorite, I think, against Ivo.
Well, he has that cluster with the 3 and the 5 to contend with. From this angle, it's not giving much away, but I believe they both pass the 14. I did notice, Pascal, that Sanjin broke from just off center to the left as we look at it, and I've been watching most players break right down the center of the table, so he clearly has favored a different position to break from. Maybe that helps him avoid certain collisions, but he's come in at the right side of these two, but he's going to connect the 3 with the 3 if he pots the 5, Pascal.
Yeah, if he's lucky. Oh, he's going for the 3 there, just to, so he knows which path the cue ball's gonna take, or no, yeah, he's shooting the 3. Just
Now,
took his eye off the pot there for a bit.
Yeah, I think he did, or unless there was a small chance he was trying to play off the 14 there to open up the pocket for the 6, but with the cut that he had on, if he going for the pocket, it would have been hard enough in itself, so Ivo finds himself back at the table. And it's clustered right away.
Oh, what a good little nudge there. That's where you can see the level of a player he is. Just played that perfect.
Well, a lot of players would have gone into that with pace. That shows a good deft touch and good early signs for Ivo for the delicate shots.
At one point I heard someone say, or give the advice, practice like you're playing a big match. Play a big match like you're practicing. Think about that. Don't see Ivo play. Times in. Looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. 2-0. Just got it on pocket speed.
Yeah, he slides it in there. Yeah, I think he made the right the shot selection with coming off the 2 rails, but he did come up short, and that left that 8 ball was rather tricky. Ivo finds himself in a 2-0 lead, Pascal, and with the break, that's a good sign in alternate break for him. So Sanjin will be hoping that this is dry, or at least he gets back to the table to not let this deficit increase anymore. Did that go dry, Pascal?
He's got his fair share of options.
It's a good spread. Ivanovic will be an opportunity to stop Ivo's back speed. And I think there, Pascal, he could have gone either solids or stripes. But he's picking off the solids with ease, and his last 4 solids are all down the same end of the table. I don't think the 3 passes, so he'll may want to play for that now. Yeah.
Okay guys, sorry, just had a small technical hiccup with the mic. I'm good now, or at least I hope.
Well,
so sound should be better now. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Sometimes we faced with a few difficult stuff. So back to the match. Oh, this looks pretty solid to me.
Yeah. And the gentleman from Bosnia and Herzegovina has done exactly what he needed to do off of Ivo's failed break, and that keeps it interesting, Pascal.
Yeah, it does. As neutral fans and commentators, we would obviously like this one to go, well, at least stay exciting. So good one for the score, and also we of course want to see those players put each other on a bit of pressure, see how they react.
Yeah, we had a very interesting situation in the last match, Pascal. You may not have got to see it, but Mario Hay, surprise chance to get back to the table, and as he did, he dropped the chalk on the ball, committed a foul at a crucial point in the game. And the game was being played in such a good spirit that they both laughed about it, but looking back, and if I watch back on the Pro Billiard TV channel tonight, I think you'll find that that was probably the moment. So it can be such a game of few mistakes when these guys are playing such good pool. He seems to be looking at the angle on the 2 there and checking shape for the otherwise for the 9. I think his easiest starter would be the stripe, and yeah, the 12. So he snuck in behind the 10 ball, behind the 11 ball there, Pascal. That was going to be the tricky one down that end of the table. But he's
going for the 14 first to play easy position on the 10. And then after, look for a straight-ish shot on the 13.
Yeah, he had to play that one delicately. Would probably be quite happy with a straight shot into the center pocket on his next ball as well.
Yeah, so, and that's where 8-ball can look very easy, because now he just have to, well, stun or drop back just a little bit. But if he would have had like a slightly bigger angle, this would be a bigger challenge. Yeah, nice stun shot against 2 for perfect position on the 8-ball to the side pocket.
He's made short work of this, Pascal.
Wow, yeah, that's where I think the pro players can put a lot of pressure on each other.
Yeah, and if anything, Ivo was looking quite comfortable at 2-0 up with ball in hand for his break, and in not much more than a flash, Sanjin has brought it back to level at 2-2, and will start to ask questions of Ivo as Ivo steps up to break for our 5th frame. Winner's qualification, 8-ball.
So, yeah, there we have another dry break.
Yeah, Ivo
Both
not getting
players.
it winking.
Yeah, it's just with 8-ball it's so hard. You don't have any easy balls to make on the break. Sometimes they find this kind of break, but it's not like with 9-ball or 10-ball that they purposely going for, well, for example, with the 9-ball one on the spot, you would always go for the wing ball, right? But
Yeah,
8-ball,
indeed.
that's a little bit different.
Sanjin just played a lovely shot there to cannon into the 1 ball to hold for the 6. And he really seems to be opening up his shoulders now. So really good signs for him.
Yeah, good signs for him, bad signs for Ivo. And he knows he has to step it up. It is a winner qualification, so the loser of this match will still have a chance for qualifying. But you want to do it now, of course.
Exactly. I'm with you, Pascal, on that. Although we've seen some great performances from those who have taken the scenic route to the finals, so it's not all over. Yeah, something just came the wrong side of that, so I had to take a slightly longer putt. But this is looking formidable from here.
Yeah, that's good focus. So we jumped up a little bit.
Yeah, he did. I noticed that.
Maybe, wow, maybe
Oh.
not like fully dialed in yet. Just a little bit of nerves, maybe. Don't forget, like also the pro players. Oh, everyone feels nerves. It's just about how to cope with them, I guess. But you could see some there, I think.
We're just having a quick look while we're racking on our table 2 at our other live free stream. Played 8-ball between Max Lechner and Milankovic. So plenty of action to choose from as we see Sanjin line up for a break as he finds himself winning 3 in a row.
Yeah, so let's see there. Oh, almost made the 10-ball. Oh, a lot of balls almost went in. But yeah, you can't win wrecks with almost though.
Indeed, and that was a rack of almosts. One of the matches I had the pleasure of commentating on yesterday, we ended up calling the gentleman the evaporator because every time he broke there were balls disappearing everywhere, and his name will return to me rather shortly. But it's great how you can find terms for the results from breaks. It was incredible. But
Yeah.
Ivo has a
So-
chance here, Pascal.
Yeah, only thing looking at is the 11. I think that's the biggest challenge. If he has a position on the 9-ball, it's probably gonna be with an angle. Well, decided to try something there, maybe just a little nudge, but that maybe I felt like he could play the 9-ball and then open up the 11, maybe just bumping into the 11, playing it into the side, or have position on the 10. But now he has to do something extra. This also okay, I think.
Yeah, I do like that. I mean, moving that 6 away, if he was straighter on the 9, would have allowed him to screw back without too much to worry about. So he's pushed the 6 out of the way. It's a tricky shot though he's left with. Maybe he bumps the 4 now, or
Yeah,
better
or
still,
the
the
4.
15.
the
sorry, yeah.
11. I think it's the 11. Maybe he can hold it, but I don't think. No, he's just went for the bump. Played
Yeah,
a
he's
good
just
shot.
He's got the right angle, hasn't he, Pascal?
Yeah, I think. Well, it's not super easy, but he should make this. Yeah, there you go. But what angle does he have to go around the corners now to play the 8 ball in the same pocket, I feel. But can he avoid 2 ball? If he can, I figure he's going to real position here.
Yeah,
Otherwise he has to draw. Get like a more bigger angle on the 8. What's available in the top?
Yeah, he elected the draw, Pascal. You called it.
Oh, it went easily. I actually thought it was kind of blocked by the 4 ball, so I didn't thought it was an option. But yeah, great shooting by Ivo. Good to make a 3-3. Exciting.
Well, it was looking like it was going to get a bit more difficult for him, with Sanjin running 3 racks in a row. This is exactly what Ivo would have wanted. And as you notice, they're racking themselves. The tables are tapped. They have 1 extension per rack, and they are on the shot clock. And Ivo breaking right from the side of the table has been something I've not seen much of. So maybe he's trying to switch his break up a bit, and it looks like has been cool. Yeah, he's just choosing a different spot to break from, Pascal.
Yeah. Difficult opening shot. Not sure where he's looking at.
No, was he eyeing up the 9, Pascal? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, the 9 would be hard enough on its own, but then also like with the 15 there. Yeah, that was always hard.
Yeah, a little slap of the thigh from Ivo, but as well as he potted a ball off the break, he was left with not a lot. He's given Sanjin a look in against the break, and this will be an important rack for Sanjin if he can take it all the way. Are you seeing any... I'm not seeing any problems there, Pascal. What are you thinking?
Well, the only thing I could think of is getting a little bit funny on the 7. Like, but if he could, yeah, this is a great route. If he can get straight-ish on the 7, then he should be home.
Yep, but he didn't listen to you, Pascal, and he's come a little bit further past, and that 2 doesn't go into the center from our great overhead view there. So will he have to suck it up and take the long shot up the rail between the black? I think he is, you know.
Yeah. It's a little bit bigger angle than he would have liked. But I feel because of that bigger, the angle is a little bit bigger, he can play it a little bit softer, which is nice. Still favor him to make this though. Whoa, wow.
I was with
he
you,
will be
Pascal.
kicking himself.
Yep, I did fancy him as well, Pascal. I didn't think it was that tricky. but maybe he wanted to just make sure that he didn't run too far away from the 8. However, Ivo's got a little cluster by the centre there, and as we saw from Sanjin's first shot of the match, these corner pockets are not so forgiving on the Predator arc tables, so we could be seeing him develop this as a safety.
Wow. Played that a little bit careless, I feel. Because
Yeah.
Sanjin actually he can see it, so now he can at least try something. I think both bank shots are on. Well,
Yeah, I was just thinking, there is a small, very tight gap between the 10 and the 14 there, and it's not a bad route to go. Ivo will be disappointed he hasn't put him in a tougher position here.
and if he makes this, wow, look at this for a shot.
Oh,
Oh, and I think he has a bigger pocket there with the 10 laying there.
great
So-
call, Pascal, great call.
And I think he even checked that before he took on the bank shot. Wow, didn't even need it 10.
Congratulations. I mean, for our one pocket players that are watching from home, I'm sure they were jumping out of their chair at that bank shot. A definite shot for the highlight reel. And he had the thinnest of gaps to get that through, Pascal. And you saw it. You saw it. You saw both banks were on. I think he went the right route. Fraught with danger. Risk reward. Fantastic. He should be feeling fantastic after that.
Yeah, that was really, like, even though it was there, it still was very touchy. And then after that, he needed to settle with, well, you couldn't say there was an easy 8, right? So 2 really big balls, and it all started with Ivo. Well, he played a really good safety shot where he had a good chance.
No, and I think you're right there, Pascal. In the scheme of things, in the general run of the game, I believe Ivo's made more mistakes, and that will prove to be more critical as we get to the business end of this race to 8. And Sanjin has chosen to go solids, and they are all in very nice positions.
Yeah, I think because of the 9 and the 15, the stripes were a little bit harder, but you can also see the way he is approaching the table. He's fired up after that shot.
He's making it look like a series of stop shots, although he's elected to screw back for better position on the 3 here.
So I have to watch out to not draw in a way, to scratch in the middle. Of course he sees that, but this is just looking perfect. Get in.
Yeah, he really seems to be finding his stride now. This is a little bit tricky, and
Yeah,
as
it
we
was
saw,
a little bit. Sorry, get in. Go ahead.
and as we saw before, these pockets are starting to play even more tighter than they were. So I don't know. Yeah, very well done. Sorry, Pascal. Very well done.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit of an angle to the wrong side, and it was so straight that he needed to stun run to it. Just came up short, so it was little, well, I don't think careless, but could have given that ball maybe a little bit more attention. Made up for it though with a nice 8 ball. So This is very interesting to see because Ivo is going to the side for a second ball break. So making 2 balls on the break.
Yeah, that's the second time he's come over this side now, and both times we've got a little funny cluster over by this center pocket, and the overhead view there gives you a great perspective on how complicated that cluster looks. Now there is an opportunity to play the long 12 and
Wow, great call, get in, great call. So,
however, I don't think he's out of the woods yet, Pascal. That 9 is not in the healthiest of positions, and that and the 11 is also a little bit
well,
tricky.
I think he can play position for the 9 now. Maybe for bottom right from this point of view, or top left.
Yeah, you have both options, Pascal. Good call. And if he can just play this in and stop shot, he would be left with a relatively straightforward 11 into the corner.
Yeah, nicely spotted.
Yeah. Good signs for Ivo. It did look a lot trickier. However, he has made it look easier than it likely was.
Yeah, and there you see really nice second ball break, executed well. A little bit more work sometimes. We develop 1 or 2 shots, but I feel with the second ball break, because you get a little bit more clusters, but a lot of balls are on one half of the table, so a lot of times there's also more balls being closer to the problem to bump into something, or you know, to get a collision here or there. So if you're confident in your cue ball, well, sometimes the second ball break gives you more certainty with the ball on the break. That could really help you out.
And the way Ivo handled his first shot to sort out that cluster, when you know you can play a shot like that, that does encourage you a bit more. So Sanjin 5-4 up to break.
Yeah. This is the opposite of the second ball break. Full on, making a ball, big spread. This is looking as a good chance. Get in. What do you think he's gonna choose?
That's a really good question. Choices, choices, choices. He's just checking to see what passes what. Yeah, that's a really good question, and a good point that you made initially. Won't ignore the question, but breaking down the center seems to lend itself to a better cue ball, and Sanjin demonstrated a good control of the cue ball there with topspin to stop it dead in the table. And he's answered my question before I could get to it. Perfect. Because I didn't know which one, Pascal, by all accounts, and I was looking and looking while I was talking, but the answer wasn't coming to me. He's chosen solids.
Yeah, so some very important shots coming up, because the position on the 4 ball is only possible over there, just where he pointed his cue. So he played a really good position on the 6, but still this is a little bit of a touchy shot. Don't want to bump into the 10, for example. Oh, I don't know if you can play it any better. Well, he would have actually liked a little bit more angle maybe. So I think he has to settle for slightly longer. No, he could stun. He could stun past the balls. That's very, very good.
Yeah, really good. I actually expected him to take the 7 and the 1 out much earlier in this, but he clearly decided that there was enough trouble down the other end to sort out first, and he is looking very informed, but a little drop of the arms. I think he wanted to have the other side of this one so he could screw into the cushion and throw the white ball up towards the 8.
Maybe he has to settle for a little. Yeah, he has to do something special there. Well, cue ball.
Oh. I will watch that.
I have to say, he was almost straight on that, and to get that kind of action, that's. I mean, he made that look so easy.
Yeah, a little tap on the leg from Evo. That was a great clearance, and I will watch that shot back, because I could not see at all how he would get that cue ball up like that. And yeah, as you alluded to, there was some power in that shot, and it gives Sanjin a 6-4 lead, and he's getting closer to the finish line. Evo needs to step up with his break here and show to us all that he's not out of this yet. From the side. Well, I mentioned about cue ball control.
The 8 ball. Yeah, you're right, Gethin. You're right. Look at the cue ball.
Yeah, if the 8 had been potted, I do believe under the WPA rules it would be a choice to respot or to re-rack. If I have got that wrong though, Pascal, please let me and the viewers at home know.
Yeah, that's the rules I also am aware of, or the rules that I know. So I know there's even like somewhere in the States maybe, or there's this kind of rule in 8 ball in some regions where they play, if you make the 8 ball on the break, that you win. But that's definitely not a rule in this championship. So I have to manage the 7 ball. I would like him, if he wants to attack, to maybe take on the bank shot now, play it on. Oh, sorry, there I was totally looking.
No, me too. I was already looking at that difficult 7. You're right. That 7 is probably what has got him on the stripes, and now that presents him with a tricky 13. The orange stripe on the left there. So while he negotiates these, maybe we'll have a little think about what he's going to do there, because the 2 is causing him a bit of trouble too. Maybe he will look to do something here, Pascal.
Well, what about that, Gatin?
I really like that shot.
Couldn't have played that any better.
He's got to be careful he doesn't lose the cue ball here though.
Oh, I mean, like all the other times we saw some similar kind of shot going to the reel. It dropped, but there you can see the difference in between the first day or the first few days. Like after that, it's gonna slide a little bit less.
I think he cheated it in a way that he could hold the cue ball better as well, and very unfortunate. But what does Sanjin do now that that ball is in there? Can he play the 3 through it?
Yeah, if he's really straight and close by, he could try something, opening it up now, I think.
Well,
so yeah, I think
maybe had one eye on putting that stripe there. perhaps.
I think he's a little bit. The tree is a little bit better. If he would like, he could play like a straight position on it. But looking at the tree in the side pocket, this is not easy. It's a game, or at least a winning shot, I have to say. But still, I've also have the 5 still, which is not easy. Yeah, I think maybe he was a little bit too focused on the tree there.
Yeah, do you think he was looking to pop a stripe as a backup in case he missed it?
Yeah, I think so. Making it so it opened up for the 5. I mean, he had the 6 laying there, so it was a pretty smart move. But the pot was difficult. Oh. Barely went in.
However, this is exactly what Ivo needs, which is preventing Sanjin from getting to the hill and reducing the 2-frame deficit to 6-5 now. This is going to be a big break for Sanjin. Does he take himself to the hill here? What are your thoughts, Pascal?
Oh, he is breaking good, but as you and I know, pool is a very strange mental game also. I just heard a quote from Ulf Strickland recently where he said, like, pool is the game where you learn that you can be your own worst enemy. And I think after such a mistake, you have to forget about it. It's not always easy. Good
Very
break would
wisely.
help though.
Ooh. I think the 4 ball dropped in the center pocket, Pascal. I think he's still at the table. I believe he is, and yes, he is. Very good spread. Again, could go for either here. Looking like he's going for the solids with the 2 in the corner.
Oh, that's a favorable bump.
Yeah, that 3 will now go in the center pocket.
So after making the 6 ball, all the balls are out in the open. So the only thing you have to do is make up your mind which path you're gonna take, because there are a few paths that are all easy or all really good doable, but you have to decide, and sometimes in 8 ball that can be hard, especially when like all the choices are pretty easy. Just make up your mind and choose, because with the shot clock sometimes the clock can get you.
It looks like he's going to use the 7 for position on the 1. So wants to be particular here. But I feel that if he gets as straight as he can, Pascal, or anywhere around there, he can stiff the cue ball to put the 8 in the opposite corner. A little tap of the table. Maybe he wanted it to run a bit further, so maybe he brings it out a little bit more. Let's see what Sanjin does here. Yeah, he chose to bring it out.
Yeah, he's okay. A little bit of a stretch, shouldn't be any problem.
Good stuff.
So there you go. Sanjin on the hill against Ivo, and Ivo, so the only thing he can do is break and run, put a little bit more pressure on Sanjin, saying like, you know what, I know you're on the hill, but you're breaking now. If you don't make a ball on the break, I'm gonna win this match. So
Yeah.
it looks a big advantage for Sanjin, but big break here, big moment. Cue ball. Wow. What do you think, Etin? It doesn't look bad. He has some chances here. Not easy, but good chance.
I think if he wanted to go stripes, he would ideally not want that 9 ball where it is, because he would want to take that 15 out as early as possible. The ball connected to the yellow 1 ball there. So he may want to get the 9 out of the way now to open that pocket up for it. Whether he can play position for the 15, we will see.
Yeah, I would have liked to play position on the 15. Overran that, I feel. So I have to
Does
go
this
with the
ball
backup
pass
plan.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that ball would pass the 4.
I
Could
don't
play
think
off.
it does.
No, I think he has to play off the pink stripe here to bring it round, the cue ball round towards the 5.
So a little bit of one pocket shot there, but
Oh,
just put on a little bit too much side there, I think, or just was focused a little bit on position, a little bit too much.
yeah. Understandable. Maybe he took his eye off the pot a bit, Pascal, but from Sanjin's perspective, he would like to take the cheese now rather than give Evo any more look-in. So
Did you see how fast Sanjin was up at the table after Ivo missed that shot? Felt like he watched a lot of Niels Vayen there.
good shout. Yeah, I think he can leave the 3 and the 5 till last if he really wants to, and play the 5 long up the table, but he maybe prefers to leave the 3 and the 6.
I think he's going 2-6 now. So now choose which is easier for position. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, the 3 wouldn't pass the 8 there. So, an ominous sign ahead of us, Pascal. Sanjin looks to be very comfortable right now. This will not be the time to make a ball foul. So, wisely tucking himself in for that one.
So this 8 ball for a winst against Ivo Arts. 8-5, there it is. And the handshake, Ivo going on in the losers round. Congratulations to Sanjin. Oh, this was very exciting stuff, right? Get in. Thank you guys all for watching, and well, there will be a lot of pool on. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and to share the stream. It's free, so just enjoy it with the whole pool community and friends. So my name is Pascal de Smit. Getten Davis, thank you for joining me. It was a pleasure as always. This was it for now. Thank you guys.
with Sanyin Pavlovich. First match at 8 ball. Started watching the first match. Was that right?
It was my first.
Ah.
I was one caller.
Right. So,
You can just say winner.
yeah. So I'm here with Sanyin Pavlovich. He's just won his first match at 8 ball. Evo Arts, always a tough proposition. How did the match go for you?
It went alright. He had a few mistakes. I run out most of my breaks. And as long as I keep running my breaks, I'm alright.
Okay, so you played in the 10 ball, didn't do so good in that. You come more confident in the 8 ball division?
Yeah. I'm alright. Mostly just really tired. The previous events, just going to rest. And just
Does it add a little bit more pressure being the defending champion?
really I've won many times. And, it's just I'm just trying to enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
wasted really 45 minutes, 1 hour.
But still, the responsibility is play 2 hours, right? Yeah, 8 balls.
I've been ocean and on rotated, I've been ocean. You know, he's gonna finish. Are you cold? No.
Why should I?
No, they said about like this area is pretty cold and like
We're from the north.
yeah, I know. Like this is not cold. guys both here, I will quickly do the briefing. Yeah.
Just a shot clock.
Just a shot clock. You know, we are only the shot clock. we start the match exact at like 12:30, right? So like 5 minutes before, we have to stop all the practicing if you want to go to the bathroom.
So you cannot start before?
No, we cannot start before because it's a separate production. When they give the check, I start the match and then we go to the lab, right? So you guys, you know about the shot
Yeah,
clock? Yeah?
1 minute after break?
1 minute after break, 60 seconds after the break. I call time when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, one extension and normal shot is 30. Right?
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Have a great game, guys. Please have your jacket over there. shot you score.
What's the time? What's the time?
It's like 10 minutes past 12, so you have like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would just take a one. He takes a one more rep if you want to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And welcome back to the Epbf Predator European Pool Championships Day 6, our third round for today. And a very interesting matchup in the first loser round between Petri Makkonen and Hussein Borankan. Yeah, most of people would not expect Makkonen to be in the loser bracket this early. We'll talk about that in a little bit. In the booth, Gethin Davies and Tim de Ruyter calling all the shots. Welcome, Gethin. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Tim. It's a pleasure. And it looks like Petri won the lag, but yeah, surprising to see him here at this stage. However, I'm sure it's a position he's found himself in before and fought back from, so won't be too daunted. I haven't had the opportunity to see too much of Borankan, and so this is going to be interesting to see how he comes out of the gates today as well. But a pleasure to be here, Tim. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, Petri, who lost his opening match to João Grillo from Portugal, 8-6. Very worthy opponent, so that's the reason why he's here in this round. And Borankan, he lost to Paul Vilches from France. So yeah, about Petri, I mean, definitely one of the biggest breakers in the game. He's not shy to break the balls firm, and when he gets going, he really gets going. So at times a very, very difficult opponent to play. Has won many titles. We'll expect firework from him. Yeah,
absolutely. And as you mentioned, a very strong breaker and key for these 8-ball matches, especially with the alternate break. And as we see now, Petri making short work of the balls down this end of the table, and now coming up for his 4 remaining colours here, solids.
Yeah,
but yes, I
the
believe
the only thing is to get on the 4 and the 1, right?
Correct, Tim. And as you alluded to, Petri's on the TV table. He's no stranger to the TV table. In fact, the last visit he had here in the Netherlands, I believe he won the tournament, the Orange Forks Open, and he will be looking to take that experience from the TV tables of past and put it into play today. And he's used that stripe as a blocker very, very well, Tim.
Yeah, looks like he's got the pace of the table down, which is always tough to do in the opening rack.
He will have definitely taken this for his opening opportunity of the first rack of this race to 8.
Yeah, this 8 to open the match with a break and run, and will give us a chance to have a look at Borankan, because just like you, I have never seen Hussein play, so I'm just very curious to see what he can do.
I think he will have to go all out attack, because Petri is already looking like he's not going to give an inch. So these guys do have a shot clock with 1 extension per rack per player. Let's see what he does here, Tim.
Okay, quite some oomph in the break, but that cue ball, oh, a little tap from the 12. Oh, look at this. What a way to play safe on the break, Gath.
You don't see this every day, Tim.
Yeah, what to do here? This is, I mean, I don't think I've ever experienced this. Is it? Yeah, if now it is frozen, I believe, so that is making things a little easier. As in, he can just tap it. He's allowed to hit the cue ball twice.
It looked like it rolled back onto the cue ball there as well. So we may be in a similar position for Hussein's shot. Well, this is a strange opener. I'm sure the fans watching at home are intrigued. I have to admit, I've never seen this either. Tim?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about what would be the best move in this kind of situation. I mean, I would be... Wow. How did he tap that cue ball and just... Because you're also playing to where... Like... You could either scratch... You could leave, for example, that 13 on. I think this is kind of a trap though.
It appears we do have a stalemate though for the time being.
Yeah, difficult job actually for the referee because he has to watch and the time and the shot.
One ball, 1 point. Time.
Yeah. They got us out of that situation, Tim, and he didn't scratch. Petri has options. There is a little bit of trouble up in that top right corner if he were to think about stripes, so if that 2 passes, he might elect to go solids, and from that great camera angle, it looks on. Yeah, Petri breathed out there with a big puff. I think he's enjoying the fact he's not stuck down there in that corner anymore.
Well, that will give him some breathing space, that's for sure.
Time.
Yeah, let's see, what's he going to do with the 4? Yeah, I was thinking cutting the 3 in the side, run into the 13, and the 13 might bump the 4 out. You're guaranteed to have shape on either the 5, 1 or the 6. Yeah, nifty little shot there. Nicely done.
That's a great goal.
Well, did not get on the 5. Still has the cut on either the 6 or the 7, but he was trying to keep it simple. Oh, he's massaging. Wow. Good shot there.
Yeah, that was a tricky shot. He must be feeling the table already, because he did, as you said, have the 6 tricky cut down the rail, but swerving round for that was perfect, and he got great shape on the 1 as a consequence. Is he going to have to bring it round the right side of the 9 here, Tim, or is he going to need to try and thread a gap?
I think he can go for... Okay, I was thinking maybe to go top left, but he chose to go to the 7. I was thinking about going to the 6. If I think about it, actually, this is a way better plan. Because getting from the 6 to the 8 is easier, right?
Yeah, if he can leave relatively straight on it, he can just float the cue ball and play the 8 into the right centre pocket. Yeah, Petri looking to take advantage of that tough situation in the corner, which someone had to get out of. And he steals a 2-0 lead. And he keeps, well, it's alternate break, but now that means it's his break. So that one was against the server, so to speak. Good early signs, Tim.
Yeah, definitely, like I said in the first rack, had or needed some speed control and found it right away. Then now in the second game had to play a recovery shot, a swerve shot. Also felt the table precisely there. So I think it would be more than good start. I think he's looking very promising for this match. I think Hussein could slightly start to worry. And it's still early, can you imagine? Oh!
Well, he's lost the cue ball there, and it's gone off the table. And you were pointing out all the right things there, Tim. Petri's had quite a variety of shots and runs under his belt already, whereas San Yin has, aside of a break shot, has had two very unusual tricky shots locked down in the corner bag. So he'll be looking to get a few shots under the belt and open his shoulders up here. Ball in hand, has to stay behind the line and play forward, I believe.
Yes, has to play forward outside of the kitchen.
Now, is that too tricky? The blue locked to the stripe there? Yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering, the two must not go to the corner, but really never had any doubt in the system that he would miss it to the side. Now, would be nice to get as straight as possible on the 3-ball, because you don't want to leave yourself that angle going towards the left where all the stripes are. You play to the 6, slightly straight, and the 3-ball doesn't go to the top left. And from this angle, as you could see, maybe just to the center pocket, but not the most ideal shape on the 6. Yeah, he's hung the 6 just because look at the shape he had on the 3-ball. Tried to recover.
Well, it did look as he hit that as it was going in, but it clearly wasn't accurate enough. But as you pointed out, he slid past the 3 and left him every opportunity to run out there and to sort of save himself from being out of position. Petri is now at the table 2-0 up, and he will be delighted at the opportunity to stop Barankan with a comeback. So let's see how he negotiates this. He's going to be moving balls, is he, Tim?
Oh, left-handed. Let's see what ball he's using to get to the 9. Could stay to the center of the table on the 12 to draw over. Could leave himself angle on the 11 to cross over. I do like that option. Oh, he went straight away from that 14. Interesting choice.
Cue ball's going to be running up this direction. And he missed it, Tim.
Yeah, just like I said, I was a little bit surprised he tried to go off the 14 to the 9, because from that angle he was always going to leave way more cut on the 9 ball. Well, at least a chance for Barankan to get going a bit. Let's see if he plays. Yeah, he is playing the combination slightly. It's tricky to play the combination if you can play the 6 ball full. Like he could have played the 6 and gotten shape on the 3, and he would be guaranteed to shoot.
That was a poor choice, and You know, a rare miss from Petri. He had a good opportunity there. I think you nailed it. He may have wanted to have taken the 6 before the 3 in that situation. And Petri is up out of his chair as quick as you can say Petri, so yeah, he avoided the 3 nicely there. Great position. And taking a 3-0 lead and not really giving Hussein much time at the table. These are warning signs for Petri's opponent. And 3-0, Tim?
Yeah, 3-0. And not really like Petri. Well, Petri started off nice, as in some good shots, looked to be feeling well. But of course, when I said all that, cue ball off the table, missed that 9 ball. So some visits for Barankan and could have closed the gap, but well, didn't.
Yeah, missed opportunities, Tim. And as we take a look over at the other TV table, we have another dear friend and great pool player, Albin Ushan, who has lined up against Giorgio. Be an interesting game to see how that develops. Albin was looking a little tired yesterday, but I appreciate he is traveling the world to get to us for this tournament, so very much appreciated, and hopefully he got a little bit more rest and is ready and firing today. So, the second break that we've seen from Hussein.
Yes, and first look at the table. Nice open spread, just around the 8 ball. Some pockets blocked for a couple balls. As you can see, the 8 only goes to one corner. The 6 does not go to any corner, I believe. The 10 was blocked to one corner, so there is some work. But got perfect on the 10, can play a bump on the 6 to have the 15. And after that, everything should be open. Oh, I had to catch it full.
Well, he did bump the 6 far enough away to ensure there's no trouble around the 8, but yeah, I think you're right. I think he's just come a little bit too far to play the 15 there, so elect him to go up the table.
Oh, and he's missed the 9, really? I'm so surprised. He also drew the cue ball too far to get on the 14. Like I feel like he's a little bit inexperienced maybe to play on the TV table, and then also the shot clock might be affecting him quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree. And also with 3-0, with a 3-0 deficit, he's probably feeling a little bit more anxious to try and get a rack under the belt. And that anxiety may be proving a little bit costly. Petri's just shaked his head there. I think he's falling a little bit out of position too, so...
Yeah, just slightly too short. Still going to cut the 4 in the corner, but a lot tougher now, including the shape, than he really wanted it to be. Is he going to run into the 14? Yeah, 14 put the brakes on the cue ball. It's back in line now. And a chance to get to 4-0. And I've mentioned this a couple times, so I'm gonna do it again because I find it such a big thing. Usually in these alternate break formats, whenever someone gets like a 4-game lead, all my alarm bells are ringing. Like, I just know that I have to take a timeout or do something to break the momentum.
Yeah, quite. And in contrast to that, when these guys are breaking well and it is keeping very tight, then comes down to who makes the first slip-ups. Petri will be looking to follow your comments there and get to that 4-0 line. Does he get another opportunity to have a say about that, though?
Time. Extension.
It's good to do a bit of that with the cube, wouldn't it? But something our dear colleague Graham was also pointing out is that when they are breaking so good, it can even come down to the lag with alternate break, and that becomes then a lot more important. Well, he's gone through that gap, Tim.
Yeah, and was not so easy to hold the cue ball there, especially cutting the 2, but managed nicely. Very soft touch on the cue ball. And 4-0 it is. The Finn is making the lead quite big now for Hussein to overcome, I believe. I mean, it's not easy. Borankan must think by himself that he's the underdog. And then knowing you've missed a couple opportunities already, kinda have to feel for him.
Yeah, and also Petri has pulled out a number of crucial shots when he's had to, and he's looked very comfortable in doing that, and they're all warning signs to Borankan. So Petri Makinen with a spring in his step.
Oh, look at that 13, how that hung up. The 5 ball still went, but in rare occasions you break them that well that 13 hangs up, and now suddenly it's a dry breaking your opponent can go. But it didn't, so let's focus on the run out. Do you see any struggles here?
No, but the stripe you mentioned rattling in the center pocket could have just provided him with his opener if he decides to go stripes. Is he a little worried about the 10 on the evaluation of which ones would be harder? I don't know. I think he will go stripes here.
Yeah, I do like to go stripes, and maybe he can use his 13 to go to the 9. No. Wants to pick that 11 ball away. I would like to cross over to the 9 right now instead of moving to the 14. Just feel like that 9 ball could be that one ball where you just can't get on it at some time. Yeah, at some point.
And it would open up the 12 ball as well.
Yeah,
So
some people
he's-
would have tried. Some people would have tried to get on the 14 and then drop on the 9, but now that only works if you're straight on the 14. If you get the wrong shape on the 14, now you're suddenly chasing the shape on the 9. So he's played it well.
We saw in our previous match Evo Arts not having as much success breaking from the center and decided to start second ball breaking from the side with a bit more success, but Petri I think will be sticking with his break down the middle and relying on his power and accuracy, because he is making short work of this. Doesn't need to do too much here. Maybe leave a little angle to run through off the cushion. If not, he could be able and should be able to screw back. Well, he's not only keeping us quiet, he's keeping his opponent in the chair. And facing, he's come out of his chair now for his break, but he will be facing a 5-0 deficit. Important times now, Tim. We think the Branken, it could be looking very, very ominous for him.
Yes, and I think this is the most important break for Branken to make a comeback possible. If he has a dry break here or something unfortunate happen, I don't think we will see much of him this match. So basically he made a ball on the break now, hit it head on, but needs to run out. Like it's kind of mandatory at this point. 5-0. How else are you wanting to come back? Like whenever you drop 6-7-0, that's where I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying I would not say it's a possibility for him with how Petri is breaking the balls.
No, and as you alluded to earlier, Tim, with this 8-ball discipline being alternate break, he really can't rest on any opportunity to run a few racks in a row. He's always going to be handing the ball back to Petri at some point, but I agree, this is a must clearance for him now. I think he's okay here, Tim, with a little drawback to leave an angle on the 9.
Yeah, just make sure you have a slight angle to stun over for the 12. He should be out here. I mean, unless he takes his eye off the pot of the shot itself, but basically 3 stop shots coming.
That was a good break, Tim. It was a good break. As you so eloquently stated, should be 3 stop shots. And I think you've nailed that. 5-1. Facing Branken could be mounting a comeback. I'm sure Petri will want to say something about that. And as we look over at the other TV table, just take a look at Albin Ushan taking this shot. We have a lot of 8-ball coming for you today, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are enjoying the stream and the commentating, please do like, subscribe and share the streams. I am also aware that you're able to click notifications on, but yes, please do. Pro Billiard TV. Petri Macklin to break.
Yeah, what a break again. Overall has been breaking really well this match. Just that one cue ball off the table. A little bit more tricky layout this time. As you see, the 2 and the 4 got together. I don't think the 2 still goes to the top left. And the 6 is together with the 14. So some struggle. Possibly could do something if he gets on the 12. Maybe shoot the 14 in the top left corner. Starting off with the combination.
Yeah, this 14 is very tricky, and knowing these players quite well, they tend to like to get into their problems earlier rather than later. Maybe he's looking to do something here with a lot of side. Clipping the 6 out of the way, leaving the 14 available for the corner. That would be a shot, but his cueing is a little bit tricky over that 5-ball.
Yeah, good shot. Perfect. Now it's just a matter of getting a nice angle on the 13 basically to come back out for the 8 in the top left corner soon. So stop shot here, either straight on the 9 or an angle to get to the left side of the 13 works. So don't think he can land too weird on the 9.
That flick of the 6 was sublime. Really opened this up for him.
Well, also in case he hit the 6 a little bit off, he always had that ball in front of the side, so well, he did get straight on the 13, Gethin.
Are we going to see a long 8 up the long rail?
Yeah, I
Or
think
is he
so.
going to force something? Yep, you were right, Tim. He felt very straight on that, and this was what I think the best he could get from that, really. Well, he is making it look easy, Tim.
Yeah, definitely some strong run outs. If you look at the clusters we've had overall in this match, we've definitely seen some clusters, and yeah, it doesn't really seem to be a big problem.
No, and it just goes to show that having the accuracy coupled with Petri's power is really making the difference here. I'm not saying that Hussein isn't breaking strong, but we certainly know that Petri is with consistency and taking advantage of it, so Borankan needs to win this one from his break, I feel. And that does look dry, Tim.
Yes, indeed. Now, as you can see, the 15 and the 11 in the bottom right corner, both blocked by the 7, so that's why he's going for solids. A little bit straight on the 5, actually. Definitely not what he was wanting to do. Surprised, because it wasn't too tough to get near the short rail. Can he still draw out and get on the 1? No, he's going forward.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of lapse of judgment, and now he's just up against it a little bit more than he'd hoped for. Yeah, electing to play that long 1, but he's kicked the 3 a little bit further down. But as you see from this camera angle, it goes. I think his frustration is more with not being able to see that 6, but it looks like it goes.
Yeah, didn't really think the 6 would go, but definitely saved him. Oh, it goes to the side also.
Maybe it didn't go, Tim.
Well, I thought the 6 did go to the corner, and I definitely would have liked to shoot that to the corner instead of cutting it to the side.
Well, I'm not too sure if that 13 is causing him a problem. Oh no, he's fine. But I think the 15 might be causing him a problem because Petri's 7 ball appears to be in the way there. So, not going to be an easy ride, and that 10 ball now becomes tricky with Petri moving the 3. So, he isn't going to be able to get there the easy way. This will be a good test for him.
Would you consider banking? Oh, Whoa. So much happened. I didn't know where to watch. I was gonna say he could have considered banking the 10 instead of taking this kind of risk, because the 10 really flew all over the place. Could have tied up something, and if you look at it, the 8 is blocking the 9 in the top right, so that was not the thing before he shot the ball on the side. So let's see.
Yeah, that was an incredible shot. He played into the middle. He played it off the 3 ball to get some action, and actually pushed the 7 out the way to allow these two to become available for this corner pocket. So taking rich rewards, but yeah, the 8 could cause him a problem if he doesn't get this cue ball on a sixpence, which I think he has done. Great shot. I can hear you thinking, Tim.
He's slightly off. He's not straight in on this 12. I'm not saying it's a tough shot. I'm not saying he shouldn't make it, but okay, he's recovered.
Yeah.
You just never know.
No, exactly. You're correct. So 6-2. We're back to the magic 4-game lead. Can Hussein start clawing back into this match? Petri will want to have something to say about that. Lovely view of our star-studded Kalevi Hall. I was just looking at the scores of the match on our other TV table between Albin Ushan and Costas Giorgio, and it appears at the moment, if it's not changed, that Albin is 5-1 up. So may think that it's plain sailing, but as these matches are being streamed live to you all, you have the opportunity to go back and watch any of your favorite plays whenever you want, sorry. And right now we are having the pleasure of watching Petri Makinen against Hussein Barankan. 6-2, Petri to break.
Wow, that's the break. Love it. Didn't make any balls in the side, but if you're crushing him like that, something else is going to drop. Not very often you're gonna break dry if you hit him like that.
Not very often we will get a wow out of Tim, so that must have been superb. And I think you're right. Although he's avoiding the middle pockets, which a lot of our other players have been making, he is finding a lot of other pockets, and more importantly, he's not been tying up the cue ball.
Well, let's say it different. Every time Petri doesn't make the balls going in the side, he likes to have a higher percentage in maybe another ball dropping. Well, I would say this is the best way.
He made that look easy into the tight middle pocket.
Let's see. I think the 1 ball. I think he was trying to get on the 1 ball, but now. Yeah, okay. For a second, was doubting if he was going to shoot the 7. I think I would like to go. Okay, probably is looking at playing 7-4, 3-5, and then leave the 6 to get to the 8. No. Quite some traveling.
Oh. Do you think he was hoping to finish for the 3 there, or was it always the 6?
I think it always has been the 6, because why would you want to leave the 4 in the bottom side of the table? Like now he still has a 6 to drop in between the 10 and the 13. Then he can go up table, use the 3 to get to the 5. I mean, that's what I was guessing, but he at some point looked like he was disappointed not to be on the 3, so maybe he had something else in mind.
Yeah, and with our great camera work, we're able to pick up a lot of the players' expressions. Petri being one that does like to advertise his thoughts through his face, so it's great having the extra cameras to get that experience. And as with the overhead, you see, he is going to have to be pin perfect this shot. He's leaning back, Tim. As if he was woeing the horse. He was looking for that to slow up.
Well, I don't think he really could have gotten any better on this 3-ball get-in, and if he gets to the short rail... Oh, okay, he left himself the other angle. I was thinking leave the cue ball on the short rail and stun straight over towards the 8. He's going just topspin, plain topspin.
Will we see Petri Mäkinen make the hill?
Oh, good stuff. Another breaker run.
Well, that's exactly what he'll want to be working on for the rest of this tournament, because as we've seen in our earlier matches, it's the break and runs that tend to be winning the matches, and with alternate break it's the quickest way to put the pressure on your opponent. And talking of pressure, it probably wouldn't get much more than this in the sudden death stage of the tournament. Do we have a twist yet to come in this match? Let's find out.
Oh, close to scratch. The balls didn't go on the side, but the 9 found the corner. A last call for Hussein Borankan.
Yeah, the cue ball's just come over to the side here, but as you mentioned, he made a ball in the corner pocket and he's eyeing up these stripes. Maybe at this point, Tim, you will have the attitude of, well, let's just go for it. And let's see a bit of magic. You can see him. Some of the pressure off his own shoulders. Yeah, I like how he's played that, Tim. You can, from that camera angle, it looks like he can run through to pot the 15, sorry, in this bottom right corner pocket. Maybe he has to take a little bit of care with traffic, finding position for the 8. Yeah, I wasn't sure if straight was ideal. Leaving this angle, I did say traffic, Tim.
What to play now?
I mean, for me, I would try and just play as deep a screw as I can and bring the cue ball up towards that middle pocket. But it's a tricky shot, and Borankan is not me. Yep, he doesn't like it, Tim. He's coming back down the table.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, I think I might just choose to stop the cue ball. I'm not to draw all the way back. Yeah, just missed it. And a chance to close out the match for Petri.
And do you think that was all down to Sorry, Tim, do you think that was all down to falling out of position on the 15 there, or could he have gone for the 15 anyway?
I was thinking about playing the 15 and maybe travel 3 rails to get to the 13. But yeah, guaranteed it was a positional mistake. I mean, of course he's supposed to make that 13 and draw the cue ball back, but it basically happened because he got wrong on the 15.
Yeah. And Petri finds himself in a good position here, Tim. Would you consider him a favourite even in the losers bracket playing like this?
I mean, the tournament is still long and it only takes one set, especially in the single elimination. Only takes one set where your break is maybe not working to drop out of the tournament. So super tough to say with 8-ball. But yeah, I mean, considering the fact that he's one of the top players out there, he's one of the favorites.
Yeah, we will both certainly be keeping an eye on him as this tournament progresses. However, Tim, is there a twist yet?
Oh, has to cut this in the side. This is to make it to the next round in the loser bracket. This 8-ball to the center. Call this extension. Apparently he's feeling not too comfortable cutting this.
Well, he has a 7-2 cushion, but still, he will want to pop this and not sell out.
Yeah, the 8 is in, and Petri Markkonen goes through. Unfortunately for Hussein Borankan, who's out of the tournament now. Petri wins 8-2. Thank you, Gethin Davies, and myself, Tim de Ruyter. And I believe our next match is like in an hour, so make sure you get some lunch and be ready because we will have plenty more action to come. We'll see you guys soon.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, so good thing that you said it because someone's gonna say it to me anyway. It's something. Yeah. Just like we don't think about it. Like when it goes wrong, it stands up from the chair. I just collect people. Yeah, exactly. You never call one of these, right? Yeah. That's the fucking world we live in, you know. Somebody's gonna want to win too hard. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I understand the things here. I always think, in my opinion, a little bit too strict, but at least it's like consistent. Doesn't matter who it is, they're gonna say it anyway. Sometimes it's a little bit silly, but it is what it is. It is what it is, yeah. Alright, thank you. Have a good day.
clean.
Yeah.
You can do that. And 5 minutes before, you will stop this thing, huh?
5 minutes before.
Yeah. And you guys know the shot clock? Yeah. You have to explain everything to you guys, or no? You got it, right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
Do I need to put my stuff over there?
Yes. So only have time for like one rack each, okay? Only have time for one rack each.
Yes.
If you guys are fast. So don't be offended if I stop in the middle of the practice just to get ready, okay? Don't be upset if I stop in the middle of the practice. Just so you know.
You just need to be really fast.
Yeah, it needs to be really fast and I will make sure of that. So I'll give you equal time, huh? Yes. Nice. Just to make it easy, you want to rack for you quickly?
Thank you. You're gonna rack during the match.
No. During the match, you guys do your thing. I'm just making it faster for you guys so you have equal time.
Okay.
Okay?
Nice. Thank you.
Go for it. All the lag and everything you guys need to do. On the shot clock. On this. Back. not interfere with your game unless you guys call me to come to the table. Right? I will not call any foul, nothing. Unless you guys want me to be at the table.
So we are wrecking both.
You guys will wreck all the balls, everything. I will keep 2 balls just for there for you guys to start the leg. And everything is on your own. Unless you guys call me to check somebody, that's only the time I'll come. I only do shot clock and only the time. Yeah, that's it. Have a great game, guys. Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
And welcome back to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is day 6, and our next match for today is a under 23 match, and we are playing 8-ball. This is a loser qualification match between Lazar Kostic from Serbia and Emil André Gangflet from Norway. In the commentary booth, I'm happily joined by Eric Gorlefsen, all the way from Canada. Welcome, Eric.
Pleasure to be with you guys. Looking forward to this match.
Yeah, for a second, I was not too sure what tournament they were playing, as I couldn't find them in the draw. But they're playing the under 23 division, and the reason why I was confused is because both of them have been competing against the top pros too in almost every event in the year. So yeah, they're not too shy to step out and play against the better players, and then now they basically went back to play within this category.
Especially Emil. Emil's been kind of playing a lot on the international scene. Just taking a look at his past results from 2023, he's a past under 23 European 8-ball champion, so he's won this tournament before. Lazar has represented Serbia at the World Cup of Pool, so consider him one of the top 2 players from Serbia. You probably know a little bit more about him than me, Tim.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with both players actually. A little bit more with Gangflut than with Kostic, but I have seen Kostic for quite some years now. I think the first time I seen him, I went to Serbia in 2017 or 2018, so has come a long way since then. I believe he's also European champion in the junior division. I think bronze medalist at the World Junior Championship, so definitely one of the better junior players out there. Now just trying to step it up in the under 23 division.
Early miss from Kostic here. Gangflut is straight in on the 3, so he'll start there. Looks like the 5 passes the 14. Every ball pretty much open except for the 2. Up and at this run up pretty quick. What do you think about the planning for the 2, Tim?
Yeah, that's a good call. I'm not too sure either. Will he try to leave himself some angle on the 1 to run into the 8, which pushes maybe the 2 open, and have the 4 as well? Or it's a tricky one.
He's actually
would
running
save
out of balls to play position. It's kind of... Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, he made the couple easy balls. So now he's waiting to get to the 2 ball. Can he go forward maybe 2 rails off the 4 now and nudge something?
It runs into it, but you're pretty much going to have to move it. Kind of a backdoor run out here from Emil. Just taking a guess. I mean, I understand the 3 balls were at the same end of the table, and that's typically how you want to run the first 3, but kind of leaving the tough ball till the end here, so might have a little less experience playing 8-ball.
Well, the other thing I was considering is the fact that this might be his first match on the TV table. And we are using the shot clock, so that might be one of the reasons.
Definitely, and especially playing 8-ball, the shot clock's more of a factor. He did make it to the quarterfinals of the 10-ball division of the European Championships. And he's an absolute up-and-coming player on the international scene. I like his style. I think it's very compact. Seems to be improving every time he comes out.
Yeah, I don't really think the issue is within the queuing part. I mean, I think he has a nice stroke. In general, nice clean style as in playing shape. Just maybe a couple choices still, some experience most likely to gain. But definitely for Norway's future, I would say a good prospect.
Does have a pocket for the 2 here in the top left. Tough one.
Yeah, had to slightly cheat it to be able to make the 2 ball, and still had to move the cue ball over. That was probably a little bit too much. So definitely a chance for Kostic to get going a little bit. Missed the first shot he played right after the break.
Kostic a big favorite here in rack number 1 with only his balls left on the table. Anytime you leave a world-class player with in an outnumbered situation like this, they're a big favorite. Just looking to move the cue ball the least here. 12's a little trapped under the 2-8, but should be okay playing onto that ball from the 13. Straight here, Tim. I mean, my only option might be still on the 15. I think he will try to get more angle on the 13. Option on the 13 is to roll through to the short side on the 12, and that's what he's considering now.
Time. Extension.
Kind of funny when you've been playing rotation for the previous tournament and then you're playing a game with so many choices like 8-ball. If you were to prepare for only one tournament, you'd kind of get more in gear for just 8-ball, where you'd have kind of prepare yourself for more choices.
Well, one thing I have experienced myself playing the European Championships is that you start off with a straight pull and then a rotation. So usually when you have prepared well on shot making, you're in good shape. But then when the 8-ball comes, I feel it's mainly just, well, you're trying to leave yourself straight everywhere or just the perfect angle. So it's more like a cue ball control thing instead of a lot of shot making like in rotation.
Right.
To then whenever we start with the 9-ball, that shot making has to be back. And that little switch, I've seen many players struggle with this, and including myself.
Kostic getting through well in this first rack. Good choice there on the 15, choosing to get more angle on the 13 and play the 12 in the most obvious pocket. And looks like he's going to take rack number 1 here. I've never seen him play. Just from rack number 1, it looks pretty impressive. He's coming in at a 700 Fargo, so he's about 57-point underdog in Fargo. But a player that's likely on the rise, improving all the time.
He is definitely a straight shooter. Was just surprised to miss that opening shot, but eventually still won the rack, so I mean, didn't really hurt him as much as it could. Yeah, just curious to see whenever we get more tricky patterns. It will be interesting to see their choices, because I just seen a couple great matches where, for example, Max Lechner only broke a run on his own break. Petri Makkonen, almost every break was a breaker run. I think he had one cue ball off the table. Besides that, all of them were breaking runs. So, yeah, they kind of showed me some impressive stuff. I'm just curious if these two have the same patterns, the same vision on 8-ball as they do.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one out, but leaving the 2-ball till the end there was a little odd to me. For Gong Flow.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna judge yet. Maybe now he has settled down a little bit more after striking some more balls, and the choices will become better too. Could be possible. Also has a pretty big break. Let's see what he does.
Nice hit. Wired ball straight back.
Yeah, cue ball threatened the corner just for a second as it got kissed towards that corner. Actually controlled the cue ball nicely, making 2 balls in the side. And I do favor the solids here, just because the 2 ball does go to the bottom left and the 9 ball doesn't. Not sure if you agree.
Yeah, totally. And he's on a solid, so he can get a start going here. Wants to get at the 2 as soon as possible.
Yeah, I probably would start with the 4 ball to open up the corner maybe for the 3 as well.
Looks like the 3 passes, but I didn't even mind going 4-2 at the start. Again, like we all know this, you know, you got to get at your problem balls earlier, ideally. I guess the 7 leads into the 2 okay, and the 1 leads into the 7, but he's got to shoot the 1 now.
Could go there now with the 4 ball.
Yeah, I think he's gonna favor just using the 7s, like a backdoor out. You're shooting the toughest ball last, but you have an idea that you're actually have a chance to get good on the toughest ball later in the rack. Guess who's going now? Yeah, it's okay. 3 leads into the 8. Little overrun here, Tim. Gonna have to contact the 9. The cue ball is playing up the middle after he contacts the 9, but it could be going a little too far to the left. Should be okay. Pocket weight speed here.
Yeah, watch out, don't draw too much, you might land behind the 12. Just stun should be okay, I guess.
Good out from Gung Float. Now, it's okay to take the tougher balls later in the rack if you have a solid plan to get to them later in the rack, and that's kind of what he did there. Ooh, miss from Gong Float, and Kostic is going to have his second open table to go up 2-0 possibly. Surprising that this is a loser's qualification match too. I mean, 2 strong players in the under 23 division.
Yeah, I was doubting to say this, but I'm gonna say it. I was surprised to see him leave the 3 ball there. Like, if he had waited so long to get to the 2 ball, why not just shoot the 3 first and then go off the 7 to the 2? Like,
That's
I was either going from the beginning to the 2, or make it the last ball and your shape has to be perfect from like on the 7 and the 2.
Right.
So
and the 3 led into the 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I just felt like I don't want to shoot those long shots playing 8 ball. And I'm not saying I cannot shoot straight in any way. I'm more saying I just really like to just stick with the angles and stay close to my work and not try to do too much.
I agree.
And that's 2 mistakes now in a row for Gangflut. And yeah, well, for Kostic is basically picking up the pieces.
Just trying to think of other strong players from Serbia. It's not many. Selj is Serbian, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he'd be the strongest on the scene right now.
Oh.
Look out.
Yeah, he played top right, but kind of played it in a soft way. Spin doesn't really grab that much on the newer cloth, so definitely not the tip position he was anticipating for, I would say. But he has a shot on the 9 and doesn't have to get straight on the 8. Just leave yourself lower and take a cut on the 8. Make the ball. Yeah, good shot.
Thin one to the side for Kostic here. Maybe might even go corner. It's so thin. He's going to the side though. Eight ball down and a little bit of separation for Kostic at the beginning of the match here, leading 2-0. We'll be breaking in rack number 3. Having a look at Alara. Can't remember her last name. Apologies. Did she win the women's 10 ball? I know she was in the final.
Yes, she won that. It was like...
Wow.
I felt like it was meant to be. George had the same thing. Like, she was, I mean, not only luck, but there was like weird rolls, and she took on the long, big shots. She made long, tough shots, but the shapes were a little bit off, and she really struggled to get over the finish line. But it was refreshing to see that a 20-year-old won her first women division title. So, yeah, I mean, I found it quite refreshing.
Good for her. Cue ball down. Playing WP rules. Refresh me, Tim. Are we behind the line here? I think looks like he's putting the ball by the head string, so likely.
Yes, yeah, you gotta play outside the box, so outside the kitchen. So cue ball in the kitchen, gotta play outside.
All the ball's wide open here. I think he'll favor stripes because of where the 3 is. Nine's got to go before the 14, but the 14 can be played on the right side as well.
Yeah, I might want to shoot the 11 ball right after this.
Yeah, it's kind of up there by itself. It could play back onto the 8 at the end of the rack.
Yeah.
I think the main thing here is getting rid of the 14. 15, 14, and 14 on the right side is a possibility. Not too much angle for that play now. The 9 can also play onto the 14 in the right side. Once the 9 goes, it has room in the same pocket too.
Another thing that's happening lately quite a bit is that there is quite some tournaments now changing to, for example, 4-inch pockets. So everybody's starting to practice on tighter equipment, and they're shooting more to the corners than to the side pockets. So not all the players are considering the center pockets as much as they used to do back in the day when they were like enormous.
Good point. Kind of funny angled on both balls here. Kind of prefer the 10 because the following angle avoids the ball in front of it, avoids the solid in front of it, and he is going to go 10 here.
Yeah, lay yourself in between the 2 and the 3, I guess. No, he went forward. It's fine too. The only thing I don't like is being straight on the 11, but I think he's fine to go stun right. 2 rails. Straight draw. I mean, still a fan of the stun. I feel it's always an odd feeling when you draw the cue ball off, like off a 11 ball like that. Like it's so in the wild to where the cue ball moves.
Yeah, more speed. Might have just felt he was a little straight there, preferred the draw. But Gongflo getting out on his third attempt. Unsuccessful on his first two, but getting out nicely on his third attempt. 2-1 overall score. Gongflo to break in rack number 4. What was the result in the men's 10-ball final? I missed that one as well.
Conrad just Sisson beat Stefan Kasper.
I mean, I haven't seen him play too much, but did you notice him playing at like a bit more pace than he usually does? Am I right on that, or is he normally a quick player? I don't know. It seemed like he was just really fast throughout the. Yeah.
He can play really fast. Like it's depending on how he feels. But when he finds rhythm, he plays this kind of fast.
Okay. So he just seemed really like nonchalant fast the whole tournament, and it worked for him. He won the tournament. Good for him.
Oh, good break here. Nice cue ball again. I believe the 10 ball does go to the top left, so it's just a matter of clearing the 15. So what I might try and do is play the 13 right now. Draw back to where I have a slight angle on the 9, drop to the right side of the 15 and play the 15 in the left side pocket, and then you have options basically to either have the 14, 12 or 10.
Yeah, or even the bottom left corner pocket is available on the 15 too.
Yeah.
Really big question if the 10 has enough pocket. I mean, I think he's actually looking at the 2 here because maybe the 10 doesn't have enough pocket.
Yeah, for solids I would say get rid of the 2 and the 7 as soon as possible. If he can play the 7 here, maybe go to the 6, now he's pushed it there, then I think it's alright.
6 is the toughest remaining solid for Emil. He can get on it right now, kind of drawing past the side near the 13. Gonna leave it for later, but it connects well to the 5. A lot of traffic going from the 1 to the 6, but it can be manageable. Especially if you get to the right long rail side of it. There's some small angle going to the left. Might try to develop it here. Just gonna take the busier route. Between the 8-13, I guess, Tim, or maybe play longer below the 8.
Yeah, I think you have to go longer. I don't think you can get closer. He was trying to get closer. The risk.
Look out for the 13. And another failed out from Emil here.
Well, I have to say that was the risk. If you're trying to get close to the 6, that 13 could come into play. That's one of the reasons why I was probably going to stay away from that 13 and go long on the 6. He's not on the 3 ball, as you can see, and the 5 does not go to the top right. Does the 5 go on the top left?
I think he's maybe thinking of that, or combo worst case scenario. The way he's looking at it, I think he thinks there's a 3/4 pocket for the 5, but extremely tough shot. No good. Tied up the 10, fortunately. Might be available, and the 12 kind of leads into the zone that he needs to be on for the 10. Having a look now. Seems okay with it. If the 10 goes, he's a big favorite in the rack. Not shooting the 12 first, so it's telling me that it's possible it is, the 5 is covering too much of it. If it is, he'll use the 12 to break it out.
Then again, I wouldn't want to wait all the way till the end. Even if the 10 ball does go, I would still like to get to that ball as soon as possible. Probably play the 9 and then get the shape on the 12. To where then if you run into the 10, you always have the 14 or 15 available.
Yeah, he might have been a little worried about how the 9 was blocking the 15, so still could take it near the end of the rack here. The way he's playing the runner, I believe it's available. Yes, the angle to break it out. If he shoots the 12, that'll let us know that the 10 doesn't go. If he shoots the 14, it will go. Yeah, it does go. Gonna have to avoid the 5 on the way back from the 10. Should be okay with draw. Oh, went into it that late, Tim. Odd. I mean, it's funny how the cue ball ended up. I think he actually has a shot, but...
Well, I think... Yeah, I was gonna say, I think there will be a referee to look at the shot. I think it does go, but... Ugh. See, only focused on making the ball, but if he could play that with stun, then he could have also drawn the cue ball out.
Sure.
So,
yeah,
a little bit surprised about the shape on the 8. Long shot, but this is to get a 3-1 advantage. Kind of important shot this is.
Sure. Overcut. Turning point early in this set. She left him kind of funny on the rail in 2 straight. 5 so close to the pocket, I don't think he'll be afraid to elevate if he needs to. And there it goes. Trying to get up for the 3 here. Nice shot.
Does have a slight angle, I feel, on the 3 ball. To where if he draws, he probably runs a little bit more towards the center of the table, so automatically more cut on the 6. Oh, one big shot. Back and forth with the cue ball.
Good. Big break for Kostic here.
Yeah, Emil really not playing that great overall. I mean, he's made... I think he's missed like 3 balls already in this match, and we're still quite early in the match, so... Maybe consider a timeout. Because he really didn't start off too great, and that is not suddenly going to change.
Yeah, he's made his mark on the international scene, finishing in the final 16 of the Spanish Open, a matchroom tournament. Any matchroom tournament is tough to finish in the final 16. Not too many other solid results of note other than that, but you can World 10-ball championship, top 32. But you can see the quality in his game, not quite in his first 4 racks, but whenever I've seen him play, he's impressed me. But this is the kind of start that Kostic was looking for. Emil on a break here, I believe. Yep. Just wondering why they're not actually breaking the balls. There goes Emil.
Yeah.
So we'll be on a short break here.
Oh. No. I don't know exactly what's happening. He's putting on something, so is he taking a break or is he just... No, it's not a timer. I think he was just cold and decided to put on like a layer.
Half timeout and Kostic obliged, kind of. I don't know. Odd one.
Yeah, could actually break someone's rhythm too, you know, those odd things in between. Yeah, not a horrible...
this time.
Not a horrible break if you look at the cue ball too, like... I actually felt like the 2 balls going towards the side, like they were gone-ish, like it... Not too sure if the rack was tight.
I think that must have been it, because he hit it well. They both went high the side.
Yeah, just wondering, like, I don't think he really crushed him that bad. He made a nice pop, nice hit. So not too sure exactly why it came up dry, and that's something I usually don't say. Usually I can find out why it's a dry break, but...
You're right, it was probably in the rack. 8 ball's a little tied up here. 5's below it, where he could access it in the bottom left, maybe. 13's kind of blocking that angle, though. It is available in the left, right, middle. Is it past the 14, Tim? I don't think so.
For a second I thought it did pass the 14, but then on the overhead view I wasn't too sure, so... Then again, I'm too afraid to make a call.
Yeah. Regardless, he's getting pretty quick through the rack here, so either not improper planning or the 8 does actually go somewhere. Looks like it might even be available in the bottom right. A little loose here on the pattern. Really, he's going to have to go 3, 4, get back for the 5. Got another angle of the 8. Looks like it might be available in the top left. It's okay here. A lot of traffic coming back up table. Looks like the best position option is one rail with left spin.
Could go around the 11 with topspin.
Yeah,
Think
I saw
he's-
that too.
Think it would end up above the 13, but
It's
could
kinda
also
playing
go
into
around
it.
the around the 9 could work too. I would
Yeah,
not
seeing the
consider
overhead
betting the
here.
5.
Yeah, just seeing the overhead here, I think that play with top right is actually tough. One rail. I think he might though. Around the 9.
Oh, nice little nudge, and he is. I think
he's
he's made
okay,
everything
small
around the
roll.
8.
Yeah, the 8 goes past the 14. That was a big question in this rack, but it does go.
Well, in that case, there was a huge nudge on the 9 ball to get to the 5 in the end. I was gonna say from this angle, it looked like the 14 really was blocking a part of the pocket at least. It wasn't a full pocket. Wow. This is not the first shot Emils has missed, and just every time, I mean, I know both of them, they play pretty sporty rotation. If you're gonna leave each other like this kind of scenario where it's just picking up the pieces and open layouts, you would have to favor them to run out. I mean,
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's what it's been for Kostic. About at least 3 of the racks now.
would you consider leaving the 14 there, so in case you would miss a ball, the 8 still doesn't go to the top left?
Sure, and I think the main order of business is to free up the pocket for the 10-12. So you want to get on the 9 as soon as possible, and that's what he's done. Little straight, but I believe it does have some angle going to the short rail. It can play through 2 rails here.
Now,
Kostic, a big favorite now to get halfway to the total.
yeah, I do like to get to the 11 ball here. Possibly just shoot the 12 and stun over for the 11.
It'll be Emil to break in rack number 6. But he's really going to have to come with a break and run here. Kind of getting a little dangerous on how many games he's trailing. Little off angle for Lazar. Will be able to manage. Oh, I thought he was going to take the 11. No, he is. Just taking a look at the angle for the 14. Going to come over to the left long rail here. I mean, this kind of lead, playing 8-ball alternate breaks, is a big lead because you got to figure the top players are minimum 50-50 to break and run the rack, and with a 3-game lead, the destiny is kind of in his hands here.
Well, almost straight in on the 8 to extend his lead, a 4-1. And I think it's... Is it him breaking too?
Emil is going to break this rack.
Emil is breaking. Okay, so that's possibly the only good news at the moment for Emil.
Just a quick question for the North American viewers: If we never tap the balls in North America, I mean, have you ever seen them actually tap the balls in? Is it hard? Like, is it a skill? I don't know. They just fall in so easy.
Yeah, so they have a special template for it.
Okay.
To where, like, it's like a triangle kinda, but then it has like a soft layer with holes in them. So you kind of put the ball in that hole, and then basically use another ball to make the dent. So to tap that
I
ball
didn't know
in
that.
there. And
Yeah.
well, basically, as long as you don't move the template, all 15 are kind of connected. It's like a magic rack kind of template, and then you tap them.
Right. For some reason, I kind of thought they just placed the balls by hand and hoped they were in the right spot. But I'm like, how can they get it that perfect? It's because there's actually a template where they tap them in. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to do that by hand. I mean, that would be tricky.
I think they did back in the day. I think I've seen them do it like that back in the day. But the rack was never perfect. But I can see how the balls are falling in when they're just racking them by hand here. It's definitely a science.
I mean, I did tell this to Graham too. There's only one situation where you can be a little bit not happy with the tap tables, and that's when you have to play very soft, like you roll over it to where the cue ball loses its track just slightly. But yeah, I mean, you cannot just have the exact perfect game of pool. I mean, that's just impossible. You either you want to have the rack tight, then it's gonna be this. Like, otherwise you'll have to deal with templates. Well, if you use a template, it's not always put on the table the same way. Like,
Balls
you can twist and
at the beginning of the rack or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but also it's also different. The referee might tilt the rack 1 inch to the left. The other player moves it a little bit higher. It's not the same. So it's basically not fair conditions if you think about it. So this is maybe the closest to fair conditions, but yeah, if you play very soft on top of the tap dance, then you could roll off. Yeah, I mean, that's the risk, I guess. I mean, oh, what has he done?
He's overdrawn this. Looks like the cue ball still could play into the 4, but definitely not where he wanted to be on the 11 here.
Well, does the 8 go to the bottom left? That's what I was wondering. I wasn't sure if it was...
So,
oh, we are
good
about...
recovery.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Did he get a little bit on top of the 5?
No, it's okay. Oh, sorry, I thought he was shooting at the 4. Yeah, he might be over top of it a bit. It's okay, just around the edge. Missed a couple balls, so just resetting himself here, making sure.
Ooh.
Wow, that went into the side of the pocket, and he's underdrawn it too. He's okay on the scratch. It's going to play short of the side, but another missable ball for Emil here. This one.
Yeah, managed to get there. Important game. 4-2, pulls one back. A lot will depend on Lazar's break coming up.
Can't be too many European champions from Turkey, I wouldn't think, Tim. Could be the first one, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it is Turkish Cypriot, so I'm not too
Right.
sure if we could call that Turkey. So that's subtle thing, actually. But I do not recall that. I know there has been one in the junior division, Berk Memecic.
Okay.
Pretty steady player. But besides that, I don't think. Maybe, well, that's from Turkey, Eylül Kibaroglu. But not from Turkish Cypriot, I believe. So that's also another feat, you know. At her young age, probably first time for her country. Can only grow pool.
Emil just up quickly here. There is a shot clock, so it is a strategy to kind of just go on intuition. Still a little surprised about how quickly he's shooting the balls. I guess they're all open. 11's going to have to be dealt with.
Maybe he just feels they're so in the open. Like he could roll maybe slightly into the 11 here. Or the 8. Actually, I'm not a big fan of moving the 8. Like he just did. Like he's blocked a couple pockets for the 10. The 11 is still not easy to get to. But, well, if he... Can he still go forward to get to the 11?
I don't know. I think he's running too squarely into the 8. He's in a small bit of trouble here, but he is going forward, so must feel like he can get to the inside of it. It's okay. Too much angle on the 11, kind of wrong angled on the 13. Could stun into the 6. There is the natural angle is kind of playing between the 6, 7. Good shot. Yeah, I felt like he had more angle than that, but slowed it down nicely. Gang Flut mounting the comeback charge here. 2 games in a row now. He'll be breaking in rack number 8. Kostic has hit the break well twice and not made a ball.
Yeah, I didn't really see
Didn't
see the break that much, as in the balls going to the side. Like the last break, I definitely didn't spot them, but this time I wasn't really tracking them. So I'm just curious, like, also if the balls are not tracking towards the side on my break and they're going on someone else's break, I'm wondering what exactly is the difference. Like, am I putting a different stroke on there, or am I hitting him slightly different or from a different position? Because, well, it has cost him 2 games basically now. I think Lazar is actually playing a better set so far than Emil. But yeah, in the end, we both know how important that break is in playing 8-ball.
Yeah. Emil looking to make the 4 or the 15 straight back in the side here. Been hitting the break well. Seems like a favorite to make a ball.
That's the
15
break.
Goes, cue ball perfect. I mean, the balls have really opened up over the course of the 8 games. It hasn't been many tie-ups. Just a couple questionable patterns from Emil and a couple mistakes, but really the balls have been there after the break.
Well, I think it's also because of the way he's breaking. He's not breaking overly firm, like too extreme, but he is actually putting a good pop on there, hitting him square, which makes a big difference too. So I think those factors like the medium pace pop, good accuracy, I think those things are basically providing him decent layouts.
Ten can play onto the 9 here. Nothing wrong with necessarily trying to get on the 9 right now, because the 10 plays onto the 8 okay too. Preference here. Good shot. It looks pretty clear to take the run out here. So 2 breaking runs in a row for Emil. If these last 3 go down. Kind of locking Lazar out for the last 3 games.
Well, still a little bit surprised he at the end is shooting the 10 to get to the 8. Sure, he has a decent shot. Most of the people would say, well, come on, he can go a 1 rail back to the center of the table. But how often have I seen someone just not getting straight on the 8, or maybe right on top of the 4 or something funny? He's getting there this time, but in general I like to stay away from it.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised he went 2 rails there. The 1 rail angle looked okay. Good replies from Emil here. Evening the score at 4 each. Lazar to break in rack number 9.
Yeah, and will be quite tight match eventually. I mean, for a second it looked like we might not actually see a big of a match here, but now we're tied at 4, only a race to 4 from here.
Emil kind of leaving the table again for a second. Lazar not right up to break. Again, not quite sure why. There he goes. TV timeout, Tim? Are we on live cable in Estonia here?
Well, possibly, but nobody has told me that, so I'm not too sure. Listen, there could be a possibility that the referee that's doing the shot clock might have to get to the restroom.
Hmm. Been playing much? I saw you played in the European Open.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot. I've been practicing a lot, working out, eating well. So actually feeling really good. Just waiting for the results to come at some point. But I'm also investing a lot recently, talking with some important people, trying to get the mind right again. So yeah, just that. It's been quite a progress, but hopefully soon, somewhere, I'll have a big result. Still looking to make a schedule actually for like May, June, July, August. Trying to figure out what is the right course, where to go. So Hopefully all the viewers
the
they
next
can send
one?
me a couple tournaments, you know. Well, I'm actually considering going to the Interpol Open in 2 weeks, around Easter. And then after that, probably going to China for the World Hayball Masters. I did qualify for that, but I haven't heard from them yet. So I think it would be time to get flights booked and possibly a visa, you know. So
Okay. How's
Yeah.
Hayball doing in Holland? Is there a lot of tables over there? Or?
no, not at all. I think there's like 3 tables, but they're slowly promoting it a bit, and I think it's still up to Joy to maybe get a player signed as well, you know, someone that actually promotes Hayball in every country, because yeah, I think it's quite a mix. Oh, I think I know what's going on this table. I had a feeling it was about the sweater. I thought it was allowed to wear the sweater as long as you would have a colored shirt underneath. But apparently he has to take it off now. So there might have been a dress code rule change, or I mean, I'm not 100% sure what is going on. But
Yeah, it seems like that's what it was. You had to take it off. Yeah.
yeah, it must have been something clothing wise.
Oh, look at this.
Okay.
Going from the back wheel. Filler-esque.
Okay. Well, I don't mind it. He's at least changing the brake after 2 dry breaks. I think it's very interesting how he's cueing very left in the cue ball to hit him dead straight and in the center of the cue ball on the brake. But
Yeah.
no result again.
Yeah, he's getting beat on the brake here. Bit of a tougher rack. We'll see if the 7 passes the 11. Just a quick note on Hayball quickly. There's about 100 Hayball tables in Toronto now. The game is growing over here. It's interesting. I've been to a couple rooms lately with 16 Hayball tables. I don't know. It's just popping up out of nowhere.
Ooh.
Good. So, first offensive chance for Lazar.
Did you really favor the stripes a lot more than the solids to not take on the 6?
Yeah, and if the 7 passed the 11, the 4 would have been the only tough solid. That's a typical rule in 8-ball. Like, don't give yourself a chance to miss a ball. So yeah, I think I would have started with the 6 there. I understand the 4 is tough, but so is the 10 for the stripes. Lazar's open up the pocket for the 10 here. 12's going to be the toughest stripe on the table, and he's looking at how he can get on it now. If he shoots the 9, does the 12 pass the 4? I don't think so.
Don't think so either, no.
Could play into it off the 10 if he gets the proper angle. Slightest angle going to the right here. I guess the 9 has to go. The 9's actually a tough ball, and he did get very well on the 10 here to get properly on the 9. 12's available to the bottom right.
Yeah, we'll have to go there right now from the 9, right? 9, 12, 15, 14, 8. I think that's what I
Yeah.
would play.
Little too much angle here, but he could draw it and play it with some left spin, slow the cue ball down. No, gonna go into it. Oh, a lot of cue ball movement now. I mean, I understand why. He had a lot of angle on the 9. It's reasonably comfortable to come across here. Just more cue ball movement than typical in 8-ball.
Well, he is queuing over the 8, so makes things a little bit worse.
He'll try to come between the 1-8 here. Taking a little extra time, just hasn't been at the table in a while. Just thinking out the patterns. It's the 8 pass in the left middle. If it doesn't, he's in a bit of a challenge for position. He took a look at it. Continued around table pretty quickly, so I think it might go. It didn't, and good touch draw there.
I might consider shooting this to the corner, but
I thought corner here initially. Never a bad
I mean,
thing.
it doesn't matter.
Closer pocket. Yeah, your personal preference there.
Oh,
Imagine that scratch angle. But good out from Lazar. Takes a 5-4 lead. Back to Emil to break in rack number 10.
well, you gotta give credits to Lazar because he's basically leading the whole match, even though he's not making a ball on the break. And how often do we get to see that playing 8-ball? Usually it's the one that's starting to break well, the one that's leading, because they get more opportunities. So it either says Lazar is just really grinding it out, or it really shows that Gangflut is really struggling. So let's see if we can see another one of those breaks. Has been hitting the break really well so far.
Wired ball down. Good spread. 3-14. One of our first tie-ups of the match. Odd to say, 10 racks in, but really nothing's been close to each other. But he is going to have to manage the 3 and the 12 here.
Yeah, just wondering, is he able to play the 2 and run into the 3-12? But it's a tough shot. I'm actually not a big fan. Is there a bank maybe on the 3-ball, or is the 8 blocking the side?
Yeah, I think it's available, but he'd want to avoid it. The drawing angle might be a little too far to the right here, but he could, could follow it.
Wow, he's missed the
out of
5-ball.
sorts. Yeah, I mean, he's focusing on the breakout there, but still. A lot of missed balls from Emil. Up to Lazar to take advantage now.
Time. Extension.
Yeah, now basically it doesn't matter if you choose the stripes or solids. And with the 4 not going to the bottom right, I don't mind him going for stripes. Oh, he didn't get on the 11.
Yeah, could throw it in. I think he has to take it because it leads into the 13 and it's the proper angle. You'd have to get a very small angle to be comfortable to get on the 13. Oh, he's going to jump it. Wow. Must be a pretty heavy swerve here. Reasonable jump. Got it. Lost the cue ball a little thin on the 13, but he's still on it. We should try to go all the way around the 12, kind of to the left of the 5. No danger here, but he's still in control.
Ooh. He's making things very messy here. still fine if he stops the cue ball. It's quite natural to get from 90 to the 8, but it's just longer shots, more awkward, jacking up now. Yes, missed the 12.
Whoa. Big miss in the middle of the match here from Lazar.
So focused on stopping the cue ball right there that he's just hit it dead straight instead of, well, cutting it that slight bit.
Big let off for Emil. And those are the kind of shots, if Lazar goes on to lose the match, I mean, you really have to look back and say, you know, if you're to do a self-evaluation, like shots like that just really have to go down. I mean, we've all missed them. But when you have a chance to kind of bury your opponent, especially near the end of the match, big turning point here.
Well, so far this match really looks like it's made for a hill finish. Only a 4-1 lead that has turned to 4 each. Now a chance that could have been 6-4 is turning into 5 each. So they are at the point of sharing the games.
Just noticing how wide Emil gets his bridge. It's always a positive thing. If you look at the span of how, I'm not going to see it on this one because he's off the rail, but if you look at the span of how wide his open bridge is, wider than most players. See if Lazar goes from the back rail here again. He's 0 for 3 on his last 3 breaks. Really, I mean, he made a mistake in that last rack, but hasn't made too many besides that. It's just been the break.
Would you considering breaking from the side, maybe second ball break, because really every time he has been hitting him square, he hasn't made a ball, so
yeah,
maybe just trying to leave something not so great for a change could throw Emil off even more.
Yeah, back to the head string, over to the right side of the table. He hasn't been over to the right side yet, so
that's the break.
And
that's it.
There goes the head ball finally, or the wired ball finally.
Oh, hit it the same way like Gangflut, basically.
Yeah, just kind of medium speed.
Tough run out, actually. It's not an easy one.
Yeah, 11 has to be real tight position. He can get there off the 10. If he gets perfect on the 11, could play onto the 14 and the 12. But you're running out of balls at that point. It's going to have to be real specific here from the 11 to the 14 to the 12 and then onto the 15. Ideally wants to finish below the 12, so he has some angle going back to the middle of the table. Close to the rail here, could be a little tougher to control the cue ball. Far enough that he doesn't have to elevate too much. Too far. No good. No good at all.
Ooh. Is he still able to bank that 15? Maybe 2 banks in a row? Well, he's getting a jump cue, so jump bank and then bank the 12 and make the 8 in the left center.
Yeah, he's scrambling now. Good result on the. Offers his hand an apology. Good result. I'm not leaving Emil anything here, but being outnumbered 7-2, Emil should be able to find a way to play safe on the 2 remaining stripes. Could be cue ball behind the 7. Even if you thin off the right side of the 1, you're going to be safe. Wow. If you go offense here, you gotta take care of the cue ball. Make sure you don't leave anything on the 12.
Wow,
That's
he
hard
did
to
not-
believe, Tim. I mean,
he
Go
didn't
ahead.
really have to bank that, right?
no kidding. I just played down behind the 3-7. You could have gone thin off the right side of the 1, not leaving anything on the 12. I mean, Lazar is still in an underdog position here, but why give your opponent any kind of chance?
I mean, is he in an underdog position? Because he could go 3 rails. He's going to be very near the top right corner if he does so, 3-4 rails. And then he has like a small cut to 15 in the side pocket and a long 8, but I wouldn't really say he's like a deep underdog. Oh, he came up really short on this. Is there a bank? Like around the 3? I think there is a bank.
There it is. He's having a look at it. It's reasonably dead in too. Big shot here for Lazar.
Well, Emil will really kick himself if Lazar manages to finish this, because he will learn it. He will learn the hard way. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great bank being in this being put in this position, but I cannot believe he got the opportunity to go.
There it is. Lazar takes back the lead. Rack number 12. It'll be Emil to break in the next rack. He's been breaking well. That's kind of what saved him in this match. He's had a few breaking runs, but multitude of mistakes from Emil. Possibly just has less experience playing 8-ball. I mean, the game looks easy when it's played by players that have played it a lot, but it's it takes thinking. It takes different types of thoughts, particularly compared to rotation. See if he can hold on here.
Well,
Breaks
he
it.
sure is breaking the balls. Like, I mean, I think he's broke the balls perfect the whole match. Just the fact that he's not running out, that's making his life so tough at the moment, because I would almost pay money to have the break like this over and over.
Yeah, definitely strong on the break. Again, up quickly here. It's like, what are you going to do with the 10? They are under a shot clock.
Well, the 10 does go to the bottom right, but then I would have probably played the ball he just had and try to go over there immediately.
Sure. Plays into the right middle, too. If you get on the 12, you could come 2 rails towards it. Trying to get on it now.
Oh,
He
nice
has,
shot.
nice shot.
I think that was so crucial. I don't think if he got too short on this, I don't think he would have gotten on the 10. So really a big difference. Oh, some angle on the 9.
Between
Also,
Yeah.
I was probably going to shoot the 11 as my last ball. Just because it's really tough to get from the 11 on any shot on the 12. Wow, good cue ball control. Played it very nice. I think he's got the perfect angle too to draw just away from the 1 ball. Just make sure you don't hit the 1. If you push the 1 over.
He's good. Well, good match going on. Entertaining one.
Well, let's see, 6 each. Race to 2. This is a loser qualification match. So the loser is out, the winner advances. Advances to the last 16. So important break. Lazar Kostic, broken perfect last break. Finally found something. Can he reproduce? Yes, he can. But again, the ball's going towards the side or not there. Does the 2 ball still drop? Yes, it does. Now, the 8 looked. Yeah, the 8 and the 15 are tied. I don't think it's possible to make the 15.
Apologize, guys. I just lost signal for a sec there, but I'm back now.
Yeah, try to just catch the 15. Has another chance here on the 13. Just gotta make sure he doesn't play it too soft, right?
Yeah, I don't want to get stuck behind the 8 here. But I agree, going into this with speed is probably going to produce better results. Oh, focused on the breakout, missed the ball. Did it cover the 1? If he did, there's nothing left. Yeah,
I was also considering maybe a safety behind the 8. Like just tap the 13 and play safe behind the 8. But no, the 1 is on. It looked to be safe, but
yeah.
Wow, then this could be very costly because he has opened up the 8 as well. Look at the solids. Now, can he use the 6 to possibly push the 8 off the long rail? Guaranteed to have the 3 ball and possibly shape on the 7 as well. So I'm going into the 8 with quite some speed. Trying to catch it full, trying to bank it over. Just like that. Beautiful shot.
4 balls the next problem for Emil. 5's not totally available, so still a bit of work to do here. 3, 4, 5, 7. Good shot. That's the angle to play in between the 9-10 here. Slightly too much angle now. Looking at the drawing angle above the 11, but be careful of clipping the 11 and possibly going into the side.
Yeah, might
It's
just
okay.
choose to
There's
go.
room.
Well, I was gonna say might
Oh.
be okay to just run into the 11, right? Just go forward, bump the 11, take slightly longer 7.
Want to angle on the 7 and then try to get closer to it. I was thinking even towards the 15, but look out. No good.
I mean, if you think about it, he is crossing his positional area, and not gonna say he was supposed to get hooked behind the 15, but the odds were definitely there. And how is he gonna get, if he jumps the 7 ball in, how does he get on the 8? Well, has made the first tough shot. Now, can he beat the kiss on the bank? Can he play with low left still? Draw the cue ball straight back and make the bank go short? Or with top right and cross the 8 from the back? But like I said, it's can be close on the double kiss. This is such an important shot too. Referee called time. It's close on the kiss. No. Double kiss the 8. And look at this open layout for Kostic. Yeah, really just handling the nerves here is not too tough. If he floats the 9 in, 14 goes to the side. So basically stop on the 14, nice on the 10 and the 11 next to it. So did play a little bit more pace on that. Did get straight on the 10 as well. So many options, just gotta make sure, well, just don't miss, right? I mean, it's always easier said than done. So let's see. As you can see, small angle on the 14 to stun over like a ball or two. Just making sure, just checking the angles. Well, did put himself straight on the 11, so he's not going to be closer on the 15, but can still go back to where he is now. Like I said, this is just the time to bear down and get it done. So there it is. slowly getting to the finish line. Race to 8, and believe me, at the age they are at, this is just a very important moment. I mean, it's the under 23 division. I believe Emil's last year, I think so. Lazar's first year. So Emil trying to close out this year's European A-Ball Championship with a title, of course. And for Lazar, he's definitely trying to have his breakthrough moment already. So 7-6 Kostic. Gauntlet to break the balls, and was looking good the whole match. Can he still produce under the gun? This is his last break. Not the same kind of break, but still has worked. Made a ball. Open chance. What do we think about this layout, Eric?
I mean, stripes look better at first, but then the 13 is in a tough spot. I don't think you can take solids. 3 and the 7 are in too bad of a spot, but he's going to have to get up to 13 pretty quickly here.
I do like what he's looking at right now. Playing the 15-11 combination and running the cue ball 2-3 rails into the 13. Actually, I like 3 rails. If you can play 3, you push the 13 off to the left of the table. And I mean, because you do it the first shot, you have a chance to still land on any other stripe. Needs a good bump. And he did get a good bump. He's on that same 13. Good shot there.
Yeah. Only ball he's on. Really might have had the 15 if not. A good shot from Gangfloat there. 10 ball passes the 8. 15's going to have to go first. Nice development in the first 2 shots here. I like getting on the 15 now, just making sure. Guess you could leave it till the end. Be on pretty small cue ball movement if you took these 3 at this end of the table first. Yeah, I think you will now. 14-9, 15-10. Well, you called it, Tim, about when we were at about 4-all. It's looking like Hill. It still is now.
Yeah, it just looked like both of them, they were kind of sharing the games. The only thing that could have made a difference is that game where Emil did not play safe and he tried to bank that 1 ball instead of playing safe, and Lazar made a crazy run out, including that bank shot and the long 8. That's the only real turnaround in the second half of the match. So, what has he played?
He just misjudged the thickness. He was trying to come around it, but this, again, this is what can happen when you leave the toughest balls till last. I mean, the way it ended up, he would have been tough on anything, but could have been some intuition there to play the 15 earlier. He still has the bank. He's not dead yet.
Well, the good news is too, if you leave the 10 ball very near that side pocket, in this case you might still get back to the table as the solids are not laying too great. So there's 2 chances: either make the bank and still run out, or if you can leave the 10 in a pretty open position. No, and oh, look at the 10.
Yeah, I don't mind just backing off here and seeing if you can get ball in hand, kind of guaranteeing the breakout on the 7. Lazar has the game in his hands now. He could play 6 and try to get on the 3 properly. Take one shot at the breakout. Nope, cue ball's going the wrong way. Don't play too many balls here. Take your numbered advantage.
Yeah, the more balls at the table, the tougher it will be for Emil to play defense as well.
Most obvious breakout if he does go offense is 3 onto the 4 and draw straight back. But again, I don't mind just backing off, taking a shot at getting ball in hand and kind of guaranteeing the breakout.
Yeah, I would consider maybe nicking the 1 in front of the side and leave the cue ball in the top right corner near, like behind the 4.
He's going to stay on offense. Doesn't really have the angle to draw straight back into it. Wow.
I cannot believe he's still going offense. He could play the 1 in the side and then run into the 10, pushing the 7 over, but I would have played safe a while ago.
Even on the first shot, he wouldn't have been. No way he could have been in trouble off the first shot. I understand maybe taking 1 shot at the breakout, but no good. Wow.
Well, and especially with that speed, how was he expecting to really open it up? If he had touched the 10, they would have frozen.
I think he has 1 more shot at getting into it here. I believe the 5 is available in the left middle, and he can draw over into it.
Well, he could also play for a bank on the 7. Eventually.
Yeah.
Probably my shot to go to the 8, then 5-1 and bank the 7 and make sure I... Oh, he's left. Does a 5 block the cross side? No, it doesn't. Oh, this is on. This is a chance.
1 more chance for Emil here. No good. Gonna have to be lucky to not leave anything, but might not have any tied up the 10 again. Holy, this match has had everything. Well, I mean, Lazar can still play safe here. Emil's still in an underdog position, being outnumbered 3-1. But definitely could have left him something easier in offense to win the match. Smart play there, playing the 5 near the 7. Would you ever just pocket the 1 here and hope somehow he doesn't get on the 7? I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but he can also use the ball in hand to shoot the 7 in the top left, so...
Right.
Maybe he can softly hit the 10 and leave the cue ball. I like this play as long as he doesn't scratch. Yeah, he's left the 7 ball on, but I was gonna say, if he just leaves the 5 and 7 a little bit doubled up, Lazar has to shoot the 1, can be tough, and then now with how the 10 ball ended up, it kinda lost its value. That's the sucky part for Emil.
I'm sure he plays enough speed here that he doesn't leave anything on the 10. No good, but he hasn't left the 10.
Okay, well, let's kick the 10 ball top left corner. Let's kick it in.
You have to. Yeah.
I think you have to go. This is probably the best shot you will get. Besides losing. I mean, realistically.
Like kicking this with draw and trying to come back into it. He is. Draw and speed. He's left the 7. Slightly too much angle to be comfortable to hold for the 1 or the 5, but I believe he will try to hold up the right side of the table. Behind the 1. It's okay. Choice of 1 or 5 here. I don't mind the 1. Really preference. So Kostic with 3 balls left to pull off the upset here. This will be a big win for him, getting back into the single elimination stage. It's been an entertaining match. And Cloth's had his share of errors. Just looking a little unfamiliar with 8-ball, really. It's understandable. It's not one of the games that's played as commonly on the international scene. There it is, the Tsar Kostic. He'll be advancing to the single elimination stage, looking for possibly his first under-23 title. Because he'll be alive in the tournament. That's it for Gong Float. He'll be in the men's open 8-ball, and still the 9-ball to come for him. For Tim DeRuyter, this is Eric Orlovsson. Talk to you guys soon.
Clement, you're doing the mixing on table 2.
Gethin. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And your last name?
Davies.
Davies. Gethin Davies. Do
Yeah.
you want me to introduce, or do you want to introduce?
I'm happy to do the introduction. Don't you, Pop?
Okay,
Don't
go
you
right
panic.
ahead. Good.
Thank you.
Sounds good. So we have Estonia and Serbia, with Dennis Grabe coming up first, and Pichel, Alexa.
You might just want to switch your mic off until we come in on the screen, George.
Sounds good. Off.
Well, hello and a big welcome to our pool fans joining us today from all over the globe. Welcome to day 6 of the Epbf Predator European Championship. We're bringing you these matches live today from Tallinn, Estonia, and the match now being brought to you is Team Serbia against Team Estonia, the first of our team matches in this event. And we are now looking at the lag, but joining me in the commentary booth today is a good friend of the teams, George Teachea. And George, I'm looking forward to this. It looks like Dennis Grabe. What are you thinking, sir?
Well, this is a great match between these two. They play very, very close to each other. Dennis, of course, has been on a very hot streak. Alexa, I haven't seen too much of, but he did well. He's been doing well throughout this tournament. He's got the break here. They'll be playing a 10 ball, a race to 8, I believe. WPA rules.
Indeed, you're right there, George. It's a race to 8, alternate break, and there is a break box in play, which they are not allowed to break inside. So you will see the players trying to get as tight to that normally. And Dennis Grabe is up after a dry break.
Yeah, speaking of that break box, the players have been using it very effectively. They can't come in, I think it's a diamond and a half from the rail, any closer to the center. And the balls are still breaking from their the way they normally do with a template. The balls are tapped in. They're not using the template. Dennis off to quite the start here.
Yeah, and we've had a good insight into Dennis's game, watching him in the previous 10-ball event, singles, and he will be looking to break against Alexa's break here. And as we've been, or certainly I've been finding out, those with the stronger break are taking advantage, but he's an uncanny miss there, Graham.
Mm-hmm. You know, the one thing about the break here is that it's alternate, so even though they can take advantage of the break, they have to give it up every game. They can't continue.
Can you see enough of this, George?
He's going rail first, I believe. And he's left himself a long shot, long pot on the 5. Or is that the 4?
Well, it's a tester for his first rack.
Well, the 6 ball is not straightforward for position. Does he go by the 10 is the question. But he'll be going, what looks like it's going to be going forward. Because of the side pocket, he'll risk the scratch. If he draws it. Now see, he's checking to see if the 6 ball goes.
Yeah, it looks tight between the 10 and also over here in the center pocket by the 9. You may have limited options here, George.
Pocket the ball and see what you come up to. The 8 ball also blocks the bottom pocket, so he can't just straight follow unless he uses speed.
Great spot. Great spot.
Still a tough pot coming up. And he has to hold on the rail for the 7 or take a steep angle from the middle of the table. you were right, Gethin. This potting here, it's going to be a very challenging rack for Alexa.
Well, he's floated
But he's
over
making it
lovely.
look easy.
He found the gap there that was not much to work with, and that has put him in a good position to hold for the 8. Well, I know in some of the 10-ball games we've been watching, George, you very rarely see the player come to the table and then give it back up again, and Dennis has done just that. So Alexa has a great chance to hold his break here and get off to the races.
Yes, you're very right. At this level, giving up an open table is deadly for the game.
Yeah.
And as it's proven to be,
these pros do not hang about. The level of play that we've been witnessing the past 6 days is fantastic. And to think, we're only halfway through the tournament, George.
we are. And one of the most inspiring things I saw was Dennis Grabe in a comeback in the final match of the Las Vegas Open here in the United States, and against Joshua Filler. He was trailing the whole way, and in the last 2 sets was able to defeat and win the title, especially in the shootout. What a great match it was. Look at this break.
Jeepers.
He's got the 6 and 10 are tied up, and his opening shot, he can address it, but the 3-ball lies very far up the table.
He really did hit that with a lot of force. He's a bit unfortunate to come out with such a cluster. However, it does look like his first shot will take the cue ball over towards that. He just has a precarious 3 to deal with next.
Exactly, Gethin. I mean, but just he's looking to go into it, but will he get a shot at the 3 is the question. If he goes into those balls, he has to hit them very precise, and still the 5 and the 9 could block the 3. Let's see what he does here. Important rack. You don't want to go down the first 2 games.
No, he's not looking so sure there, George, and it might be useful to point out they are on the shot clock. They do have 1 extension per rack per player. I think he's come out of that all right, George.
He has. He really has. About as good as he could have.
This could be the key shot for him in this rack.
I was wondering about that shot, Gethin. I thought possibly he would hit it harder and use both short rails to get on this 4-ball here.
Yeah, and also
because when you shoot it soft like that, you usually hang it up.
Exactly. And with this being 10-ball, that object ball will always be the object ball. It's been a little bit different. We've also had the 8-ball being played today, which is obviously a different discipline. And you don't mind hanging a ball in 8-ball because it's going to remain your ball. So a little bit different.
Exactly. Same as when you play 1 pocket. If you hang the ball, it's yours. It's there. But in 10-ball, it's a gift. 10-ball or 9-ball, it becomes a gift to your opponent. You're better off missing by a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Well pointed out. And that was something that Dennis failed to do there. And Alexa has put himself in a great position on this 7. Needs to make sure.
Beautifully struck. Some might try to hold it for the side there. It would have been too tight. He did that just very well.
Good sign of his confidence, George.
Yes, and a good result too. He opens up by winning the first 2 games in this all-important race to 8 for Team Serbia.
Absolutely, and good signs for them both there. One thing you did point out during the last rack was Dennis Grabber being out with you in the US of A. I just wanted to point out to the fans at home that we're bringing you these 2 free live stream matches on Pro Billiard TV with commentating. However, we're not at the venue. We are having the luxurious home office treatment, and you are over in America. I'm not too sure exactly where, but I'm in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. How's the weather with you and the time difference, George?
We're 10 hours different. We are having Chamber of Commerce weather here. We have the best weather in probably the world right now. This April 3rd. And it's just, I'm in Tucson, Arizona. So, dry desert.
Beautiful.
You guys are at the Gulf of Finland, which is a beautiful, beautiful city, I see.
Absolutely, and the European capital of sport for 2025, Tallinn is, so it's going to be a busy arena here this year, I believe. And
it's going to be a busy week for us too. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, day 6 only halfway, and we follow this with the Predator Euro Tour, I believe, as well.
Yes. Does that go from the 10th to the 12th, I believe? I know that the 6th and 8th, we have the men's and women's 9-ball.
We do indeed.
And then there's a break, and then it goes to the Euro Tour.
Well, after Alexa's break, he wasn't really left with too much, and he put Grabber in a bit of trouble, and Grabber, even though he got out of the snooker, has left an easy 1. Has he got enough angle to find some shape for that too, George? You tell me.
Yes, he does. He can follow forward here. He's got a nice angle. He has just enough angle to follow forward.
That's a great call, and he has done that very well.
Well, the rack opens up, but look at the 4-ball. The pink 4 on the knuckle of the side pocket. Does it go in the side or not?
Well, that's a tough call, and I don't think it passes the 10. And the 5 is certainly in the way, so he'll want it to go in that middle pocket. However, does it will be another question to answer.
If he's playing for the center pocket on the pink ball, 5.
Well, it would be interesting.
He's going to have to come. Yeah, let's see how he handles this. It's a 4 by the knuckle.
Well, he's played it as if it goes in the middle there, George.
And he played it very, very confidently with a perfect stroke to come down the line of the ball instead of giving himself an angle. If this goes, he should be able to bump it.
Oh, he dragged it lovely. I can tell you now, George, these Predator arc tables have nice tight pockets, 4 1/4 inch, I believe, and that is no mean feat, putting a ball that tight into that center pocket. And he's given himself a great opportunity.
You're very right, Gethin. The pockets are 4 1/4 to the corners, and they're 5 inches to the side. It's a 3-piece slate table, and it seems to be played beautifully. I mean, everything I've seen on these tables, even the looks are fantastic.
Yeah, I do like the darker pockets and the way it really shines out the cloth. It makes it really nice and easier for commentating, I think.
It probably makes it nicer to look in your home. The home tables are a room full of them. I tell you, these tables, they look really nice, and from everything that I see, the players, when they miss balls, they're very close to where they're attacking, and that's a testament to the table, because that means that they're playing right. These professional players, especially at this level, play so well that they rarely miss by much, and if they do, it's usually because the table's playing a little funny. You know,
Yeah.
they're not banking on the right angles and things of this nature.
That's a good
And
thing
he's
to point
off to a
out.
great start here. Great start here with 3-0. 3 games in a row from the beginning against Dennis Grabe. But keep in mind,
Dennis
Grabe is... Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying Dennis was just looking over at the other tables there, and I think he was just showing a little sign of frustration being sat down in this seat. So
Dennis is pretty even-keeled. He's pretty even-keeled. He might kind of nod, and you'll see a little smirk or a frown, but he's very calm. And there goes the 8-ball. Here comes the 4-railer. Straight in on the 1-ball. Will the 5-ball bother it? No, he's open. Completely open rack here for Dennis.
Yeah.
Getting down for the 2-ball is going to be, I don't want to call it a big challenge, but it looks like he's going to have to go with inside English and come on the top side of the 3-5, right through there. Or 3-6, excuse me. And look how nice.
Ooh.
Oh, he was bumped away from position. Now he'll probably just play a safety. But where to?
Yeah, there was always the threat of traffic there, but he glanced both the 6 and the 4, and it just kept pushing the cue ball over and over.
It looked like when he first glanced the 6-ball, he was going to be okay, but then it caught the 4-ball there and really hurt him. Not the best of rolls, but he bumped the ball, and you shouldn't bump balls.
No, correct. It's best not to in this discipline. We have been seeing a lot of ball bumping in the 8-ball, but when they're open like this, George, you really don't want to be creating any more problems than the ones that you face, so quite right to point that out.
I'm pretty sure he'll play safe here. He could go for this ball. It lays nice for that. The 3-ball's up on top, so his position's not a challenge except for the 9-ball. But I like the availability of the safeties, the stop shot behind the 4, sending the 2-ball up by the 3.
Yeah, that would be ideal. Do you think Alexa sees that shot?
I think so. It's a choice. It's a shot that every pro should look at. Can he hit the full ball is the question. No, he went for the make.
He was unlucky catching the knuckles there. I thought he was going to run into the 9 as a blocker. However, this is still a very good opportunity. There's a tricky 4 though to get to. He may have 2 choices here. Running off the short rail or screwing. I think he's going to try and run off the short rail. Oh, George.
He was trying to come all the way around with that ball. 3 rails, almost 4 to get on the 4 here on the bottom.
Yeah.
And Dennis was looking a little frustrated in his chair, and now he's happy to be at the table, regardless of whether he has an attacking position or a safe.
Oh, he's played a lovely 3-ball there, George.
This Grabe guy, I tell you, he's quite the grinder.
What were you teaching him when you were over there, or was it what you were feeding him?
You know, Dennis comes out here. It's been a few years now, I think, and I was doing commentary in the Las Vegas Open, and Dennis and Alex Kazakis sat in the booth with me, and it was just with me and I believe it was Jeremy Jones, and what a good time we had. And I got a little insight as to Dennis's mind, and he is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
Yeah, I will definitely have a listen back to that. As with all of the streams that we're bringing you here now, ladies and gentlemen, you're able to go back and watch them at will in the future once they're posted. And I can tell you from meeting Dennis around tournaments, he is a fantastic guy. Will always make time for you and is an absolute killer on the table. Look at that.
That's a ball in hand safety. You couldn't place that ball better with your hand.
He really does need to hit this, because if I'm not mistaken, back in the 10-ball, we have the 3-foul rule in operation, and that will be a quick point to Dennis. and maybe also a point to prove in the same breath. So let's see what Alexa can pull out here. 2 rails straight.
He has straight away 2 rail shot here, trying to kick the ball into the corner pocket. He's gone wide, right around it.
He has indeed.
And now he's not on 2. This is his first foul, correct?
Oh, I thought you said he had
It's
ball in
3
hand.
fouls. It was ball in hand shape. It was just like placing the ball behind the 6 with ball in hand. He made
My
the shot there.
apologies.
Sorry.
My
No
apologies.
problem. But this is wide open, so he won't play for the 3 foul rule. The 3 foul rule works very, very well. I'm a big fan of it because sometimes the balls just don't lay out for a run out. But even getting the 3 foul win is quite a feat. These players are so adept at moving the cue ball around, at escaping from tough safeties.
Yeah, and as Dennis showed there, if you don't get the cue ball frozen, which is a little one pocket trick that we like to keep pulling every now and again, you'll find these young professional players will pull out a jump stick and hit anything from anywhere. So you've got to keep your wits about you, and it's forced, I think, everyone's safety game to become that bit tighter.
And you made a very good point there about the one pocket. I actually play a lot of one pocket, and this one pocket will really help your safety game, because you'll learn to recognize extremely effective safeties up against balls, like Dennis just did on that 6 ball, and was able to close out the rack and finally get on the board. He not only trails by 2 games, but it is alternate break. You have to find a way to take Alexa's break from him.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I remember in a previous match that I was commentating with our dear friend Tim de Ruyter, who is very knowledgeable about this game. He was mentioning with the alternate break, when a player can get 4-frame lead, they tend to run away with the match. So Dennis has really pulled the stops out on that to stop Alexa from getting that 4-frame lead, and Alexa's responded with a great break there. But has he come out a bit? I don't think he can see the 1, George.
Yeah, the 6 ball spoiled the party there.
It did indeed. And maybe it's a good point to make now that you're allowed to have a push-out shot here, which means you can hit that cue ball wherever you like on the table, even electing to pop balls if you want. But wherever the cue ball lands, your opponent will have the opportunity to take on that shot or return that shot back to you. So I feel playing a push shot these days can be a real game turner, because those who play relaxed push shots find themselves in a lot of trouble. So if he is going to push, he's going to need to think about this, because Dennis will punish him if he gets it wrong.
Very well made point there. It's a very strategic part of the game. You want to give yourself something that you can work with, but your opponent may not think you can. So you're inviting him to give you a shot at the table so that you can work your plan, whether it's safe or aggressive.
No, exactly. And I don't know if you noticed in the previous camera shot, you saw the other TV table we're streaming at the moment, which is another Team Serbia, Team Estonia affair. And if and when we get the opportunity to, I'm sure we'll be able to give you a little update there. Dennis now making a decision on what he's going to do here. Not aggressive, George.
He was trying to get a full hook on that, but he still has left a very low percentage shot to the right-hand corner pocket on your screen. And he may even have a shot to the left-hand corner, but that would not provide position. So he'll probably go to the right-hand corner, or maybe play a safe of his own. He went for the safety all the way.
I think he was looking at that 7 and 8, and he saw that as a big opportunity to cover the 1 ball. How do you like that? I think Dennis fancied that, and unfortunately it's stayed in the jaws of the pocket, or rather fortunately for Alexa.
Well, it's now straightforward for Alexa to get to that fourth game you were talking about, you and Tim were talking about. But it'll only be a 3-game lead, but still, that's very big in alternate break.
Yeah, exactly. He's right on the pivoting point there. He's just... It looked like he had a little sigh about where he finished on the 2 here, but I don't think he could have finished much better.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nibble, could have got behind.
Exactly, George, and you alluded to that earlier. It's not really the discipline where you want to be moving too many balls or heading towards them when you're looking for good position, so I think he got away with it a little bit there. Just testing his luck.
Well, you know, when you bump a ball like you just bumped that 6, you don't always have to bump it where it hurts you. Sometimes you can use bumps, but you'd rather stay away because they're not all that predictable.
No, indeed, and I would hope you would tell that to the pool gods that sit on my shoulders when I play.
They can be cruel, those pool gods. Now you'll just draw this ball straight down to the right-hand corner. Avoid the side pocket and come on down for the 7. And should be able to close out these last 5 balls rather handily.
Yeah. And you've got a view of Dennis sat in his seat there. And I'm sure he'll be thinking that he doesn't want to be sat there for too much longer.
You come around 2 rails above the 9, shoot it in the same pocket as the 8, be straight in on the 10. Oh, he's going to go forward. He's going to come straight up the table with inside English.
Very nice.
Nicely
Fought it
done.
through them both. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball here, George.
That's perfect position. Alexa looking rather strong, not allowing Dennis a second time to the table when he comes to it.
Absolutely, George, and I think this is exactly what Alexa intended to do. I don't think he was going to expect as many mistakes from Dennis, and neither I think Dennis was expecting it either. A little bit uncanny, should we say, over here on this side of the pond, but...
Uncanny?
Uncanny, unusual.
I like that word.
But Dennis does have ball in hand for his break now, and as we watched with him in the 10-ball tournament earlier, singles, his break can really make a difference, and he can hit that hard, George. Wow, look at them balls going in.
Not only hard, Gethin, he's also hitting it very controlled. His cue ball is exactly where he wants it for the most part. And staying out of the way of the traffic that this break that's usually on this break. You have the balls crossing the middle of the table, so you don't want to leave the cue ball in the middle. You want it off to the side a little bit when it comes off the 1, and he's doing that perfectly on both breaks. He had a very strong break the last rack he broke, and again here. I think he'll clear these no problem. It's a beautiful break.
Yeah, I think he come a little bit funny on this 5, but you're right. He after a break like with caliber like that, you would really want to close this one out. He's just a little smirk on his face. He knows he should miss the 10 here, but he's going to be flirting over there with that corner pocket. Do you think he can screw back into the long rail?
It looks like he's going to. He might go 2 rails with it, just like this. Oh, and he missed the ball. He might go 2 rails and play position right where he did. And that's exactly what caused the miss. Is concern of the corner pocket and holding the speed for the 6 ball.
Yeah, that shot wasn't easy at all. However, what has he left Alexa here?
a straightforward run out. and he might find himself down 5-1.
Oh, he rattled that one in, and he's got lovely position. That will be a little boost to his confidence there. Yeah, you called it.
This is just so straightforward. It was just left so nice.
I think Dennis recognizing that too. He's holding his knee, and he's not really looking at the table here. I think he is with you, George. And this is this is exactly where you'd want to be to float up towards the 10.
How do you like playing Discetha? Do you like using the rail and coming across the 10, or coming straight down the long rail for position?
Straight down the long rail, like this, with a little trace of side, just to run it down towards it. But there is the danger of overrunning it and sitting exactly on the 10 ball, so...
Exactly why I asked the question.
Yeah.
Perfect. Now he's up 5-1.
This is looking very good for Alexa, and Dennis will be wanting to stop this momentum quickly.
For Alexa and Team Serbia. Let's see where they are here.
We do have 28 tables at this star-studded arena here at the Kalevi Hall, and we're in the basketball arena, and it looks like there are a lot of matches in play that are going to go a long way, whereas this one looks like, did look like it could go to Alexa a little bit sooner than the other tables. However, Dennis has been gifted a ball in hand.
Well, there's two other matches going on between Team Estonia and Team Serbia. This one and Milos Milankovic from Team Serbia against Karl Nagdenberg, and he leads 3-1. Then Mark Maji leads 5-2 over Haris Trotovac, who is from Serbia. Maji, of course, from Estonia. So they're losing 2 of the 3 matches that they're playing right now in this 10 ball against Team Serbia. They're trailing, excuse me.
Wow, that's
Things
a good
can
sign.
change.
Good sign for Team Serbia, and compliments on your pronunciations there, George.
I don't know that they were right, but I gave them a good shot.
You didn't trip up. That's the main thing. I normally have a little stutter sometimes, so I like how
it'll come. It'll come.
I do like how he's fallen on this. If he can just screw back off this into the center pocket, I would really fancy him here.
You know, one of the things about Dennis, he holds his nerves so well, especially when he's trailing. He is such a grinder. He just really works hard and can zone in when he has to.
And he doesn't seem too phased. Sorry, he doesn't seem too phased when a mistake happens, or even if the luck doesn't go his way. He still seems to just be quite metronomic.
There's a big word. I've never heard that one. Metronomic. I'll have to keep that one in mind. Look at this cue ball. My lord.
Well done. That was quick work.
Took full advantage of that. Sure did. Quick, effective, and efficient.
Yeah, and he's got the break here, so this could be the comeback.
Well, that's about the only way you can get back real quick is to close out your opponent's mistake or error. But there, I believe it was just because it was Alexa's break, right? If I remember correctly. No,
yes, it was.
No, it's
indeed.
not. It was.
No, I think Alexa scratched on the break, George.
Oh, Alexa did break. That's right. He scratched on the break. So he took advantage of that opportunity and never let him back to the table. And so when you take advantage of that, this break is very important here. If you win this game, and he's lost that one there, that's when it hurts. Is when you just got an opportunity and another good break, but he didn't have much on the one. So he's returned the favor. But Alexa can get to 6 games here.
Yeah, you're right, George, and it wasn't the favor or the right time to be returned. And he looks in very good shape here.
Yes, he does. If Alexa is able to close these out, it bodes very well for him here. It'll be tough to come back. Like you said earlier, a 4-game lead. It'll be tough to come back for Dennis on the alternate break format.
Yeah, exactly. It asks a lot of questions with the alternate break format, and Alexa has finished perfect on this. Just a stop shot needed. He's looking good, George.
As is Team Serbia.
Yeah. If it goes this way, it will put them in a real good position to go deep into this tournament.
Sure. At this point, Maji leads 6-2 over Tratovac. Maji with Team Estonia. And the other two teammates from Estonia are trailing in their games 4-1, and this one here 5-2.
Serbia looking to upset the home team here in Tallinn, Estonia. In convincing fashion.
So far, so good. And 6-2 it is, 4 games ahead. Now I noticed that you guys in Europe like to call them, do you like to call them frames or games? When you're ahead by 4, like 4 frames, as in snooker?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It really depends upon the background. A lot of the players I play around will say frames, but a lot of the 9-ball bread and butter American pool table players, I don't even think they know the word frame.
That's usually when you've been accused of something that someone else did. You get framed.
No, absolutely. And many years ago, snooker was mainly the televised sport here in Europe, and the lingo has seemed to stay in the dialect. However, as we're seeing now, and with a big thanks to Predator, I think we're finding that pool is gaining more and more popularity and getting a lot more visibility, and the internet is clearly helping. And streaming for free, well, that's just a Brucey bonus, George.
It is. It's quite, and getting into these tournaments for free too, especially here in the United States when they provide such a tournament as the Las Vegas Opens, and the World 10 Ball was held here for 3 or 4 years in a row. It's moving to Vietnam later in the year here, and will be presented by Predator in Vietnam. So quite a bit of pool brought to you for free.
It's a long journey pool's come through, and it's really starting to pay dividends. And the biggest win for me, George, is the level of players and the quality and consistency is just second to none. And it guarantees us in the booth and everyone at home quality matches day in, day out. And we've been treated to another one here today, and it looks like Dennis
is gonna close. This is so close. He can't play it.
I don't think he can.
His only out is to play safe or bank it cross side.
I do apologise. That might have been a bit of commentator's curse there, George. I should have buttoned it up for a few seconds longer.
Gethin, I don't believe in commentator's curse. I mean, you are in Amsterdam and I am in Tucson, Arizona, and they have no idea what we're talking about.
No, exactly.
So,
I remember in the good old days, George, when we would be commentating so close to the table that they would hear everything that we were saying. So I think this is a much better situation for them.
Exactly. To tell you the truth, in Las Vegas, they put us. We used to be up front and center on the stage, overlooking the pit table, the arena table, and they possibly could hear every so often. So now we stand behind the curtain, about 40 feet back from the arena, and there's no way they can hear what we're saying unless they make a great shot and I stand up and scream. Look at this shot. If he doesn't kiss it, it's in. But again, look what he's left. As they would say in Spain, no bueno.
He's going for it down the rail. Oh, he went for the bank. I didn't think that. Was that a bit of frustration from Dennis there?
A little bit, but it was a makeable shot, and it's a that's a very low percentage shot, but a makeable shot. The other thing he could have done there possibly was play at 4-rail safety to the bottom rail in the middle. That's one of my favorite safeties from that angle.
Yeah,
because
that's
now
nice
he is down.
safety.
He is down by 5 games and cannot afford any type of a mistake or a good roll by his opponent.
No,
so his
not
back is
at
to the
all.
wall. You don't get any more desperate than here.
No, you don't, and I'm sure a lot of the people in the crowd at the venue will be willing the Estonian team on, being the local favourites, and or the locals' favourite, but this is not looking good, and I think you're right. I think we're going to now be hoping for mistakes from Alexa rather than Dennis being able to lead this all the way, so a dry break just adds to the misery, I'm afraid.
Well, there's 2 things here that aren't good for Dennis, or the 2 ball lays, and the fact that Alexa has an option here of going for this ball, or frustrating him with a very effective safety behind the 7 ball.
Yeah, and if that was a bit of frustration from Dennis, he wouldn't want to be stuck in a difficult safety, but it looks like Alexa turned that option down, and he has found a lovely shape onto this 2. It was a difficult 2 to get to.
It appears to pass the 9, so that will be very playable. I didn't think it did at first.
No. And the camera angle from before didn't really give it away, but it clearly does, and I think the 4 will pass easily past the 10 down into this corner. Alexa on the hill in this position. Well, you know what I'm thinking, George. This could be...
Curtains?
Exactly.
That brings to mind an old cartoon. I don't know if you call them cartoons in Europe, but curtains foiled again.
Curtains, yeah, exactly. That's an American cartoon, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. And I'm showing my age.
Well, he decided to get close to the cushion so he can push the cue ball out.
Have a long pot on the 8 and come down for the 9, so...
Yep, I think you're right there, and he has done exactly that. So, this will be the key shot now. I think he just called an extension as well. So
first one of the match.
I believe so, and does show the importance of this shot. Ooh.
Always a little drama, but just very little because he's got a good shot here. Something that he should put down at this level.
Yeah, he'll be taking a deep breath here, George, on the hill.
He'll also be shaking hands with Dennis. And Team Serbia wins that match 8-2. Hit their teammates, Milos Milankovic, which still leads 4-1. That hasn't updated yet. Let's see if I can get a better score here for you. It's still 4-1, and Maji still leads Trotovac 6-3. So we'll be back with a lot more action. This has been George Teachea and Gethin bringing you the live action. Gethis, close us out. Bring us home.
Thank you, George. It was a pleasure, and I look forward to the rest of the tournament and working with you again. Thank you, and
likewise.
Take care, mate.
Thanks, everyone. Keep tuning in. We'll be back.
before we begin, can you come over here, please? To make sure you guys understand this about what happens. Please, after the match, after you finish, if one of the other team members are playing, you have to sit in these chairs. You may not go up there yet, because that's what they wrote me now, the new things. Women are allowed to go to the restroom even if you have used your time up. Okay, but you have to go quick. No coffee, no alcohol, no telephone, no cigarettes, toilet and back. You will probably be watched. And if there's an infraction, then it'll be a penalty against the players who are still playing. That's all I think. But who knows? I mean, I'm doing the shot clock. When you want an extension, look in my direction and say clearly, please, shot clock extension. I will repeat it, and that's confirmation. Okay? Good game. Good game.
Hello everybody, thanks for tuning in. It is already very exciting match, super tight leg. We're watching the team event, women team event of the Predator European Pool Championships. And we're at the start of the match between Pia Viller and Mirjam Alfons. Germany versus the Netherlands. Well, neighbors you could say. Always some healthy rivalry. My name is Pascal de Smit and joining me in the booth is Eric. Eric, how you doing?
Good. Good to be with you guys. Looking forward to a good match here. It's this team event is first team to win 2 sets. We're going to be in a match between Pia Viller and Mirjam Alfons. Viller to break first.
So interesting to see with the 8 ball what will happen. A pretty well easy break. Didn't punch it really hard. Looked really controlled, made a ball on the break. So Pia obviously been working really hard lately. Already got a gold medal in the straight pool. And Mirjam, well, she's still looking for that first medal in the European Championships. I think this is probably her second or third European Championships. I know for a fact that she worked really hard to get here.
Yeah, just to be able to represent your country in any team sport is an honor. I did look back at some of her results in past European Championships. She's yet to break the top 32, so we're going to feel her a pretty strong favorite in this match.
Yeah, I think Pia is the favorite on paper, but you and I know very well that in a race to sticks, a lot can happen. But yeah, from a betting point of view, the bookies will probably make Viller a big favorite here.
Yeah, I think if there's any game where upsets can happen a little more, it's 8-ball, because a lot of the games are decided off the break, and it's kind of a game where your opponent doesn't really matter as much. You're kind of just playing against yourself, trying to run the table. Viller looks pretty good to run the first rack here. Bit of tight position onto the 12. Cue ball can play between the 4-10.
Oh, it's
Gonna
gonna
run
bump.
into the 10 here. Kind of looks like the cue ball might play through the 1-8, but it's a small window. She'll be hoping it does fit past there. If it doesn't, she can consider drawing into the 8.
Yeah, still, was not her intention to go this route, so I have to improvise a little bit. I think it's just okay to go in between, like you said there, Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, good call.
It's the cue ball to avoid the 8 here.
Oh.
Barely does, but she's right over top of the 1, and this is not going to be good news for position on the 8. It is possible to get in a position where she can play the 8 into the top right, but things getting tougher here for Viller.
Try to make it. Don't hit the 1 ball. Just leave yourself any shot.
Nice recovery.
I think this
Long
was
distance on
pretty
the
much
8.
the best
She's
you
done
could
well
hope for.
Yeah, she's done well to get to this point after getting out of line a couple shots ago. shot. Good recovery.
What a recovery, yeah. So Pia holds her serve. It's now Miriam's turn to show this strong Germany. I mean, it's probably could be one of the favorites for the team event.
I would say they would be particularly strong with particularly strong with Kaplan and Filler, two of the stronger women overall in the tournament on the same team.
Yeah, it would be a bit of an upset, but on the other hand, maybe they could see it as nothing to lose. Also, softer break by Miriam, just like Pia did. I think she just hit it a little bit too low. That's where Pia went a little bit more head on.
Solids are looking better here, particularly on the opener. She's going to start with the 3. 6 is going to have to go before the 2. The 2 can be played in the same pocket as the 3. 1 ball's a little blocked by the 13. Might play over towards it now.
Yeah.
1's available in the left middle too. 5, 6, 1 can play all right here.
Good call. You could go from the maybe from the 6. You could go to the 1 in the side. Rex right like this. Then it's tough. You have to just play what you think is good in pretty short amount of time. Don't forget, the shot clock is, you have 1 extension and a shot clock is into play. So she's calling her extension now.
Yeah, players have been accustomed to playing with the shot clock, but not particularly in 8-ball, and particularly a game where you have to think a lot more. So, kind of on-the-fly decision-making is valuable in these 8-ball sets. She's still on the 1, I believe. The cue ball's kind of running into the 13. Might be just straight enough that she can pass through the 13. That'd be ideal.
Wow, she's looking really solid here, Eric.
Yeah, tough part of the rack done now. Very little cue ball movement in the last 3 balls. Played a nice pattern there. Got rid of the trouble balls early and well onto the final part of the rack here. See if she plays the 2 up into the long pocket or decides to draw above it. I think she'll just play the 2 in the long pocket, avoiding the 10-11.
Yeah, I like that. The only reason why she maybe wouldn't do that if she feels like the angle is a little bit too big. Maybe could try something, bumping the 2 maybe, but yeah, this looks really good.
She'll be breaking in rack number 3. Both women going with a softer break, so likely going to see some more tactical racks. Less of a chance of every ball kind of separating. With that soft of a break, they're really relying on the balls behind the 1. Pia did make 1 of them on her first break.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right. And yet, still, they both broke soft and both were a break and run and a clearance by Pia Filler. So she knows her way around the table and her cue ball control is really good. Miriam, the only thing she did wrong there was have a dry break, and yet she's 2-0 behind.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're coming in as an underdog and not really even giving yourself a chance to assert yourself in the first couple games. Always gives the favorite a little more natural confidence, being ahead. We'll see how Miriam can respond here.
Oh, little fun fact, Eric. My first ever house tournament in my life, when I was about 17 or 18 years old, I actually was my first match I played against Miriam. And back then it was very stupid of me, but I thought like, oh nice, I have to play a girl. Well, she just she beat me so hard. I never thought that ever again. So,
yeah.
she's been around in the pool scene in the Netherlands for a while now, and we all know she can play, especially when she's really prepared. So, but she has to get a chance to get going, and already under some big pressure now of Pia sending a message about clearing up every time she gets to the table. So that's gonna be tough.
Ball spread pretty well here considering the speed she hit it at. Making the ball behind the 1, didn't want the 6 to go down. I think she'll have to stay offense here on a tough bank on the 7. Small thoughts of playing the cue ball kind of back to where it is, playing safe, but looks like even in that case she might leave the 11 in the side.
Yeah, and I think
Cue ball's moving the right way at least.
Yeah, the reward is pretty big when she makes it, and when she doesn't make it, when she plays at pocket speed, maybe it stays over the pocket, could block some balls of Miriam. So I think all the more reason to go offense here.
Slightly overcut. I was actually thinking if the cue ball ends up near the 1, she'll be in a safe spot, and she is. She's only left a bank for Miriam. Thin cut on the 14. I think she'll favor the bank here.
So, but by any means, this is not a nice starter. Yeah, good call there, Eric. Wow, what an opener. Can she see
she's on the
14?
It's close. She's having a close look at it here. She's switching over to the 10, so just barely not available, or maybe just looking at that angle for position. But as you called earlier, Pascal, she's blocked off the pocket for the 11, the most obvious pocket for the 11. And not quite on the 14, so some work to be done here. I was thinking if she can move the 7, that'd be a good shot. Nice play.
Yeah, still hard shot after hard shot, and now another tough one coming up. So, real testers for Miriam. But if she keeps making the balls, you should say, in the end, you're coming out as a winner.
Yeah, still not out of the woods here. It is available on the side. Down. Great shot.
I mean, maybe now you can imagine how my first house tournament was, Eric. Was brutal. Oh no! Oh no, the miscue.
It's too bad. She was getting through a nice rack there. She had to kind of
also
quick draw the ball. That can happen, you know, when you're following through short and kind of trying to nip at the draw. Those type of miscues can pop up.
Yeah, I think She just wanted to play it so subtle. Oh! What happened there, Eric? Is she still on the one?
Well, she has to have a look at it. It's not obvious to her. Looks like she is, barely.
Well, I'm not sure if... Did it move? Well,
no, I don't think so. But talk about
both
talk
of
about
them
a game of
didn't
millimeters.
react.
Yeah. A little thin on the 5 here. She can come 2 rails across and play the 2 in the bottom right. Little under hit, gonna be in the middle. 4 still plays okay onto the 2. So looking to take a big lead here in this women's 8-ball set.
Watch out for the 15 though. Don't want to be hampered by it. Don't think she's gonna be snookered, but yeah, played that really good.
You'll know a little bit more about the history of the European Team Championships team event. Who are usually the favorites? I would put Germany up there in the men's and the women's most of the time. Thinking.
Yeah, I think well, actually, the Netherlands have done, well, at least with the men, have at least one. Oh, at least one, but maybe more. Of course, we had a while. Well, I'm from the Netherlands. Sorry for the people at home. So I say we. I'm not biased by any means in the match, but but yeah. At one point we had, of course, like Niels Veyen, Nick Vandenberg, Alex Lely. We had some great players over the years. And after that there was some guys with also, for example, Ivo Aerts. I think he won the team event at one point. So it's tough, but I have to agree, Germany is up there always, I feel.
I would think Spain would be up there too.
Yeah, it also depends, of course, in which of the players are competing. But yeah, Spain, I would say if FSR plays and Al-Qaeda plays, then yeah, it's gonna be tough for anyone.
Alphonse chose to go second ball at this rack. Led to a little more congestion.
Yeah, I like that. Try to mix it up a bit. If you're breaking dry and your opponent is playing really good, you can sometimes switch momentums a little bit.
Just gonna have to make a plan to attack the 11 here. I believe it passes past the 8 in the same pocket as the 10. If it does, it'll make this run out a lot easier. Yeah, from this angle, I think she has a pocket there. 12 and the 14 actually play pretty well onto it. Gonna want to weave the cue ball through a bit of traffic here towards straight in on the 13.
Yeah, I would like her to play the 15 now. Yeah, otherwise it's gonna be pretty hard to fall on it later on.
Cue ball's playing pretty well between the 6-2.
Still important shot, this one. Oh,
Yeah, looks like she
nice
can get there now, Pascal.
I have to say, I'm very impressed about her So she's reading the tables. She looks really solid.
For me, she's always on a constant improve. I do a lot of Predator Pro Billiard Series events over in the United States, so I get to see her play a fair bit. And every time I see her come out, seems like she's just found something to improve a little in her overall game. Really making a claim to be one of the top 10 to 15 women in the world. I think it's coming in 2025.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same. It's just like every year she's a little bit better, and if she keeps this up, well, it's gonna be tough for anyone. She's not only playing in the women's events, she's also competing in some of the men events, and beating a lot of guys on the way.
That's right, particularly the Derby City Classic. She had a top 15 finish, being a few world-class men in that event.
Oh,
first mistake from Filler. And that's the break Alphonse needed.
So big moment here for Miriam. So decided to gear up a little bit. Don't take too much time. Go with your gut. Can imagine you're saying something like that to yourself. But the stakes are high, and the pressure is there.
Watch out for the speed here, Pascal. Looks like she'll still have the 4, but she's going to be way thinner than she wanted. Don't know if there's a safe option where she can shoot the 11 in. Not really.
I don't even know. It looks really thin there, Eric. The 4 ball.
It might be. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Looking from this angle, you're right. She can play the cue ball behind the 5, but obviously a risk of possibility of kicking the 11 in that case. Tough spot here, especially under a shot clock.
Also where the 8 ball is. She's probably, if you kick in the 11, you're probably gonna have shape on the 8 ball, right? So how about that for a shot? Wow, well, referee, you can come out now. This is...
I wonder if she actually tried that, because the way she left the cue ball on the 8, it's like she wasn't even trying to make it. What a shot that was if she really was trying something like that.
I mean, yeah, this is probably one of the best touches of object ball speed I've ever seen. Yes, he's going for the intentional foul. So I'm not even sure if it's makeable.
Yeah, I think she's okay on the yeah.
If I mean for Pia, that is, of course, like if Miriam goes into the ball, yeah, that's
nice shot.
Great shot. Oh, what a safety, Eric. I mean, she can win it from this point. This is crazy.
Definitely on the creative side, and again, where she left the cue ball, I think that's what she was trying. Great shot. And the thing was, she didn't have to leave it exactly how she did. She left it exactly perfect, but even if she did kind of cover it, it would have impeded the position towards the 8, so smart shot overall. Filler to break in rack number 5.
Yeah, I think is he taking a timeout? For me, this would be a nice moment to take a timeout. Just settle the nerves a little bit. Oh, she isn't. 3-1. There was some shot. So a little bit of more pressure on Pia, who's playing with, I think, some kind of limited edition pink BK Rush, which looks really cool.
Wired ball down. Again, pretty good separation considering the speed. Kind of resigned to taking stripes here just because she doesn't have a very good opener on the solids. Stripes are playable. The 13 is going to have to go before the 10, or the 10 will have to be comboed into the 13. Well, tough here, Pascal. You don't really want to leave the 14 down there by itself either, and then you're getting into eliminating down to 4 balls with a couple trouble balls left. But she is going to go 14 second. I guess she can get on the left long rail and get at the 13. That's what she's looking at now. This is a smart pattern.
And that's the thing with 8-ball also. You have to sometimes just accept that the best route isn't an easy one.
Yeah, very good play here from Filler. Going to take one more good shot at kind of avoid the 7 coming around 2 rails. If she kind of runs the cue ball at the 6, I guess not right into it, but into that area, she could get on the 10 or the 11. I think it's playing too wide to go around the right side of the 7. Okay,
nice
that'll work.
bump. So if she can get any kind of straighters on the 10, but I don't think that's possible because the 8-ball is available in the side, the top right and the lower left.
Yeah, a bit of an in-between
So
spot
maybe-
here. I feel like the cue ball's playing between the 5-10, so she's going to have to figure out something with maybe running into the 6, which is a little unpredictable, but I
Yeah.
don't think there's any other option.
Well, I like that, or maybe just flick the 6 on the top side from this point of view. Just maybe you can hold it a little bit.
I think she tried to run into the 6 there. She's still going to be on the 10. Following angle can play 2 rails in between the 6-8. Tough shot. She'll have to get good on the 11. Only option for the 8 will likely be the bottom left. Can she draw into the 6
I
here,
can s-
Pascal, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I think she's playing your shot though. Oh, it wobbled in.
Little in
So,
between on the
I have
angle
to
here.
play into the. Yeah, I think you have to play in the corner here, right? The kind of kill shot. This is not easy. Maybe even to play it a little bit nicer, play the for position with the for the 8-ball in the side. So
think
try
she
to go
will.
in between the 7 and the 8, or around them. This is even nicer.
Another long distance pocketing on the 8 for Filler. She made a nice one in the first rack. It's there.
Yeah. Very well played, and this is really tough when you're in your chair. I have the feeling your opponent is playing very, very well.
Yeah, that's 4 full table runs for Filler now. Almost had 5, just the one slight mistake on the 11. But definitely playing well in this match.
Yeah, that's tough. And then it comes up to that one point where Miriam was in total control and miscued. That could have been such a big momentum changer. So now goal is first to get the break and run. And for the break and run you need a ball on the break. Is the 13? No, it's not gonna get there.
Only problem really area for Filler is the 7-9. 9 is available in the bottom right or top right. I like starting the pattern there. 15-9. Pardon me, 11-9.
Yeah, 11-9, I like that. So does the 12? I don't think the 12 passes the 13.
Yeah, this is okay too because you can remove the 13 early, which it has to be to free up the pocket for the 12. The 11-9 will always be there.
Yeah, you could also even play the 9 as a last ball. So, but she has to go up for the 14. So at one point that's a little bit of a tricky situation where most 8-ball players don't like to travel that much with the cue ball if they don't have to, but I'm afraid she's gonna have to in this rack.
I didn't mind getting on the 14 there, but it's still run out in development here.
Yeah, I agree. Would have been nice to get that out of the way.
Even if she gets to the short side of the 14, it's going to be tough to develop position back to the 12.
Yeah, I think the 7 ball is too much in the way. If she's gonna play it a little bit harder, she's gonna bump harder, fuller into the 7. If she plays it soft, it's the 7 slightly or thin, you're gonna be snookered behind the 14. So maybe go for the draw shot. Leave the 14 for the end. There is a lot of space around the 8 ball, so that should do. A bit more margin for error.
Yeah, I wonder if she can draw into the 8 here. It'd be a touchy play, but effective if she's able to pull it off. If not, she'll have to run into the 10, try to push it towards the same pocket she was playing the 12 in.
Well, I'm not sure, maybe she's dead straight, or then she can just draw it a little bit. Yeah, leave the angle for the 14.
So too much though.
Big angle though.
Yeah. I think she'll have to run into the 2 here if she's going to slow the cue ball down. It is possible to run into the 2 thickly and kind of stay around the area for the 14. Tough shot.
How about just hit the cue, before the middle pocket? She can maybe hit the long reel and go around the 14. Oh,
good call.
Try that.
I think that's what. Yeah, that's what she was trying.
So, big chance here for Miriam. She knows it. So,
she'll want to get her 2 ball fairly quickly here. 1 plays good into that position.
a little bit bigger angle than she would have liked. She's also a lefty, so a little bit of stretch. Okay, that's
Too near the
positive.
5. 7 still there. Five will be a good key ball for the 8.
Wow, Miriam, I have to say you're looking pretty sharp. Still looking for the feel, for the speed of the table, but the putting looks good.
Yeah, seems to be overrunning just slightly in spots.
Yeah, could be the TV table. Ooh, just a little small tester in the end. Being close to the rail. Yeah, no problem there. She's looking as if it was another walk in the park. But I think she feels it. The pressure of the European Championships. It's a big honor, like you said, Eric, to represent your country. She trained very hard. I think she has a table at home also. Her husband, also a very good pool player, so he actually texted me, said he learned her a lot. But yeah, 4-2 for this Pia filler who needs to for a win. There's the soft break again. Look at those 2 balls behind the first ball, Eric.
Yeah, that's a planned break. That's a planned break. She's practiced it and she's trusting that she's able to make those balls behind the head ball. And it's worked out so far here.
It works out. I mean, look at that layout. That is very, very dangerous. Imagine
she
playing her in with the winner breaks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if she continues breaking like this, she'll be a favorite in the women's 8-ball division. Very little cue ball movement here. Ideally, what you
Yeah,
want.
not
in
afraid
8-ball.
to just roll the ball. It's a skill on its own.
Kind of got in between ideal angles on the 14 and the 15, but she can draw back for the 11 in the side.
Another quick look just to make up her mind, to be sure what she wants to do.
Oh, no time foul? This could be a bit of a discrepancy here because Filler really doesn't believe she was over time. We'll see.
Oh no. So Miriam just stands there and lets the referee figure it out. But Filler looks devastated. Oh, what a moment.
Looks like she's going to concede the foul.
Oh, wow. Oh, no, Eric, what? This could be a big momentum changer. Oh, no.
We don't have the in-arena shot clock, so hard to know really. I mean, I guess she was over, but somehow she felt like she wasn't.
So, yeah, remember the big Mosconi Cup moment, Eric, with Captain America, Jeremy Jones, stepping in, made the time foul against David Al-Qaidi.
Mistake from Miriam.
That was a big chance. Maybe a little bit, well, reckless, or it's also a little bit strange, right? When you come to the table with a ball in hand for a time foul, like players usually, well, they just follow the rules, of course, but it's not nice to win with a time foul, of course.
Yeah, just something you're not used to, kind of approaching the table in a different way. Probably played with her focus a little bit on this run out. Filler back in now, and this is take a big lead in the set. She's going to come up a little short here. Going to be running into the 15. Doesn't necessarily have to get on the 15 here. Just going to push it towards the side, and if she doesn't have it available on the side, it could be available on the top left. Doesn't want it to run into the 6.
I would also like playing the 15 here. If the table grabs enough with inside spin, at least you're gonna not bump into a ball. So
she has a
it's
shot.
A little bit of luck. Played it good.
This goes down for filler. This will be the 3rd tough pot she's made in the set.
No.
There.
So does the fear? Does the 4 go?
I don't think it does. The 5 can play. Break it out with the 5. A little bit
No,
wrong
it definitely
angle, though.
doesn't go.
Looks like she might have to play the 5 off the 15 here.
I think she tried to do that, like you said, Eric, but just missed the 15 by a hair.
I don't mind playing safe here. Could roll onto the 7. Little risky. Could end up leaving the 15. There is a creative carom where she, or maybe caroming it in and trying to put the 4 in between them.
Is she lucky there?
Out, I think. Hard to tell. We'll need a second angle, but I think filler has at least half pocket here. And again, possible to play the 15 in off the 4. She'll be trying to go directly in. Tough shot.
Yeah, good call there, Eric. Slightly bigger pocket. Greatly judged.
On the hill now. We're into breaking rack number 8. Yeah, I mean, Miriam caught a tough roll there with the 4 ball tying up with the strike, but anytime you have an outnumbered situation of about 5-1, you're expected to win most of those games. Surprised she didn't go at the carom with lighter speed. Kind of trying to get the 4.
also
blocking the 8.
Also would have liked to play the save, like you said. You know, with just putting a little bit of more pressure on Pia.
Nothing down again for Miriam here.
Yeah, big factor in this game where Pia makes 1 or 2 balls every break, or almost every break. Miriam had all dry breaks except for the time she went second ball, I think. But that's hard to win. It's hard to win when you dry break every time with an alternate break against someone who's this good.
Four's tied up with the 12, but it looks like the 12 is available in the bottom right. If she gets straight on the 13 at some point in the rank, she can play into the area she needs to pocket a 12. Little straight here, going to be tough to develop angle back towards anything. Might just draw back for the 15. Pardon me, the 13, 11, sorry, it is at the top of the table. Good shot, freed the cue ball up into open space.
So, does it pass the 11, Eric? The 12 ball?
Yeah, that's something to consider. I believe it does. If it does, she can go 9, 13, 12.
Yeah, would make her life a bit easier.
Nice shot. Does the 12 go on the left side? It might.
Oh, no.
I don't think so.
You can see it's blocked.
She's kind of on it now, over top of the 1.
Yeah, but this is not easy. This is very hard.
Long stretch too, sitting up on the table. Really have to feel the pocketing. Oh, even gonna have to use the bridge here. Tricky. No good.
Oh. That wasn't even close. Always hard with the high bridge. Oh no.
Unexpected there.
Yeah, it was awkward bridging over that ball, but she will be very disappointed with that miss.
Saw a couple shots from the Serbian player in the previous singles team match. He played an excellent set, but just missed 2 balls on the side. Just kind of shows the tightness of the side pockets on these Predator Arc tables.
Yeah. Are beautiful tables and they play very nice, but they also play pretty tight.
Just by the amount of balls missed I've seen in this tournament, I think they're a little tighter than the Apex tables. It's the same pocket dimensions, but they're a little shallower. So from the middle of the table, I think they play just slightly smaller. I don't know if she's there, Pascal. Might have to throw it in with left or play a half swerve.
Yeah, I think for the... Yeah, she has to play the bank, and actually it's kind of... In some way, if she makes it, the position is automatic, where the cut shot where she played for was tougher. Didn't make it though, so you should say last chance here for Miriam Alphonse. Small lifeline. So, question, Eric, do you know if the players, if they can see if their teammate next to them what the score is over there, because that can also, you know, play a part in your concentration. If you see your teammate is also down, maybe you get down a little bit more too, and mental down, I mean.
I hear ya. Yeah, I haven't seen any scoreboards in the arena, but I think it's something that you would be aware of just kind of intrinsically with your opponent kind of maybe peeking over when you're sitting down. I was actually looking for a score with Kaplan and the other Dutch player. Couldn't find one.
Well, I can see it though. It's 5-4 in the 9 ball and a race till 7. It's 5-4 for Jolien Schuurman. So for the Dutch, well, girl or woman, whatever you would like to say, still under 20, I think. So if Miriam would lose this one and Jolien wins hers, it's gonna be a doubles race till 2, 10 ball shootout, I think.
Extension.
Miriam just opting for safe here. Wise choice. Too tough on the pocketing on the 3. Good shot. Miller's going to have a jump attempt. Got to jump over 3 balls. I think it's possible. Going to back off on the jump. Call the 10 in the top right.
Also, if she would hit the ball, then the 2-6-3 are pretty tough for Miriam, which isn't the case.
Yeah, it's a good call. That's probably why she didn't jump at it. But ball in hand for Miriam here.
So I like to play the 6 in the upper left corner, lower left now from this point of view, but she already made up her mind. She sure doesn't wait for the shot clock to run out.
Play some left spin here to get comfortably over to the right long rail. Stunned it a little bit. Good shot.
Yeah, that's a great recovery. Well, and there you go, 5-3 down, so small chance for Miriam. And Pia Filler, well, she's not panicking yet, but this could potentially go very close if she misses out another chance. So 5-3 for Filler.
Kaplan on the table over on table number 1. As you mentioned, trailing 5-4.
So, small update, it's 6-4 at that match. So, Jolien Schuurman is on the hill. So there's the break again, the soft break.
Yeah, she's got it working. This will be her third break-in run of the match if she's able to get through this and to win the set. Looks like the 2's okay on the opener.
Yeah,
Stripes option 2 with the 12 on the side. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to be, when she doesn't run out here, it's gonna be on her, because this is laying perfectly and she knows it. So that's also a little bit of added pressure, knowing you should run out. But she looks composed, professional. You could see there her right dominant eye, the cue under the right eye.
Just trying to figure out how to get properly on the 4.
I think she has to go up and down here in between the 4 and the 8. Oh, she could hold for it, or at least she thought. A little bit nowhere land here.
Yeah, the cue ball is playing towards the 5, but it's very thin. She'd have to slow roll the 4 in at an uncomfortable speed, so she is going to go at the 5 here. Nice shot. Pretty good angle on the 3 if she wants to take it.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It's both. It's a little bit awkward because it's not like a really obvious way from the 4 to the 8. Maybe just try to get straightish on the 4 and play the 8 in the upper right corner. Is that available? Or would you say something different there?
I think the side is also available, and I think the 12 makes the side a bit of a bigger pocket. But yeah, one of those two over on the right side of the table would be likely to play.
Oh yeah, nice camera angle. You could see the side there. Not sure if the pocket is really bigger because of the 12, but it's definitely available.
I know what you mean. It's almost like you wouldn't want it there. If it was kind of a little more to the left, then it would actually make the pocket bigger. Oh, I guess she just decided to come around. That was a smart shot. A little unlucky where it ended up, but this is going to be for the match here for Filler.
Big shot coming up. Well, in the heart of the pocket. Well played by Pia Filler, but this is a team event, so it still isn't over. It's 6-4 on table 1, and of course you can come over to table 1 to the other stream. You can see it here. So Kaplan has to make these 2 balls to get 6-5 behind. I'm actually not sure if it goes 1-1 in sets, where the last shootout is gonna be, but I think we're off for now. Thank you for watching here, Eric. It was a pleasure to do commentary with you. Thank you very much.
You as well. And we'll see you in later matches, and a couple more rounds coming up for you today at the European Championships. Stay tuned.
same than before?
You know, yeah, you know the rules.
Yeah.
I'll just ask you, when you get your cues, just take everything you might need during the match and leave the case over there with your jacket.
Yeah.
You're brilliant.
Not before.
No, not before.
I can practice. I can look practice. Yeah, I know about. I know.
Not play.
Good afternoon all and welcome back here for the last match of the day, day 6 here in Tallinn, Estonia, in the Epbf Predator European Championships. We are in the teams, the men's teams competition. This is the winners qualification round, and we have a very nice match indeed against Poland against Finland. My name is Graham Hickman from the UK. I'm here with my good friend from the Netherlands, Tim de Ruyter. We will be talking you through this great, exciting 10-ball match. Welcome back, Tim. What a match we have in store here. Poland versus Finland.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look at the 3 matches on this table, we have Konrad Justisen, our new European 8-ball champion. He's up against Petri Makkonen. Then on table 1 we have Mieszko Fortunski and Kasper Matikainen. And on table 3 we have Wojciech Chevchik and Jere Virtaranta. So 3 crackers, and let's see who will qualify for the last 16. This is a winner's qualification match. Great opening break from Petri there.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting match. I think on paper you would think Poland for sure have the strongest trio, but make no mistake, Finland is a very strong team indeed, and I think this will all come down to the breaks and who takes the advantage from their own breaks. But a great first opening break here, Tim. Balls are wide open. 1 or 2 good shots and he could be in a very nice position to take this first rack.
Yeah, definitely. If he can get on the 3 ball quite straight would be nice. Did not get straight enough. I was thinking get straight on the 3 and play the 5 in the side and be done. Don't think he will be able to hold for a nice shot to the side. This might cause some trouble, Graham, because I don't think there is a way to safely get to the right side of the 5 ball or hold the cue ball for the center.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's probably going to have to go up the table, maybe flirt with some danger around the 6 and 7 and try to find an angle to that left side. Unless he can check this in with lots of left hand side and go that way. Yeah, he's trying to check it back. Oh, he's flirted with danger. What a shot he's played there, Tim.
Oh,
wow.
Look at his shape. Beautiful. Finding the gap. Well, definitely sending signals. There's a message being sent right there saying, well, I'm feeling good, I'm ready. And I do remember actually both teams usually go really deep in the teams event. The Finns, they have a special chemistry, just like the Poles. Now, you would say, but it's just a couple singles matches. But in the end, you see usually the teams that have they're all cheering for each other and they're always there every match and they actually share that moment. You see those are the teams that eventually win the tournament.
Yeah, good call. Like you said, Petri making his presence very clear, showing how good he is, and he has won tournaments. He's a very established player, and obviously Konrad getting already a gold medal.
Yeah, I think I said he won the 8-ball. He won the 10-ball, obviously. Yeah.
He might still win the 8-ball. He still has time.
Who knows? I hope he does, so I didn't make the mistake there.
Fortune teller. But yeah, actually Konrad has been playing exceptionally well through the straight ball and through the 10-ball as well. So he's very much one to watch through all these disciplines. We'll get to see his break here.
Nice square hit again. Makes the 7 in the side. Does have a shot on the 1, but some traveling to do to the 2 ball. So now suddenly this 1 ball is missable. If he only had to tap it in to get to the 2, then it would have been fine. But to move the cue ball on this.
3 reels maybe, Tim? Would he risk it? No, he is dropping it in, taking it longer too. Like you said, putting a bit of power into that middle pocket is probably not the smartest option. But the 3 ball's pretty near the 2, so 1 good shot you think, Tim, here, and 3 to 4, and after that he's in good shape. Nice.
Yeah, good shot there on the 2. Perfect angle on the 3 ball to get to the 4. Yeah, besides some traveling with the cue ball, I don't really think there's too many challenges to face.
Yeah, interesting. Got a quick question for you, Tim. I was just doing commentary with George just a moment ago, and we talked about Conrad for a moment. I know yourself is a very established travelling pool player, so you've played all these guys, you know them very well. He said that Conrad only recently has actually started to play a lot quicker. He's very, very fast at the moment. He said he used to play a lot slower. Is that something you recall as well? Has he changed over the years?
I actually don't think so. I think Eric said the same thing to me last match. I feel he actually started to learn when to take a little bit more time actually. Like before he would just keep dropping down and just play pure instinct.
Yeah, I do like I love his presence around the table. I've been super impressed this tournament, or this championships if I can say, and that's exactly what he needs to do. Just get a break back on the board and get it back to 1-1. Quick one on the amount of teams we have. We have 25 teams in the men's. I think it was 15 in the women's if I recall. So plenty of matches, and there's a double elimination through to the last 16. So this is the winner's qualification match to get into that last 16, and the loser will have a second chance through in the loser's qualification matches.
Well, I was gonna say strong start for Poland, as they all already have 1 game on the board, but Petri pulled the first rack in this match, and Virtaranta just leveled the score 1 each with Wojciech. Good break again. 3 goes in.
Goodness.
Oh, actually, yeah, a little bit unfortunate. If the 1 ball stayed up near the corner, that would have been ideal. As you can see, he's hooked on the 2 ball. And I seem to struggle with this kind of situation, Gray. Maybe you can help me out. Like, when you make so many balls on the break, like 2, 3, no, let's say 3, 4, and you do not get a shot, I find it super tough to hide, you know, to play a good push out, to play good defense, because you're so limited in options. Yeah, he's going aggressive too, like a 2-way reel first, but yeah, I don't know. Makes it so tough to play good defense.
Yeah, I think it's the obvious facts is that there's less balls on the table potentially to hide behind, so it makes your safety options limited. I mean, if you do have a half chance, then yeah, you think it's probably worth the risk going for it after you've performed in such a good break. Sometimes I guess you have to separate the two and just look at it for what it is on the table. If you don't have a shot, then yeah, you've got to play sometimes what the table presents itself with. Petri played a half decent kind of shot there, but it was a good bank by Conrad. A little bit close on the rail. Do you think you can actually go cushion first here, Tim, and go around a couple of rails behind the black?
Well, going rail first, you might get close to lay yourself on top of the 7. So, think either way. Oh, he's caught it a little thinner, ran into the 8. Still has a shot on the 6. Long one though. Stun 2 rails back to the center of the table.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out too bad. Pretty okay angle. Could have been a lot worse, like you see called the 7 there was definitely a danger ball, also the 8. Oh, he's overdone this. I want to make a crazy statement, Tim. This is going to be something very crazy that I'm going to say right now. I think that's the first ball I've seen Conrad miss in all the matches I've commentated on these last 6 days when I have seen him play. I just don't recall him missing balls. It's been quite remarkable. He's a little bit off angle. Would you stop this and play a 8 in the bottom corner, Tim, here, or would you try to draw this back down a little bit?
Yeah, probably just stop and play the 8 in the bottom left. Just keep it simple. Could also stun over for 7 in the for the 8 in the side, but the problem with that is that you have to kind of get perfect. Otherwise you have to run the cue ball again. So this is in the end a way shorter and probably more effective option.
Yeah, makes sense. Petri's also a relatively quick player, I would say. He doesn't hang around too much. Quite an aggressive player as well. He likes to go for game. A bit like Conrad, so kind of complementary styles, you could say.
So Finland takes the lead here. 2-1 Petri. As you could see at the table on the back, Wojciech at the table. He's also leading 2-1. Matikainen has leveled the score in his match with Mieszko Fortunski. I mean, we could be in for a very close battle between these countries.
Yeah, I agree. And also it's race to 2, so it's literally a race to 2. So the first teams that win 2 could be from the other tables, could be this table. Obviously, once somebody gets to 2, then I don't think there's any need to continue the match, and it will just stop. Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case. There's no need to continue.
Well, they used to do that, but yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, I was just thinking maybe with the production and everything, it would be weird to cut off the match and put it on YouTube like this. But yeah, the players wouldn't really be playing for anything. So just for pride and honor.
Yeah, it's a good call. I think finishing the match isn't a bad thing, but maybe a bit of table time would be the only benefit. Doesn't make sense if it's not meaning anything. Players would just better go and get some rest. But I noticed on some of the other scores on the website, when some team had been 2-0 in front, the other match didn't have a completed score, so I'm presuming maybe it might depend. Let's see. We're not at that stage yet anyway. I'm sure we'll find out if the other 2 matches are relatively quick. He's got a good chance to get some cover behind these 3 balls. He was hoping to get that white ball in behind the 2, but he's got a good snooker nonetheless. Good hook.
Yes, indeed. I do like the 2-railer. If you catch the right side of the one, don't play it too firm. Then the cue ball might run into the 9 or 3. I like the speed. How well has he hit that? Wow. Great shot there from Conrad. Beautiful 2-rail kick safety.
I think he's wired to the 9 as well, so he has to go to the right side of the table. He's calling the bank, just in case. Fantastic shot by Conrad, agree. A good hit. Is he going to get cover? No, he has left a shot. It's not ideal. I wonder if he could play this 1 ball past the 10. That would give him better option to get on the 2 than playing it to the right, I think, unless he can go inside the 8 and 10 off the long rail. That's what he's looking at. Oh, he can even draw it back. He had a good angle to screw that off the rail, so still needs a good shot to get on this 3 ball, Tim. What would you do here? Would you try and go around the 4 ball, or is it a deep screw?
Yeah, I was guaranteed going to play the deep screw, but is he going to deep screw into the A3? Is he trying to get the cut on the 3 ball to the bottom right? I think that's what he has played.
Yeah, with the 4-ball being over the corner, if he cannons into one of these balls and can have a pretty, leave the cue ball pretty around that area, should be still having a good shot on the 4. I think he's going to slip in between that 8 and 9. That's what he's thinking, isn't it, Tim? It's a little bit strange the way the 9 and the 8 is lying. Cue ball's going to drift in between, I think. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, the worst thing, if he has to play this soft to bump the 9 and leave the cue ball on the left, the cut is a little bit scary too. He's called the bank. Look at this. What is he pulling off here, Graham?
I think every time we commentate on Conrad's matches, he plays these crazy matches. What a shot. Love it. Fantastic shot. I mean, this is just all-out aggression, and he did have another shot which was a little bit more of a, you could say, easier 3 in some respects, but he played it so well. And he's looking if this 10 ball goes past the 8, shaking his head, so maybe it doesn't. He's going to have to draw this all the way down for the 8 in the side, I think. Not a bad angle though. Oh, Tim, how's the pace
Does
here?
he get
Look
there?
at this.
Does he get there? I
It is.
think he's got absolutely perfect.
A little bit hampered by the 10, but should be fine. Beautiful. What a run out this is. Fantastic. I think we're in for a right battle between these two guys here. Both looking very good. Super finish by Conrad there to go 2-2. Good stuff, Tim. He's giving all the shots. It's like exhibition mode.
Yeah, absolutely. That it started off with that kick shot, the return. Petri played the save, was trying to get the cue ball also to stick. I'm not too sure behind what ball. I think it was behind the 2 ball. Didn't. Conrad kicked it 2 rails, rehooked Petri, and then the run out with the bank. That was a crazy rack. 2 each. Petri breaking. Wojciech now leading 3-1 over Jere Virteranta. And Fortunsky versus Matikainen also level at 2. So far quite even still between the two teams.
Oh wow, what a break you hit there as well, Tim. Absolutely thundered the break. Very unlucky. Yeah, where the 1 ball is, there's not really an obvious push out. Does he go aggressive with a jump shot? Don't know. It's a funny one, Tim. When the ball's near the pocket, it's a funny one.
Well, unless you can push like the 9 together with the 6, and from there also there's not really a cut on the 1. So at least you're kind of guaranteed another visit to the table.
Yeah, how about pushing the 2 ball kind of half ball-ish and pushing it up in front of the 6? Maybe another option. Oh, he's playing your shot, Tim. 9 onto the rail. Great call. Extra bonus points for Tim.
Well, this is the same thing. Like, he is, the way he's breaking, he's most likely going to make more than 1 ball. So if you look at the layouts, they're so wide open, and I find it actually more difficult to defend myself when I'm breaking that well. If it sounds weird, you want to go, you can't because you're hooked, but you don't know where to go playing safe. He just sliced it in like it was a joke.
Oh, if it slows down. Oh, he nearly had an angle there to play the 2 and could have possibly tried to develop something. Can he still do it? Does he go for that? I don't know if the 6 goes down the rail.
I think he has to check. He has to check the cue ball so much. I mean, basically, if you get straight on the 4, there is a shot on the 6. Like it looked like he tied up the 6-9, but the cue ball fits right in between the rail and the 9-ball, I believe, but has to be straight on the 4. Don't think he's gonna get there. Can he still kill the cue ball, or does he have to play to the bottom side of the 6 and play safety possibly?
I don't know if he can kill this. Could have done with another little bit of a roll. Maybe he could have squeezed the rail a bit. He's trying to see how far he can go. Maybe he can't. He can kill this shot quite a bit. It's deceiving, I think. He can't actually kill this more than it looks, even though it's a bit of angle. Yeah, I thought he could. Great shot. Wow.
Yeah, definitely impressive stuff on both this match. I mean, like I said, they really showed up. I'm surprised the referee is actually there, because I think it's quite obvious if you hit the 9 first or not, but definitely a clean shot on the 6.
Yeah, and again, I think Petri a little bit hard done by. A fantastic break with no clean shot. That's how it goes sometimes. It's a funny one, Tim. Question for you then. Obviously, Mackin is breaking phenomenal at the moment, just not getting a shot maybe. Do you kind of think to yourself, well, I'm potting balls, I've just got to stick with the same break, right? In your head, just keep going, and eventually it'll work out. There's no point in changing anything. I mean, he's potting balls, right?
I think it's just too dangerous. I mean, the only thing you could say from his break is it's maybe that wild that the cue ball is like, let's say 8 out of 10 the cue ball gets kissed, and that's why possibly the shape on the next ball is maybe not there. But to change that while you're making a couple balls every time, I think you also just gotta have faith that things are just not working for him on the break right now. But maybe when the score is like 4 each, now suddenly everything clicks and he runs maybe 3 breaker runs.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it, actually. Quite a good perspective. It's early in the match, so yeah, stick with it. It's working, and the pool gods will favour you, is what you're saying. Oh, he's got the 4-railer. Oh, look at this. Wow. All the balls over the pockets. 1 to 2's nice as well. 3's there. What a break this is, Tim.
I mean, Petri will be a little bit frustrated because he just seen Conrad break with way less speed. Not really the cue ball flying off and a big boom, but effectively making 2 balls, getting shape, and go time again.
Yes, this is how. But like you say, maybe when it gets a little bit further down, 4 and 5 racks, maybe the pool gods turn around and Conrad gets a bit unlucky, and maybe Petri gets a bit more of an opening. That's the good thing about pool, you just never know what can happen. But a 4-5 combo will be needed here. Probably 2 rails come into the 4. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, we just want the both to go, Tim. Wow, how has that stayed up? Goodness.
Whoa. Yeah, if that had dropped, the 7 ball would have been significantly tough, so just small tap.
Little smile by Conrad there. He knows that he thought it was going to drop as well. I think we all did, but it didn't. Just looking to take a 2-frame lead here, and we get a chance to see Petri can replicate the same kind of break and maybe get a shot this time. But yeah, I like what you're saying, Tim. It reminds me a little bit of Albin in the 8-ball. I know it's a different discipline, but a lot of people were a bit more controlled on the break, but he was going basic full power as hard as he could, full body, everything. I think Petri's got a similar kind of mindset. Give it a really good hit. I like it personally.
The thing is also, if you think about it, most of the players, even on the professional circuit, most of them, they're not even able to break with that much intensity and still hit it head on. So yeah, I mean, obviously when you can, obviously you want to do that too, like you feel you have an edge over other players. Oh, this time he cut the break a little bit more and came up dry. This is a big thing for Poland, Graham, because they have taken the overall lead. Wojciech now up 5-1 over Jere Virtaranta. Fortunski 3-2 up against Matikainen, and then now a chance for Conrad Justissen to go up 5-2.
Yeah, and if you notice what happened in that break, Tim, exactly what you said before. Cue ball got kissed, flying everywhere. Anything can happen. Good break, but cue ball is wild, and that's dangerous in any break format. Bit of a tester here. He's going a little bit to the right, I think, but should be fine. Just kind of stop shot, keep it there. Nicely done. Maybe centre table, Tim, just for the 4. He's got into it a little bit. Still good. 7 also goes past the 9, I think, into the bottom right. So he's got 2 pockets for this 7 ball, Tim, wherever he chooses to put it. And then the 8 is over the middle pocket, so this looks pretty good.
Yeah, whenever he gets straight on the 6 to the side, which he has, his speed has just been so right. I mean, same thing with the 10 ball. He barely had to shoot like long and tough shots, only if they were really provided by his opponent. If you have the cue ball on the string, at least every time you start the run out, it feels like it's a very easy game, and he's actually making it look like 10 ball is easy game at this point.
Yeah, he's making every game look easy at the moment. I think it comes down to the positional play is just exquisite, and making a game look easy is down to cue ball control. And at the moment he has it on a string, controlling that cue ball, putting it exactly where he wants it. And this rack is now huge. So breaking in rack 8, Conrad looking to extend his lead, trying to get a ball off the break and a shot on the 1, or the lowest ball would be ideal. Got one in the side corner. Yeah, no shot this time, Tim.
Yeah, then again, he also slightly overcut this break, so the cue ball tracked towards the right long rail. If he had hit it straight in the face, the 1 probably would have dressed up near the top right corner with shape. But as called the left side pockets, trying to kick and stick the cue ball behind the 2, and he's played an excellent shot again.
Look at the 1 ball as well.
I mean, at some point I might start calling him Golden Conrad, because almost everything he's touching at the moment is gold. I mean, like, he's locked Petri up here, he's locked Petri up earlier with a 2 rail kick save. So yeah, it's tough to beat, really tough to beat. Oh, nice shot, but did he leave a 2-4? I don't think he's left a 2-4 combination, but if he has, that would be unfortunate. Now he is looking, no, he's gonna chase a 3 foul here. I'm not sure if he's gonna try and open it.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. He probably maybe better leaving the 1 ball close to the 2 and trying to do the same thing with the cue ball. I like what you're thinking there, Tim, and use the other balls as a potential another hook moment. But this is still very tough to hit. He's going to go probably 2 rails. Can he come inside the 4 and 6? I don't know if he can. Or is he going to go top rail?
I was going to say 3 really is a bigger ball to hit.
he could even just land on it. Gently. Not far away, Tim. What a shot he's played there. Oh, has he got a bit of fortune? No, he's left it. That was a great shot as well, from that angle.
Yeah, and then now a huge chance to make this 6-2, and like I mentioned earlier, or basically every match, but we've been doing a lot of races to 8 alternate break, that 4 games lead, that's where all my alarm bells are ringing and I need to take a break, leave the arena. Like, I'm gonna try everything to kill some momentum, because yeah, if you think about it, you need 2 mistakes basically to overcome that 4 games. So either a dry break or a scratch or Conrad missing a ball, and I don't see any of those 3 happening so far.
Yeah, I like what you said. Everything's turning to gold. Maybe we call him Goldfinger. The James Bond villain. The James Bond villain, Goldfinger. It's the only thing that came to mind when you said
I thought Golden Conrad or something, but now he comes with Goldfinger.
Oh no, it's the man with the golden gun, is it? I don't know, something like this. Who knows? Somebody might tell us in the chat. But like what you said, everything he's touching is working out very nicely. And I guess in Conrad's mind, long may it continue. But aside from that, Tim, he's also playing very well. So, you know, he is creating his own momentum, his own luck. When you're playing, and fantastic, good things happen for a reason.
Yeah, Poland running away win. Chevchik 6-1 against Jerry Virta. 5-2 for Jasko Fortunski against Kaskainen. So he took a big jump. And then now Conrad 6-2. So those are gaps for Team Poland, and it's always quite the advantage to qualify through the winner bracket, as you are going to draw a loser qualifier.
Yeah, again, open table, wide open table, balls all near corner pockets, but you just couldn't get one in. And now he's got a very good opportunity to get on the hill here.
Yeah, this is so wide open, and especially with nothing in the center of the table, there's like nothing to be hampered by. I mean, the only thing I could find is maybe the 6 ball can be in the way to go to the 5, but if you look at his cue ball at the moment, is dead perfect.
Yeah, every chance that comes his way, he's just taking it. Yeah, I think Petri's just been a little bit, I'm not going to say unlucky, because Conrad's played great. I think the breaks just haven't gone his way, even though he's been breaking, looked very well. But Conrad's breaks have worked out lovely, and he's also punished every single opportunity. Safety-wise, he's been great. And a very worthy 7-2 lead.
Yeah, a lot happening in the background. That's also one thing I like with the teams event. It's the fact that, you know, you are entitled to put 5 players in the team. Obviously there's only 3 matches, so you still have to pick who's playing. And the other 2 players basically are there always to support. And then maybe there's more friends or family there. So it creates way more atmosphere, and it really, like, if you do it well as a team, it really feels like it's a group of people desperately wanting to to win the title, you know. So there's a little bit more excitement and cheering around it than probably individually. Oh,
yeah,
boy,
absolutely.
Graham.
Oh, wow. Goodness me, Tim. This is just incredible. Petri must be sitting there thinking, what is going on? His face.
Well, he looks like it.
Oh, man. Yeah, what can you do? Yeah, what can you do? This is just... It's great to watch. And it makes kind of commentary in some respects more of a spectator sport. Spectator sport, not only is he extremely quick, but he's not missing anything. There's no drama. Safety play is limited. This is what you call a perfect performance. Again, by Conrad, I have to say. Doing his team proud, getting the one point on the board in very quick fashion, which also, Tim, I know you've played these team events and you've did this yourself. Quick question before the time ends on this match. Do you find that when you know one match is over, does it put a little bit extra pressure on the other guys in their matches?
Yeah, there's always a thought in the back of the mind. I mean, always. So, looks like Conrad finishes this match 8-2. Beautiful win, actually. I mean, played incredible. So I would suggest everybody to move over to table 1 so you can see the end of Mieszko Fortunski against Kasper Matikainen. He's up 6-2. And Wojciech is also up 6-2 over Jerry Vitranta. So yeah, they just need one more win to get to the finish. Thanks, Graham, for being here with.
Yeah, no problem, Tim. Thanks for joining. It was a very quick match and it was only 35 minutes. If anybody was wondering, that's how quick Conrad was. But we will be back tomorrow. This was the last match of today, but jump over to table 1 and you can find the conclusion of that other Polish match versus Finland, as Tim said. It's bye from me, and Tim and I will see you probably again tomorrow very soon. Have a lovely evening.